Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. How are we all doing? How are we? Oh, no. Does Milkshake want to come in the room? Oh, let me come get him. Oh, I didn't realize he wanted to come in the room. Bless his little heart. Come in there, little man. There he is. I'm sorry. He's sassy. He's so sassy. I'm here. The streamer is here. Milkshake is here. I'm here to look after you all. Merry Meowdy. Howdy, Meowdy, everybody. How we all doing? That's what Milkshake's doing. Oh, onto your pillow. There you go. There you go. How are we all doing, everybody? How are we? Happy Sunday to you all. I hope you're all doing well. It is, of course, Sunday, and we are going to be building up some legions Imperialis today, because I'm behind on my building, so I need to build a load of this, which is going to be fun. How are we all doing? Howdy. Yeah, shake'ems. How are we doing? Shrimp getting into that first. How are we, Shrimples? I hope you're doing well. Howdy. Frogs, welcome. How are you? I hope you are doing well. Verity, of course, hello. And Milkshake, of course, hello. You got some pets from frogs. He's just like, meh. He's just like, must rub face against everything. He's like, must rub face against all of it, everything. But yes, how we all diddly doing? I hope we're all doing well. I'm excited for building up some Legions Imperialis today, and I am very hyped because I'm very like hobby oriented at the minute, which is really cool because we yesterday I went up to Warhammer World with some friends, which was really nice. Kind of like a semi-spontaneous trip. It was kind of organised midweek of going, hey, should we all go up? And then of course it was a store anniversary for Warhammer World, so they had a load of figures on available, like all loads of different anniversary and event figures, which was nice to kind of pick up. Oh, hey buddy, yeah. And it was really nice actually. And then we wandered into Nottingham City Centre, and we went to like Element Games, a couple of trading card shops, and it was just really nice. It was just a really good day. So my brain's like, oh, I'm in that hobby ready mood. I'm just like, give me all the hobby. I want to do all the hobbies. So I'm excited today to do a load of building. I was torn between building or painting, but I was like, nope. I made myself my book of stuff I wanted to do, and if I can get the building done, I can move on to the painting. That's the main part of it. So I want to keep on top of my book of things. But how are we all doing there? What are we all getting up to? I'm also very hobby orientated. Yeah, you. Yeah. Oh. But yes, how are we doing? We did have a slightly unsuccessful morning though. We were very lucky, and at Christmas we were gifted quite a nice amount of gift vouchers, and we were debating about what to do with our vouchers, and we decided that we are going to pool them together, and we are going to purchase a Switch 2 for the house, which is going to be really exciting, especially now that Pokemon Pokopia is out, and we were like, oh, this sounds amazing. And so today, we made the decision. And then today we went out this morning to Argos to pick it up where we could spend the vouchers. And despite them saying last night, well, at 1 a.m, that it was available in store, it was not available. So we were like, oh. And then we could also spend them at like Curry's PC World. So we popped there, and it was like, oh, cool. We're gonna have a look at grabbing it here. And despite the fact they had loads on the shelf, the guy was like, oh yeah, we haven't got any. I was like, what? So, yeah, slightly unsuccessful anticlimactic morning. We were very excited after finally agonising about what to spend our gift vouchers on. We were like, oh. So, but yes. Doing better than yesterday. Frogs is making me clean the room because I've been a bad shrimp and neglecting it. Good on you, Frogs. You make shrimp do all the tidying up. Milkshake makes me do that sometimes. Hey, Quishy, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm scared if I don't check out now, we won't get one. Oh no! Oh no! I mean, is it one of those that order it to collect it tomorrow? That's a big can of Iron Brew. But how are we all doing? Globor. Hello, Bubby. What are you doing? Oh, he doesn't want fusses. He's been such an affectionate little guy the last couple of days, aren't you? I mean, you're always an affectionate little guy, but lately, the last few days, you just don't want to leave us alone. I just wish you'd let me clean that eye booger off his face. You can get delivery tomorrow. Collection 3 to 5 days away. I feel that the Switch 2s are running low. I mean, it might be because of all the RAM issues. There is a rumour that the prices of the Switch 2s might have to increase because of all the RAM problems. So maybe this is our decision. Maybe this is why we have to just do it. Do it. But yeah, I'm very excited though. It should be good. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Quishy. Oh, If there's anything we can do to help, let us know. Whether that's provide a distraction, provide a smile, or if it's just somewhere for you to chill and hang out. I hope that it's never easy when you have an anxiety attack or anything. But sending all our best. Including Milkshake. Milkshake's sending his best. Aren't you, buddy? Yeah? No, that's my biscuit. You can't have my biscuit. I will give you... Wait, do I have some bonkers in here? Where did your bonkers go, buddy? I don't know. Where did they go? I thought we had a bag of bonkers in here for you. Do we not? Oh, no. Hold on. Let me go get Milkshake a treat. He deserves a little treat because he's just a little guy. Oh. Maybe the bonkers. Hello, I'm back. I've got milkshakes and treatums. There you go, little guy. Some treats. There you go, little treatums. Ooh. And, ooh, that's going to be fun. You're going to see a friend at the airport today. That sounds nice. That sounds good. Definitely, anxiety from being at the busy airport, is it? Or just like kind of nervousness from seeing the friend. Ooh. Sorry, I'm very up and down there because I was grabbing snacks for Shake'ems. Ooh, completely overlaid. Oh, that's fair enough. But that'll be nice though. Something fun to look forward to, hopefully. Which will be good. Shame I didn't have the shut up and take my money emote sorted for you today. I know. Oh, and you're painting up some Battletech. Nice. I always liked Battletech. The hexagonal base system was quite fun. Thought it was a little bit different. But yeah, which was always really nice to see. But yeah. Oh. But my brain has just gone into full blown. It's like 3 things happening at once, so my brain was like, Right. This is our plan to see how much of this we can get built today. There is 76 bases worth of miniatures in here. I think. No, 76 miniatures, so that means there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 16, 24, where's my brain at? Well, I can't know math right now. 40. There's 44 bases worth of miniatures in here. How much do you reckon we're going to get built today? Oh, are you enjoying looking at this? Oh, sorry, do you want more? I think Milkshake's just had the treats and he's like, I'm wired. So, what do you reckon? 44 minis today? What's the prediction? How many do you think we're going to get built? Let's have a look. I suppose the tricky part is normally for the infantry, I build and paint them on the sprue. And then glue them to the base afterwards. So I'm trying to think what the right way around to do that is on this. Maybe some Jade Falcons? Ooh, that sounds cool. Okay then, Milkshake. It's like tails wagging so much. How many minis? I will do a prediction. There's 44 in here. So how many will I get built? I don't think I'll get all of them built. Because it's kind of unfair to say built. Because I build some on sprue. But I suppose it will be ready to paint. That's the goal, isn't it? Will I have all 44 miniatures ready to paint? I doubt it. I think I can make halfway through the box as a minimum. I think I can make some good progress on this. I think that would be the plan. 28. 28 feels like a good amount. Yeah, because you got a lot of different things in here. And so there's a lot of different bits and bobs to get through. I'm kind of excited to see how much it is. I've been wanting to build this for a while. So it was a nice treat to pick up and to get back on the Legions Imperialis. Also, it's going to be really helpful because I pledged to do 100 minis at my local GW, and I'm only in about 15 so far, and I have basically until what, end of this month? When does it end? When does the mini pledge thing end? Where is it? It's like the 1 million miniatures, isn't it? They wanted to do by a certain point. Hobby wouldn't tell us if we won the lottery, but there'd be signs. What would the signs be? What would be the signs? What, I actually have my models built? There's a 1 million miniatures pledge. Where are we at? So it ends, you either pledge 25, 50 or 100 miniatures by the 9th of May. So I've got time. I've got time. Lots of Legions Imperialis. Oh, man. I'd have so much Legions Imperialis. It would be a thing. I mean, this box was... when did this go? This was a treat just before Christmas. I think I picked this up. And I was like, ooh, it's been sat for a while on the side, and I'm like, I want to build it. I to be fair, the signs would be I'd probably pick up the Saturnine boxes. Like the Saturnine, like the Horus Heresy box. I feel like probably what I'd pick up, because I feel like I love the Saturnine style models. This is weighty, full of minis, full of stuff. Oh, the prediction is up, so everyone can predict away. Gamble your channel points. do. It's gonna be interesting. On Europe Day, interesting choice. What's Europe Day? I feel like I'm missing it. I feel I've missed something here. Oh, is the 9th of May? Is that Euro Day? Europe Day. What is Europe Day? I've not heard of Europe Day. And I'm in Europe, so it's even more confusing. Bannerings, Captain, welcome on in. How are we doing? I'm going to switch over to here. The giant pack of... This is a large amount of plastic. Oh, Lord, there's lots of plastic in here. I hope there's instructions in here. That actually got me slightly nervous. I don't know if there's any instructions, unless they're buried down here somewhere. Oh, there they are. Oh my god, so much spruce. Oh lordy. There's a whole lot of plastic today. And let's get this up on here. Hey Sash, welcome on in. How are we doing? Da na 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 na. Na 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 na. Welcome on in, Sash. How was your stream? What were you getting up to? Welcome, welcome. Enjoy your beacon. That is your responsibility. Do with it what you so wish. How are we doing? Hello, 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 hello. Welcome on in. What were you getting up to? And welcome into you and your community. Folks, if you haven't been here before, hello and welcome. My name is Lewis. This is Hobbytime at Healys. We are a mini painting channel focusing on staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. So we're all about spreading that wonderful positivity through this hobby. We are a family-friendly adjacent stream, so you might find that the auto mod here is a little bit more sensitive on the old swearing in the chat, so please bear that in mind. But yeah, how are we doing? I hope we're all doing good. How are we? How are we? I hope we are all doing well. How are we? How are we? I hope we're all doing good. What were you getting up to on your stream? Painting some Flesh Terrors Intercessor. Ooh, nice. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Ooh, what were you? If you you don't have to, but if you want to share anything you were working on, feel free to pop it into the Discord. We always love to see when people raid in what they were working on, but absolutely no pressure if you don't wish. We never force anyone to share their minis. I am a big fan of the Blood Angels myself. My successor chapter are these guys here. The Angel Sanguine, the half red, half black ones. These are painted many, many moons ago. I think these were about 8 years ago I painted these up. Pretty much when the models released. But I do love the Blood Angels. I do love a bit of Blood Angel on that one. But recently ourselves, we have just been working on... we actually just painted up a model for charity, which was good fun. And we recently, in February, we did a big fundraiser for Mind, which is a mental health charity here in the UK. And as a result, we painted a miniature for Mind, and that miniature was this cell-shaded Mangler Squig, which is what we got up for. So that's what we recently finished off. So we love to paint a bit of variety of everything here, from different paint styles. As you can see, this is like that kind of comic cell-shade style. So we've just finished this off. We paint literally a bit of anything and everything, which is good fun. So it was great, and this is going off to the lucky winner who won this mini in a couple of days. We also love to paint absolutely silly and ridiculous things. One of my favourites is this is Robute Gunganman. That we have right here. If you're a fan of the 41st Millennium and you love Star Wars, most people hate this mini twice. This is a good old Robute Gunganman here. Missa gonna be Lord Imperium of the Lord Regent of the Imperium, okie day. Missa gonna go purge the heretics now. Oh. So we do love a little bit of chaos and carnage here as well. But yeah, that's what we get up to. So welcome to everybody. I hope you're all doing well. If anybody hasn't, like I said, if you haven't been here before, and even if you have, it's always nice to do the reminder. But yeah, we stream 3 times a week, every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. And on Sundays, we do a special Sunday showcase where everyone can showcase off models that they have finished painting. So any finished work gets to go into our Sunday showcase area in Discord. And then around about 6:30 PM, so in about 4 hours' time, we bring everything up on stream and we chat about them. And chat about people's minis. So if you ever do want to share something, do !Sunday in the chat to bring that up. But yeah, I hope you're all doing good. Family friendly until Loki enters the chat or Milkshake wants to look out the window. Oh, a little Milkshake. Milkshake's family friendly adjacent. He's all good. Oh god, he's going to give Sanguinius emergency powers. It's probably even more terrifying to be like, he is not the only Jar Jar Binks sculpt we have. I mean, sticking with Primarchs, we do have not only do we have a Robute Gunganman, we also did my favourite Horus Heresy Primarch, Ferrus Jarus, right here. Ferrus Jarus. He has lost an ear, but it kind of adds to his character, right? Yeah, good old Ferrus Jarus here, ready to take on. And if we want him more lore accurate, his head can be removed. So he's more lore accurate there. And if you want him to look like he does in diorama, we do his face. I need to finish his scenic base actually at some point. I need to finish that off. Or yeah, but we are today. We're doing a bit of a build session. So today, where I am building up some Legions Imperialis to add to my mountain of Legions Imperialis that I already have. For our Legions Imperialis, we have been doing salamanders. So we've been doing tiny little salamanders down here. I say tiny, this thing is huge. The Mastodon is rather large. So it is. That's what we've been working on. And I've a little while ago, I picked up the Saturnine box for Legions Imperialis, and I finally got a bit of a break in my my painting window to actually sit and build it. So that's what we're going to be cracking on with today. Oh no, really? 8th edition was 8 years ago? Was it really 8 years ago? Wow. Wait, was it really 8? Yeah, I suppose we are on the dawn of the... Every 3 years on average we get a new edition, and we are on the dawn of 11th edition, so that would make sense. Yeah, 8-9 years ago. Woo! Yeah, oh yes. Family friendly, but cursed Jar Jar. Jar Jar's family friendly. He's the family favorite from the Phantom Menace. Definitely family friendly there. Rasmus, welcome on in. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Oh, thank you, Mannerings. Yeah, I had loads of fun with the with all of these guys. I decided to really like thought, you know what would be great for doing all these tiny little salamanders. Let's stress myself out even further and give them all fire details. You know, flaming shoulder pads in various places, power fists with mini flames. We did it for the Contemptor Dreadnoughts as well. The little tiny Contemptor Dreads. They've got little flames in places just to kind of so we can spot whose is who. Which is all good fun. So it's like, oh yeah. We do love our tiny little salamanders. And we're going to be building a whole load of them today, which is going to be fun. Posting my latest one. Ooh, let's have a nosy. Let me get... Oh, I haven't even got Discord open. Where's Discord gone? I'm good, but weekend is ending. My predictions for today is GW... What GW is going to... any predictions for today or what GW is going to do for next week's pre-orders? I think we might see Heresy Custodes, which I am very excited to see, but my wallet is not happy to see that. So I'm like, I really do want to grab them. And I'm very excited for the new Custodes sculpts. And so I'm like, ooh. So I'm very excited. Oh, these are embodying Flesh Terrors. These look sweet. Oh, let me bring this up on stream. And... God, check this out. How awesome is that? You've nailed, like, the almost vampire elongated canines of it. And I love the addition of the chain around that jump pack. That's very cool. Did we ever get Primaris Gabriel Seth? I don't think we did for Flesh Terrors, did we? Which is like, whoa. This is really nice. Cool. I like this a lot. It's proper, like, bloody, isn't it? Because that's the thing. The Flesh Terrors, like, they're a few too much collateral damage away from probably being heretics. Like, they don't worship chaos, but like they every now and again the Imperium goes, you've done a bit too much collateral damage here. You probably need to be excommunicato traitoris. Which is like, nah, we're fine on this one, right? Oh, these look sick. Oh, and I love the red you've got. You've absolutely nailed that Flesh Terror red. That is like that really nice, deep, super sort of like dark red on there. That looks awesome. I like the whole, like, the helmet's been damaged, just discarded the helmet. It, like, got the gun, pulled out the knife, like, bring it on. Like, whatever is just knocked the helmet off. That's very cool. I like that a lot. Their face details are fantastic. They are brilliant. Loads of lovely depth into there. That's awesome. He's got those really nice, almost like sunken eyes that you kind of get associated with sort of like vampires and creatures of the night. He's done a really nice on there. These are sick. These look awesome. Well, there you go. If you didn't need another reason to go and follow the lovely Sash who raided over with their community, go and do so, please. These are fantastic. Oh, and I do love the Flesh Terrors. I do love the Flesh Terrors. Anything Blood Angel-y, I'm always a fan of, but I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, they look sweet. Thank you so much for sharing, and I always appreciate it when anyone shares for the first time. Thank you so much. It's always very much appreciated. And thank you for putting your trust in myself and the community to share your minis. So thank you so much. But yeah, otherwise, where are we at? It's a printed head, but it fits so perfect. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's printed. I've got a whole 3D printing web store. So it's like, but it's still one of those. Even if it's printed, you've still got to paint on those fantastic details. So don't sell yourself short, you. Sith, welcome on in. How are you doing, Sith Rooney? I hope you are doing well. Welcome. How are we? I am just going to grab my instruction manual as I sit and get ready to build some tiny little Saturnine command guys. That's what we're working on today. Tiny little ones. Look at them. They're tiny. Look at these little guys. It's going to be a lot of building and a lot of cleanup. We're going to make it work. You call it collateral damage? I call it sacrifices that must be done. It's like the, I like the lore for the Blood Angels successor chapter, the Knights of the Blood. They're ones that always really intrigue me because they do, they effectively have a, where's my brain now? Yeah, so the Knights of the Blood they are a traitor successor chapter of the Blood Angels, but only because they did more collateral damage than the Flesh Terrors. So they basically they roam the galaxy, they hunt like Xenos and Chaos and things like that. They do not work for the Imperium at all, but they've been basically told, you know, you've done too much collateral damage. You were warned. You're now like the High Lords of Terror marked them as traitors. But I love the fact that they still came back to defend Baal during the devastation of Baal, and all the other successor chapters kind of looked at each other and went, just give them a bit of a wide berth. Let them do their thing. And I love that idea that there is a possibility that if the Flesh Terrors do too much damage, there is a consequence, which is kind of fun. But yes. Oh, but yes. Hey, Big Boss, welcome on in. How you doing? Seeing that you have to assemble the arms now has me not wanting the Saturnine. Oh no! Yeah, there's quite a lot of detail on this. So I was looking at the instructions here. So you've got. So let's start with the main Praetor guy. See, the thing is for a lot of these is I tend to build them, the individual characters. I build and paint them on sprue and then glue them to the base just because it makes it a little bit easier. However, I think these guys might be large enough that I can probably paint them on base rather than on sprue. I think it would be fine. It is much easier, though, to prime them on sprue. So, we'll see how we do. We'll build the first one. We'll build the command squad and see how it looks. The Dreadnought, I think, will be fine. The Dreadnought's going to be fine. No worries. You give the dog lots of fusses. Oh, speaking of, I haven't got Milkshake's camera on. A little kitty here. I realised I didn't have his little camera on. I'm sorry. This is Milkshake. If you didn't see him, this is our kitty Milkshake. And thank you again so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. Where are we at? So we're looking for... Yeah, so looking at the size of these. What size base do they go on? Is that a 32mm or is that 25mm base? Oh, I think these are on a 40mm base. Surely not. That's not. They're not going on a 40, are they? Cannot. Surely. Oh, Shrimp has gone in for some dad jokes. Will we choose violence today? Will there be violence of dad jokes? And some pets from Subby there for you, Shake'ems. There you go. This is for the Shrimp. I think these are all 40mm bases. They're the only ones they come with. Okay, so they definitely are a lot bigger than I think. Which makes me, again, kind of wonder, is it better if I build these on, not on sprue, and just build and paint them like I would anything else? See how we do. Whoa, whoa, yo, fussy fusses. Boop. And I have 4 of these to build. So many of these. So I can start with the first one and then make a decision, really. So, what do we need? Number 32 and 29. Oh, this is going to be a lot of building. Oh, wow, look at that cloak, though. I feel like for the Astartes infantry, it makes sense to do this on sprue. I think these guys are big enough that they'll be fine. But then again, I say that, look how tiny these arms are. Oh, it looks like the dad jokes went through. That means I've got to read off the dad joke of the day. Dad joke of the day. What do we got today? On the 8th of March. We got flying through March already. What have we got here? What do you call a sleeping bull? It is a bulldozer. Wait, didn't we read that one the other day? Did I read the wrong one the other day? Oh no. I think I might have read the wrong one the other day, but that's what it is for today. I haven't owned a watch for that. For how long haven't I owned a watch for? I don't know how long. It's a terrible joke. That's a terrible dad joke. Why did Spider-Man go to the doctor? Because his spidey sense was tingling? I feel these aren't even worth me doing the dum-dum-ch. Oh, did you hear about the headphones that became friends? They were earbuds. I was like, what? Yesterday, a potted plant fell on my head. I only have my shelf to blame. This is terrible. This is terrible. Oh. How many apples grow on trees? All of them. These are rough. These are rough dad jokes today. Check the site, and they're all 32mm, but still pretty hefty. Are they all 30? Are they 32s? They look so much bigger than a 25. No way. I thought they were like a... Oh yeah, they are 32. For some reason I thought they were 40. I think they looked so much bigger than the 25. My brain went straight up to 40mm. And so I was like, sheesh. What was I looking for here? 30. Why can I not see the... There it is. No, that's fair. That was it. I think the 32mm is like, ooh. But they're still, I think they're a reasonable enough size. I don't know, I might be making more work from it. Sometimes it is more work to do them on the sprue, because you have to, like, trim down the sprue in the right way and various things. It's always a bit of a faff. How are we doing on the prediction? Who's got faith in me that we're going to get a load of minis done? I feel most people are kind of in the camp of, you got to do, like, 21 to 30. That's a lot of faith. Yeah. See who's gambling their points. And then 31. Big hammer. But yeah, but I definitely think going back to the question before about what are we predicting for the GW pre-orders later today, I am kind of in that camp of I think we are probably going to see Custodes. We might even, to be fair, we might even see. I'm trying to think, maybe the Eye of Terror book. Because that didn't go up for pre-order yet, did it? The Eye of Terror book. The fact that that's going to have... Because if the Eye of Terror book goes up, then that would have... like the Defiler and a few other bits in it, as well as the rest of the Iron Warriors. That's a potential. I'm trying to think what else it could be. I feel like Custodes would be a good one because we had a big 40k week last week. We could potentially get the... what are they called? The Daughters of Cain that were announced on Monday. We could potentially get those. Maybe. I'm trying to think what else we could get. Ooh, that's a valid point. The the Cathay separate boxes. That's a good shout. How are we doing, Battlesquid? Hope we're doing good. Yeah, because they only were in the army box originally, weren't they? For the militia. That does make sense. That could be a good one. Yeah, I feel like I mean they've done back-to-back 40k weeks before, but I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like they're kind of spreading it out a bit. Oh, hello. Oh, Milkshake. You little affectionate little guy. There you go. Meow. He's been such a little attention seeker recently, bless him. I love him. Don't we, little buddy? Yeah. He's like, yes, yes, you do. I am adorable. Love me. And then I need an arm. Oh, these are tiny. Okay, this is they are much small. I'm dreading to have a look and see if there's any mold lines, but I also feel at this scale it's not going to matter that much. This is just 3 guys for 1 base. And I've got 12 of these? No, not 12. 4. So I might as well do all 4 of those together. Rather... Oh, hello! I think they'll try and clear the decks between the previews on the 25th. That's true, yeah, because you've got the big Adepticon preview, haven't we? Which we think is going to be based on what they had to reveal because of the leak. Oh, excuse me, that for the yawn. I kind of imagine that we're probably going to see some sort of orcs on the Adepticon preview. So yeah, it'd be good to clear that. Which makes me wonder, are we going back to Armageddon for the box set of the new edition? Could we have orcs versus something? So, and I suppose the preview is just talking about... It depends if at Adepticon, it depends if they're going to demo 11th or announce 11th or not, isn't it? If they announce 11th at Adepticon, you know, then I can imagine they would need to clear the decks and clear like everything that they've announced. But yeah, it's a 2-hour show. Oh, that's going to be a long old preview. Hopefully it'll fall at a time where we can do a watch along. I know it's the time difference can be a bit tricky, but we can at least do a watch along and then do a review. Somehow I don't think I'm going to be able to summarize that in 3 minutes in one of my shorts, but I'll give it a whirl. I completely lost where I was looking there. What was I looking for? 38 and 37. Where are you? 38. 37. It's over here. So this is just the Saturnine. It's the first Saturnine models I've built. Which is like, ooh. I've not built any of the standard size ones. 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. GMT, so good luck. Do we know what day it is? Is it like a Friday or a Saturday, or is it like midweek? If it's the weekend, oh yeah, absolutely no issue. We could do that. If it's in the week, much trickier. Ooh, early hours of Thursday. Oh, that does make it tricky. Yeah, probably won't be a watch along then, because I'll have work the next day. Yeah, early hours of Thursday morning. Ooh. Yeah, that might be a tricky one. I'll have to have a think about what to try and do about that one. I'll have to have a think. I mean, we always review it on the next Sunday stream anyway, but still, it'd be good to kind of figure out. Right, I've got to do that all again now. In this next sprue, I've got to do that 4 times. So where are we at? I need 38, 39, number 49. Where have you gone? I saw you a minute ago. There it is. Ooh, there we go. Do. Hey, Corvus, welcome on in. We watch on Friday evening. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, we always do the rewatch. We always do the summary of it on the next stream. Anyway, I was just hoping to do a watch along, but if it's early hours of Thursday morning, we'll chat about it on the Friday, and then obviously on the Sunday it'll be a topic of conversation for the weekend. Always is the way. How are we though, Corvus, today? I hope you're well. How have you been? Ooh. Do. And then we've got Now I know where roughly everything is. This is much easier to kind of build through. Tiny little legions. They are so small. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Mew. Welcome in, Baleforge. How are you doing? Yeah, don't break streaks for silly AMs. It is what it is. I suppose it would technically just be a continuation of Wednesday, wouldn't it? If we did it early hours. And we've done it before. And I'm gonna do not bad art, painting and lurking. That's nice. Ooh, what are you working on? I know you're lurking away, but I'm curious to know what you're working on. 35 goes there. Where are we at? Oh, okay, sitting in heaps of hobby chaos, nomming on cheesy bread. Oh, sounds great. That sounds brilliant. I have a lack of cheesy bread, but I definitely have the hobby chaos. So I'm halfway there. Yeah, no cheesy bread. I've got a digestive biscuit and 2 Haribo jelly babies left over. And I already snipped it off. So we've got those 2 there. 35, 36. Ooh, let's try and get all these bits here. What goes over there? There we go. Ooh. Working on the Merfolk test scheme, and then got to roam the base to finish Kelpie. Ooh, I've got a couple of Kelpies over here that I haven't done yet. From the Dark Water box. They are on my list to do. We almost were going to work on the Dark Water stuff today, but I was like, I said the next time I have a break in between painting projects, I would build a bunch of my legions. I'm trying to stick to my plans as best I can. Although I seem to have completely lost what minis I was looking at. I had to repair my hobby desk. Oh no! So I had to empty the whole cabinet out, and every surface in my apartment is covered in paint boxes, brush tools, and models all over. Oh no! I've been there. Oh, I've been there though. It sucks when you have to do it. It's weirdly therapeutic though. Have you gone off on the random like thing of going, ooh, I found this thing. Oh, I could do this, and then the next thing you know, you're going down a rabbit hole of tinkering with other stuff. Yeah, I always end up down there. It's never great. That's what I was. Here's the wrong one. That's what I was looking for. Cool. And we have to do it again. On to the next one. I've got so many of these sprues. You get 4 of these in the box. 4 command squads. So I'm like, we might as well do them all at the same time. Hey, Heed, welcome on in. How you doing, my friend? How are we doing? A run that helped me fix the cabinet left the cheesy bread for me, and now I have food. Yay! The rest of the day is now putting it all back together. That sounds like a good friend. Good friend's bringing you bread. That's a good friend. Where are we at? That one over here. 39. 38 is the guy at the bottom. 37 is the backpack. For some reason I can't seem to see. Where have you gone? There it is, 37. Ooh. There we go. No rabbit holes. Pretty much what I knew what I had in there. Ooh, you're far more organised than myself. I feel like whenever I go into my big cupboard of stuff, I'm always like, what am I going to find today? Oh, I found things. Which is sometimes nice, but also the amount of times I've just been like, why do I have this? Like, why did I purchase this? I had an idea at some point to purchase this, and I've done nothing with it. And then the sads and the guilts kick in. That's what happens with me. I'm like, oh, I didn't do anything. Ooh. Okay, nearly there. I've got one more to do after this. And then I can sit and scrape off any mold lines and build them all. That's that one over there. Followed by the arm. Yeet. But yeah, oh, I don't know what's happened all of a sudden. I've just gone really like, I feel like I've had the opposite effect of my coffee kicking in, where I'm just like, I'm now sleepy brains. It is indeed to small marines. Yeah, I'm kind of, I picked up this box a little while ago, the Saturnine Legions one, and I have to admit they're definitely larger than the normal marines. Like looking at the normal guys versus just the body of the Saturnines. Definitely substantially bigger. So I'm hoping they'll be a little bit easier to paint. But I did all these on sprue, and I don't know if I'm regretting snipping these off sprue. I'll find out when I build them. I'm hoping it's going to be alright. It's that kind of moment of going, did I make the right decision? Only one way to find out. Can just be a little bit like you've got almost production line it though. I find when you've got 12 of this, well, 4 of the same mini 3 times, so you've got 12 of the same kit. So where are we at? So 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's missing an arm. That one's got everything. What arm am I missing for that guy? 49. Arm 49. Okay, one more to go. And then that's all 12 of them snipped off anyway, which is the good bit. So is Legions Imperialis a fun game? I mean, I enjoy it. I suppose is probably the one. It's at the moment I'm kind of in this weird area at the moment where I'm only really playing smaller skirmish games. So I like the fact that in this game type, you almost are still fielding large armies, but on a bit of a smaller scale. Which is good fun. I do think the, not a non-fun thing, but I find it's one of the few game systems, though, where the rules are almost, it's going to sound really odd, so clear and thought out that I almost second guess when it says, this happens. And you're like, but does it happen? Isn't there something more that should happen? Shouldn't there be more? Like, in terms of, like, the simplicity of some of the rules. Like, it's, in a good way, but it did take me a little while to get my head around being like, what? It's like, is that right? Do I need to do something else? Just as some other games are a little bit more, kind of, like, complex, I guess. It's, you kind of always think, like, there should be another thing. But maybe that's just, my, the Magic the Gathering player in me is expecting there's another ruling. But I definitely enjoy it so far. It's been really, really good fun to play. I've only had a couple of small games, because me and my friends are kind of playing it where we build it. It's the first game that we're only trying to build and play with what we painted. Which is nothing wrong with playing unpainted, but I think we kind of like we're all started at the same time, so we're all trying to crack on and sort of be like, let's try and paint as we go sort of scenario. So the games are gradually getting bigger and bigger. The only game I'm actively playing at the moment is Horus Heresy, and that's like 1 or 2 gaming days every half year. I feel that. I feel like more often than not, I only get very minimal gaming time in for it, which is always something which has probably shifted my my idea of. I don't tend to build, especially for 40k and Age of Sigmar. I've shifted very much away from building large armies. I will, if I like the look of an army, I'll kind of build and paint the combat patrol or the spearhead, and kind of just play that. Just because I really have the time or the places locally to sit and play. Now that our LGS closed down, it's much harder to sort of get a game day in, which always sucks. But I think that's definitely a trend a lot of people are shifting towards. I think they pick either one game and kind of dedicate their time to that, or they do the skirmish, smaller, light touch versions of other games. I think a lot of it's just time and cost, isn't it? It can always all pile up a little bit. I'm excited though for taking on Horus Heresy. I'm very excited for the new Custodes. I'm very, very excited for those. They were my favourite 40k army during the 8th edition of 40k. 7th and 8th, really. I love them both in that one. So the idea now that I can get some plastic stuff for Heresy, I am quite hyped. I do have an Iron Hands Heresy army. But as I don't like to do things easily, I decided to make every one of the Iron Hands models have some form of cybernetic limb or replacement or eye or something. So like the building took a little while. But yeah, I haven't played to be fair, I haven't played a game of Heresy since the Saturnine box came out. So yeah, it's been a little while. I had the regular size Saturnine stuff to build later, the Terminator and the Dread. I've not built any of the normal size stuff. Have you built any of it so far? What's it like to build? Oh, hey, sleepyhead. No, hello. Little sleepy shakeums. Yeah, I love that. It's pretty much a slow growth thing as we're all... Yeah, that's exactly it. We're all just kind of like building up as we go. One of the guys who got a little bit ahead of everybody else, because he had a bit more free time, was like, I'll slow down a little bit. And we were like, no, you go at your own speed sort of thing. And they were like, no, I'll slow down because I can now build... They bought a load of the tabletop combat MDF Legions Imperialis terrain stuff. So they've slowly been building up an entire board of that and painting that. So they've definitely had something else to keep them occupied. So I'm like, whoa. But yeah, I feel like more slow growing and building like stuff is... It should more, for me, feels like a bit more like the norm, especially if you're playing with a regular play group. It's a nice way to do it. I think once I've got more of a core army built to painted, I'll play more. At the moment, my free time is I prioritize painting up the models. That's always the first part of the hobby, isn't it? Like, right, I'm going to prioritize building everything first, and then we'll move into like a gaming. But I definitely used to be the other way around. I would just build and constantly play with like unpainted armies, which is absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. But I would find the downside of that would be is after a few games of playing with everything, I'd be a little bit like a hobby butterfly and go, ooh, I want a new shiny thing to add to the army and build and to tweak my list and change this. So I'd just have like models which I'd bought, which I thought would be good fun, that everyone went unpainted because they weren't in the army list. So I went on a very brief period of list building first and then buying what I liked on the list. But I found I didn't really enjoy that, if that makes sense. Like, everybody's different. I guess that for me wasn't what I enjoyed. Too much of a hobby butterfly. I like flopping around, grabbing different projects, having a bit of fun. But I definitely do more painting and build, probably more painting than I do anything else, which is nice. Somebody said I haven't played any Heresy yet. I need to try and get someone to teach me. It's a good game. The if you've got Warhammer Plus, the tutorials on there are pretty good. As well, they do on the Warhammer Plus Warhammer TV app. They do like tutorials for pretty much every game system. And they also put up like battle reports. I know how I like to learn is I like to watch a couple of battle reports and see how people have played the game. And then I'm very much a learn by doer. I don't know if you've got a local Warhammer store near you, if that if they offer demos of Heresy. I know they normally tend to offer demos of like 40k and an Age of Sigmar. I don't know if depending on the size of your store, if they have demos for Heresy. Milkshake, what are you doing? What's wrong? What's up? What's the matter? He's kind of like wanting to go on the windowsill, but for some reason he wants to go around the curtain that's already open. So I get to see him in the corner of my eye just like bapping things. And I was like, Milkshake, what are you doing, you little terror? I'm like, you can go on the windowsill. I cleared the path for you. He's like, nah. Go my own way. The thing I enjoy most of it all is building and converting. After that, painting is a close second. And lastly is actually playing the game. Yeah, it's amazing how many people all fall into that same category. It's like there's nothing wrong with the game. I feel like you spend so long building and painting that's a whole hobby in itself. So when you actually get to playing, I feel like it's one of those that's always a tertiary thing. It's not even a secondary. It's like I like the paint, the painting side of it. Oh, I like the kit bashing side of it more than anything, because I love just building and just the ideas of putting different styles of stuff onto it and being like create something a bit unique, and then it's the painting, and then eventually the gaming. Bear with me, I'm just gonna let Milkshake out the room just because he's by the door and he wants to get out. Give me 1 second. Got myself caught. Hey buddy, you're going off. There you go, little man. And I'm back. Nice, quick and easy. Nope, not touched it. Yeah, has 6 weeks until the next Heresy events. So I was rushing to paint stuff before my cabinet broke. No! Oh, with the cabinet breaking, did you lose any models, or was it just like the cabinet? I had a friend not long before Christmas. Their glass cabinet, like one of the IKEA Deltoffs, completely just broke, and inside it was their entire everything they painted for their Eldar armies and things, and it was like, ooh, it was like, yeesh, it was a tough one. They not much could be recovered, unfortunately. That was sort of broken because it was a lot of historic models. Things like models that can't be replaced now that are out of production. So that really shook them in what to do. And so I'm hoping that you didn't lose much from your cabinet breaking. Yeah, Milkshake is milkshaking. Yeah, humans cannot comprehend the awesomeness of kitty logic. That is very true. He is a little kitty terror. We do love him. Oh. The playing has been a sticking point for me for ages. It's why I loved X-Wing. Playing was primary. It's why I've been looking outside of GW for games to get more in. That's fair. I mean, I definitely think that there are a lot of great game systems out there that you can play out the box. X-Wing's a good example because all the models came pre-painted. Was it X-Wing and Armada? A lot of the stuff came pre-painted for it, didn't it? So it was just get it on the tabletop, and that was good for a quick run. For it, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing with unpainted models either. I think there's a bit of a stigma around it if people are like, "Oh, that model's unpainted. How dare you bring it to my tabletop?" I think unless you're playing in tournaments or events, if you're playing with friends, it doesn't bother me if it's painted or not. Just excited to play games with people. But yeah, a couple of other good ones that are was it painted models out the box? What was the my brain's gone for it now. I can't remember what it was. There was another game system I had in my head. For the life of me, cannot remember what it was. I mean, if you like the kit mashing, another fun one which is good, which requires a little bit of building, rather than play out the box, is the Gaslands is quite fun. That's where basically you take like old Matchbox and Hot Wheels cars and you basically like Mad Max them up, so you can kind of have a bit of fun with those. That's always a bit of a laugh if you haven't played that. Simple like kit mash conversion paint up sort of thing to play. So which is always good funny. Always good fun. Hey, No Sad Nomad, welcome on in. How are you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. I'm doing we're building up some Legions Imperialis Saturnine models today, and getting through. How are you doing? How are we? I think was it the last time you were in? I think memory serves. You were chatting about. I don't know if you were painting or you'd seen a kit bash, something to do with Blade, like the Wesley Snipes one. Was that yourself doing it, or was that one that you'd seen? I can't remember. They're connecting the firing the neurons in my head is connecting them together, but I couldn't remember which way around it was. But welcome. I hope you're well. When GW arrived in my hometown, they only allowed fully painted and based models to be used in store, and that's where we played as teens. The mindset got stuck. That's a real surprise. I feel like I hear a lot of these, not horror stories, but these very strict stories from like people's like GW stores, and I'm very much like, I am incredibly lucky that our store manager has been an absolute legend. Our GW store manager is the pillar of our hobby community and is very much where did the other arm go? I had another arm. Where did that go? Oh no. Ah, there it is. Yeah, he's very, very much. He's never had rules like that in his store. So I always feel bad when I see people have stories like that, because it's just not it's just not the experience that we had in our store. Our store manager was great. He was like, doesn't matter if it's painted or not, as long as it's a GW mini, he was fine. Like, he was like, that's kind of it. And he just wanted people to come in and play and and enjoy it. I feel like we were very lucky, and that's like our actual Games Workshop store, not like a like an LGS. If anything, our LGS that we had for a while was harsher, which always confused me. Taking a break from painting miniatures. I'm only 3.5 days into learning to paint miniatures, so still very much new and suffering from the learning curve. Currently broke through my current barrier, but then immediately ran into a model with a plasma pistol. I've been stuck trying to learn blue plasma OSL. Ooh, I think it's an interesting technique to try and hit straight away off the bat. For it, there's some really fun different ways to try it though. I think definitely have a nosy about online to find different techniques. Like if you're stuck on OSL, because I feel like a lot of people see OSL with like airbrush effects and various things as like the standard norm with a lot of YouTube videos. I definitely think there's so many different ways to do it. Like I've got some examples here actually. Where is my Grievous? Like, there's so many different ways to approach it, and it's all the thing to remember with the hobby is you're always learning, and you're always going to be your own harshest critic. But like, yeah, in terms of OSL, you can do really. It's covered in fluff. You can do really simple OSL, like on Count Dooku's foot here, which is just like with washes and very thin down paint, where you just build it up little layer by layer. So it's almost like super subtle. It's just reflecting off his black boot and slightly onto the that side of it. So you've got this kind of style there. You can do dry brush OSL, which is basically just you pick where the light source is, you hold the brush against where you want the light to be, and then you just flick it back and forth with the dry brush. So you've got those like kind of options there. And they all serve like different purposes. You've got more like kind of subtle expanding glow OSL, like on this fist. So you've got like, from one angle you can't see anything, but as soon as you see like these other angles, it's like, that's where the glow from the plasma's coming. It's charging up. And then the other one, you've got like OSL from like much more intense. So this is like a glow from the crystals. So there's nothing on the back. You got this like intense glow coming from the crystal there. There's loads of different ways to do it, and so many different tutorials. And I think, yeah, there's so many different ones to do it. So like dry brush, glazing, airbrush, build up of colors. There, there's so many different ways to do it. So definitely explore and find out what works for you. But what works for you now will be something that you can improve and learn on. As you go on as well. That's always the big thing. I think there's always a level of, especially with it's not a dig, and it's not meant to be like an angry sort of comment, but it's more of like there's so many videos out there from creators who are, if you're not doing it this way, you're doing it wrong. You have to do it this way. The only way to do this effect. Like, sometimes that can get really mess with a lot of people's minds, because they sort of think if they're doing it a different way, or if they're not doing it the way that this particular video guide showed them, that they're doing it wrong. And I'm a big believer that's not the case. There's many different ways to skin a cat, as they say, and it's very much like you will find a way that works for you for it. And but don't be too harsh on yourself. That's always the big thing. So just take your time and practice, and really kind of understand that what you're going to paint, you're on a learning journey. That's always a big thing. It's a learning journey, right? You're learning a new skill. You're not going to be perfect at it first time round. You're not going to be perfect at it the 25th time round. You're always going to learn and grow, and that's okay. Put that guy there. Yeah, that was me talking about it. The 3D printer is broken and hard broken. Oh no! Oh, that's a shame. Was that like an LCD break? Yeah, that's fair. All the time when we'd say, we were told, when you play on our tables, you're advertising for us, we want lots of painted minis. Oh, that's so unfortunate, Corvus. So that's what the style that they had. Yeah, that is definitely, I feel like I hear these horror stories from, like, random GW managers. The thing saying that, though, apparently the GW manager who was in charge of our store before our current manager, apparently he was very much like that. And when he left and the new manager took over, they were all very like kind of cautiously optimistic about how what he was going to be like. And then obviously he's just been an absolute legend the entire time for well over 15 years. He's been the manager there, and built a huge community as a result, which is very good. I'm going to have a boast here. I do a really nice glow effects just with a brush. Oh, hell yeah. You can do amazing ones with a brush. I think only one of the ones I showed you then was airbrush. I think for it. And I feel like they all looked... They're great. I do love the being able to do... Again, it goes back to those kind of like tutorials and stuff you see, isn't it, online, and that a lot of people go, that you can only get this effect if you use these things. And you're like, nah. There's so many different ways you can get some cool skills. But yeah. The biggest thing turning me off is that the model should be fully painted before the OSL effect, meaning if I mess it up, it can be devastating. True, that is always a nerve-wracking thing, and I think that's why OSL is normally an advanced technique. Get the basics down and the fundamentals first, and then move on to the the more advanced techniques. I think I see, again, everybody's different, everyone learns differently, but I think if I was to forget all knowledge I had now and to learn again, I would be, or if someone's brand new to it, I would always say to them, focus on the fundamentals and the basics first. Master things like brush control, thinning and layering your paints, if that's the one you want to go down, or getting good effects using speed paints, depending on which way you want to do it. I would always, I would always say start with that first, and when you're, and basically get those fundamentals down. Once you've got the fundamentals down, then start looking at okay, I want to learn another skill. Pick that skill, focus on that skill, move on to something else. It's kind of one of those. If you're only 3.5 days into your painting and you're already looking at advanced skills like OSL, it's very much one of those. That's it. It is an advanced skill for a reason, so it can be very daunting. Not saying don't attack it, but I'm just saying just be, understand that, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. You've learned not to do it that way. That's always the upside. So that's always one of those things. And OSL can be really effective if dry brushed, and subtle is key. Is if you're painting as though in daylight. It's always a good way to look at it. Big LCD break. That's fair. That is fair. Taking that little breather, ain't nothing wrong with that. And hey Artemis, how you doing? I get the idea. I would have agreed, but there was no social media back then. No taking photos of the games and such as we do now. Still, we all got loads of painting done instead of homework. I've never heard of stores doing that. It's so bizarre. Well, sorry, no, I've heard of stores doing that, but nothing I've ever experienced of any store I've gone into. So I think the only rule that I ever had was it needs to be, if you're playing on the tabletop, he used to be pretty lax with the Forge World rules. You can run Forge World models, but then I think he was then kind of told that's kind of changing as an internal policy. So he had to kind of say on certain things we can't run Forge World models in the shop because you can't buy them in the shop, and that was only for a month, and then he was fine with it afterwards. But I think otherwise he was pretty good with all the rules. Just wanted people to come in and play and with their models, no matter if they're painted or not painted. Just wanted everyone to have a good time. That was why he is such a good store manager. Very much community first. And always super positive whenever you went in there. That was always a big factor. The epitome of somebody who was passionate and an ambassador for their hobby there. They knew what they wanted. They knew the type of community they wanted to foster, and when people stepped outside those rules, they were very firm to be no. And hi, Artemis, how you doing? Welcome on in. Wow, my thing just disconnected? Slightly. Are those the Salamander's Terminator? They are the Saturnine Terminators. This is the command squad here. So the Saturnine ones for Legions Imperialis. These are. They're very itty bitty, but we're getting through them. This is just the 4 command squad boxes that you get in the box that you get in the Saturnine command group box. So slowly building them up. I thought, could you get 4 in one? I might as well build all 4 at the same time, right? But they're so tiny. They're so little. Yeah, meow. Welcome back, Baleforge. Yeah, meow meow. Yeah. Stay. And at least they seem to go together fairly easily. So there's 44 bases worth of miniatures in this box. It's taken me, where are we at? An hour and 20 minutes to not even get 4 of those bases built. This is going to be a lot of building. I've got this. I can make it work. Can you use the Heresy Salamanders in 40k? Salamanders Terminators 40k, since the law they still have some. So there's no rules for using Saturnine Terminators in 40k as it stands at the moment, unless there's a Legends data sheet I'm not aware of. I think it's a Heresy only. Saying that, homebrew rules always exist, don't they? There's there's that whole thing in the new was it the Red Corsairs book that came out, where you can build your own like custom character. So I feel like if somebody is in old school Saturnine armor, there wouldn't be rules for it, but you could be like, it's an Artificer armor, it's a Relic armor or something. Could be kind of fun. I realise now you said that the Battle Force, not the regular box. Yes, yeah, this is the big box, the Battle Group is what I picked up. So I picked this up when it dropped. I think it was before Christmas. It's been a while. It's been on the side, and I was like, I will get to it. Yeah, it was this one. This is the one I've got. The old Battle Group. So it comes with 76 miniatures in total, which go across 44 different bases. So I got a lot to build. I feel sleepy, but there's a warhammer on my bed. Oh no! It's a decision. Do I nap, or do I nap on the floor or the sofa? Like I need to nap somehow, but where? Okay, we're almost there. And then the first 4 bases will be done. Built anyway, and then we can move on to the next set of minis. There we go. So close. Hey, Rusty, my friend, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Are you sleepy and full of meat as per usual Sunday? How are you, my friend? Let's get on that. Cool. I realise how you said the Battle for the regular one. Yeah, it's a good box. I just need to justify getting it. Well, the other grey is staring me down. Yeah, this was very much. I misunderstood. I thought it was a more of a limited kind of like run. Kind of new when they did the because there was like the battle groups, and then before that they had like the combat forces and the boxes for it. I thought it was one of the ones that was like, basically we've made X amount of thousands of these boxes, but once they're gone. I didn't realise it was going to be an evergreen product, so I kind of rushed and picked it up. So it's definitely been sat there since release, and I was like, oh no. But I'm trying to be good with getting through my stuff, so I made myself a plan at the start of the year to be, what do I want to achieve in the first quarter of the year? and on that is build this box. I was like, realistically, I want to build it, and then I can't remember what else I put in actually. Where did I put my book? Did I say build and paint, or was it just build? No, what did I put for my goals? The old Horus Heresy book, notepad. So I wanted to. There we go. So I wanted to. This was my little list. So I wanted to build my Legions Imperialis, the drop bods, the Saturnine battle group, and the finish off my Astartes supports. So I built the Mastodons, started and built those, and I've started. I haven't finished painting because I've got one Mastodon that needs a little bit more work on it, and then there was a few other bits that we were getting through. And I'm like trying to plan quarterly. I feel definitely helps my brain a little bit more rather than kind of planning like, oh, this month I'm going to do this. Because my brain doesn't work kind of month to month. Whereas quarterly, it's like, okay, so by the end of this month, I'd like to have this stuff done on the list. And I think that is achievable. I knew this month, this quarter, there wasn't a load to be done because February we focused just on the Miniatures for Mind mini. Which obviously was, for anyone who hasn't seen it, this is what we did in February for our charity event. We just did the Miniatures for Mind squig. So you were saying before about OSL being one of those effects where you have to fully paint the model and then do the next stage. The cell shading is exactly the same. It's rather terrifying. Like you have to fully paint it and then you got to go, right, time for the black lining. So we did that, which was good fun. I'm indeed full of meat and gravy. How are we doing? We're doing good, my friend. Doing good. Plodding along, getting some models built, which is always nice. I would love to do Legions, but my hands aren't steady enough. Ever since I had the seizure, they're too small. Oh no! That's always that must be tricky. Is that the sort of thing where you could get someone to build it for you? Right, if you want for it. Hey, Dadrin, how are you doing? I feel like you must know when we're doing epic scale minis because you're like, hello. How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I feel having like the shaky hands is always a tough one. There's a few people in the community who have shaky hands and things, and I do think it's something that I do like the fact that we are seeing more and more stuff now that allows for accessibility into the hobby from that point of view. Seeing more people do kind of like different types of paint styles or larger brush handles to help people and various things, which is really nice to see. I think we are getting better as a community, being much more accessible for people into the hobby, which is good. Diadrin! Sorry, I'm munching a jelly baby. Thank you so much for the 39-month sub, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How are you, my friend? I hope you are good. I can smell the epic minis. You knew it. You knew they were here. You're like, gimme, gimme. I'm trying to find where my super glue went. I think it'll be fine. I cannot seem to find it. I was like, where did you go? It was here somewhere, but plastic glue it is then. But yeah, but I hope is that I hope you're all on the mend now though Artemis, bless you. And let's go with. Get glued to the base. I'm just thinking actually before gluing those to the base, am I going to be able to paint these on the base depending on how crowded they get? Gonna make sure I can reach like all the areas. You have to spread them out quite a bit. It's going to be tricky. I don't think impossible, but I think tricky. Because it's odd from doing this where beforehand I was painting them all on sprue. I'm more tempted to maybe do that rather than glue them to the bases. I finished the 2 mechs I was working on. Nice one, Quishy. Smashing it. Oh yeah, I've learned to live with it and enjoy my time with it, but that's good then. That's really good. That was wonderful to hear. I'm trying to think now. Do I glue these to a sprue and paint them on sprue? Or do I glue them to the base? It's the cloak on the main captain guy is the one I'm most nervous about. If I get the positioning slightly incorrectly, I'm not going to be able to reach the cloak. I think I might go down the route of getting them ready to paint by putting them on the sprue. Which means I need to find my super glue. Where is my super glue gone? There it is. Yeah. Super glue! Oh, and next up we got the dreadnoughts. Excited for dreadnoughts. And do. So I need a piece of sprue. Got some laying around over here. And then I need a piece of sandpaper. Woo! Enjoy your beacon! It's your responsibility now, not mine! Welcome in, Basement Dweller. I hope you're well. Ooh. Put that on there. There it is. Look at this sandpaper. Let's go with the biggest grit I've got. I don't need anything too fancy. That'll do. And then I've got a spare bit of sprue here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to file down this top bit, and then I'm going to glue the guys with super glue to the top of here so I can paint them all, which I think is going to be the easiest way to do it. So I will just mute the mic so you don't have to hear the awful me sandpapering this. Awesome, there we go. That's nice and easy. I didn't want you guys having to hear the... Artemis has redeemed dad jokes. Oh, lordy. Oh, the dad jokes pop off. They've been terrible so far today. Even more terrible than normal. So I'm like, oh no, what are we going to get? Oh. And Mass Effect. Oh, I love Mass Effect. It is the one game system more than anything I wish so much that we had a tabletop army game for. We have the miniatures from the board game. They were a delight to paint up. If you hadn't seen those, we did Rex and stuff for them. They were really nice, but they're just kind of very much monopose board game miniatures. But they were very well done. They depicted the characters really well. So I'm like, ooh. They're very, very cool. Wow. But they were good miniatures. And it looks like the dad jokes went through, which means I'll have to grab the dad joke book in a second. Let me just glue these on first. I've never done the glue down thing. I've just painted them in my hand. Yeah, I feel like for the smaller miniatures, this is a good one to do. Normally I use if I'm painting something, I'll put them on a paint handle. But because these guys are so small, I feel like it makes a bit more sense to kind of get them spaced out a little bit on a piece of sprue. I don't think I'll fit them all on here. And the upside is with the super glue is once it's dried, it pretty much just snaps off because it doesn't melt the plastic. It creates like a bond seal in the middle instead. So for the smaller miniatures, yeah, I like all the Astartes we painted for the other units. I painted those on sprue. Let's get that on there. Yeah, just because it ended up being a bit... Because they're so small. Even if I was to put them on like one of my paint handles, they would just kind of fall off, especially these guys. They were so tiny. They're so much smaller than standard Astartes. Oh, thank you, Artemis. It was good fun to paint, and it's a reasonably priced board game to pick up. Let me grab it. Oops. And it comes with some good minis. So yeah, in terms of the board game that you can pick up for Mass Effect, it's this one here. It comes with this one here. It comes with 6 minis, a really cool kind of campaign book which has them like leveling up and like you play through the game. But the 6 minis you get the 2 versions of Shepard. So you have John Shepard, Jane Shepard. You get where's my brain going from this one? You get Rex, you get Garrus, you get Tali, and you get Liara. But it's set during the effects of... I think it's set during the missions of Mass Effect 2. Where you're basically hunting down Cerberus is the main enemy. And there's a couple of other things. But you can buy an expansion pack for it. You can buy an expansion pack for them to... get more minis, like Cerberus characters. There's some Geth husks. We've got Geth husks, Reaper husks and things like that. There's various things. So you can get those, which is always good fun. I wish they brought back all the spray paints they had. Made painting much easier. Which ones are you missing the most? Are you on about GW spray paints, like Incubi Darkness and things? If you haven't come across them, I would say check out Colourforge if it's available in your area. Or it's available online, which is normally pretty good. Colourforge, so this brand here, I use their glue. I have a lot of their spray cans. They have a whole list of loads of really nice coloured sprays from like various metallics and things. But they do a lot of selection of their stuff that's colour matched to Games Workshop paints as well. Or Warhammer paints, as they'll now be known, not Citadel colour. So they have like really nice ones. The Sunset and the Rune Brass here. Wait, is the Rune Brass not a thing anymore? Rune Lord Brass? I so thought it was. No way, I didn't realise that wasn't a thing. Yeah, the Avalanche Sunset, there's a Colourforge variant of that. Yeah, I didn't realise... where are we at? Where are we going? Yeah, so they do this over on Colourforge's website. So they talk about these are all the coloured sprays that they do. So they talk about ones that like if they're matched to like Citadel colour, Vallejo model colour, similar tones, or Army Painter. So they have a lot that are colour matched to Citadel colours. So their Sunset Yellow would be the same as Avalanche Sunset. So if that's the sort of colour you're after. And they're reasonably priced cans as well. You can normally pick them up for anywhere between £9.50 and £12, depending where you're buying it from. And they work great, and they're larger cans as well, so you tend to get a lot more spray out of them. But they're pretty readily available in most places now, Colourforge are. I didn't realise that Runelord Brass wasn't a thing anymore, though. Yeah, I didn't realise that wasn't a spray anymore. I thought it was... Yeah, I had no idea they'd kind of got rid of that. Sprays... Wait, I can't even see spray cans on their thing. Paint. Oh, it's because you have to filter it that way around. Spray... Yeah, what have we got? We've got OMG Dubs, you've got Xandri Dust, Retributor Armor. Why am I on the American one for some reason? Oh yeah, I didn't realise they'd phased out Runelord Brass. That's a shame. That is a shame. I hadn't realised they'd phased that out. You might get lucky and it might be laying around in a couple of like random LGSs. You might get lucky that they may still have stock in, that they're just waiting to clear out. Yeah, it's a real shame. And Death Guard Green is now temporarily out of stock. Are we going to see that phase out as well? I hope not. So, yeah. I'm wondering if it's just it didn't sell as well as they thought, I guess. It's weird. Because I remember they used to do, like, my favourite spray was always the Incubi Darkness spray. And then when they got rid of that, I was gutted. Absolutely gutted. But apparently, well, after speaking to my... some friends who work at the company, they were just saying, yeah, it just didn't sell well. It was like they were shipping out boxes to stores and they were staying in the stores for months and if not year plus, and they were like, yeah, if it's not selling, it's not worth us keeping it, which is always a shame because I was like, it was selling to some people, but I suppose business decisions, isn't it? It's always a tricky thing. Right, so that's those on there. Deciding how to put numbers on my orcs for Blood Bowl? Ooh. Are you putting them on the model or the base? And it would be question 1. And question 2 is, are you looking to hand paint or use the transfers? Let's do the next ones now. But yeah, check out, if you haven't seen them before though, Artemis Chair, Colourforge, you'll get a good colour match to Avalanche Sunset. I've got a few Imperial Fist playing friends who, when they got rid of Avalanche Sunset, they discovered that and they were like, oh, it's perfect. D. Will I get the all 4? I don't know if I'm going to get all 4 on here. Didn't really add that little bit there. Needed a bigger piece of sprue. Or like a lollipop stick or something. Fine. Shimmy this guy along slightly then. There we go. I did see that Citadel is going to be going through the rebrand. It is indeed, yes. We were chatting about that the other day. We were saying Citadel colour is now becoming Warhammer colour. Which is wild when you think about how long Citadel's been a thing for them. But I guess it's just one of those, isn't it? It's just time to, you know... I think it does make sense from a case of the way the company is now versus where it was at the start. It's Warhammer paints for Warhammer miniatures. Kind of makes sense. And I think like anyone who's ever worked in retail hospitality, I think fully resonated with that sketch they did as the video of like people coming up going, you know, oh, excuse me, I've been sent in to get some Warhammer paint, but I can only find Citadel paint. Oh, no, yeah, that's our brand of paint. Or the other side of it being, what was the other one? The people coming in and saying, used to get all the time, like, oh, I'm looking for Games Workshop miniatures, and it's like, yep, yeah, all their Warhammer stuff's upstairs. Like, no, I'm looking for Games Workshop miniatures. It's like, no, Warhammer miniatures. It's like, yeah, upstairs. That's all the stuff. No, Games Workshop, and you can imagine that's for miniatures, and the argument for paints and things. But yeah, the skit was very good. If you haven't seen it, it's on this article. It's really funny. It is a good laugh. But it very much speaks to anybody who has ever worked in retail or hospitality can attest to, yep, that's 100% been what we've all been through. It was a very well done. They have a NA store they got so I can buy them from. No, you're very welcome. I'm glad that you've got somewhere you can use them. Yeah, the Avalanche Sunset is a good match. Really, really good match. But if I saw the Saturnine Chonkers, I was like, dwarfs. Oh no! You're like, wait a minute, dwarfs. As long as it all tastes the same, that is true. That is very true. How did your game go today anyway, Diadrin? You said you're back from playing a game. How was it? And have you all recovered from the chaos and carnage that was Beachhead, or are you still riding that dopamine high from the event? I feel I've only got one confirmed event I'm going to this year. I need to book in a couple more in the diary. But I need to go to more. There we go. They are all ready to paint. So, okay, that is technically 4 bases of miniatures ready to paint. Okay, we're slowly ticking through. Only took me an hour and 45 minutes. Next up, Dreadnoughts. Yeah, so once that dries, I can prime them up on there and paint them up pretty easily, which would be nice. Or the different names of the corp shenanigans is, as far as I understand, what the different chonkers, chonkies. The where am I at? True, yeah, different names. Yeah, sorry, my brain went to these, not the conversation about the Warhammer paints. Yeah, I think that was probably it, wasn't it? I'm wondering if the trademark for Citadel or the kind of like ended or something, or if it something. I don't really know. I think it makes sense though. I've seen them get a lot of hate about it, which baffles me. Like, this is ridiculous, I'm never going to use your paints anymore, like, rah. So, and I'm like, they're literally changing the label. The paint is exactly the same, everything else is the same, they're just changing the label. And like, I went up to Warhammer World, and I went up to Warhammer World on yesterday. My brain was like, when did I go? Yesterday. And they still all the Citadel paints everywhere, so it's like, you know, the new name is coming out at some point. I think it does make sense. I think people are just people don't like change, do they? That's always the way. But yeah, because they obviously had what, Citadel miniatures, Citadel colors, Forge World, and they're slowly bringing everything kind of under the Warhammer umbrella, aren't they? Which makes sense. That is what they do. It's why they rebranded the shops. No, I mean, except for Wales. Wales already had the shops called Warhammer stores. So yeah. Oh no, I get weapon options. Ah no, I want weapon options. I'm gonna have to check rules before I see weapon options. Let me grab the rulebook because I don't know if I can have mishmatches. Give me a sec. Very confused. I don't know where my rulebook went. I have a shelf of all my rulebooks on the side, and I was like, where are my rulebooks? Oh, it's right. It was here the whole time. I didn't have to leave the room. I was like, I'd thought ahead earlier and must have brought them through. And I was like, nah, I'll leave them on the shelf. I won't need them. People don't like change and they like to whinge online. That is true. That is incredibly true. Back in the day, they had some mini split out to Marauder, which was Trish and Ali Morrison. Ah, there we go. Okay, I didn't know that. But a little bit before my time on that one, I think. Yeah, 100% people hate and love change. It's bizarre. That's it. It's like the two things that all hobbyists want. Change and for things not to change. It's always the way. Right, the Dreadnought detachment can have... Each model has one of the following. A heavy plasma bombard, a disintegrator cannon, or a graviton pulverizer and an inversion beamer. It's okay, so disintegrator cannon. Okay. So I feel it shouldn't be too difficult to tweak these around. It should be fairly straightforward. That's fine. I'll make this work. My original intercessors didn't come with weapon options, just the bolt guns. Were they the push fit ones? Yeah, Mama raised a complainer, not a quitter. There's definitely a lot of that. Yeah. I want new things, the same as older ones, but slightly different. Be original. I know, that's always it, isn't it? It's literally the carnage that always happens. It's like, why can't you do something original? Wait, but you said you didn't like what we had before. Yeah, but go back to it. It was the best. Yes, the original ones from the Dark Imperium box set, the Intercessors, the ones with the Death Guard. Yeah, they just had bolt guns before they were able to have a choice between, was it bolt rifle, assault bolt rifle, is it the bolt carbine? And then they could have the auxiliary grenade harness on it as well, couldn't they? Yeah, I got a lot of those because a lot of people were buying it for the Death Guard rather than the new Intercessors. So I was like, oh, I'll take the Intercessors off your hands. So that's what a lot of mine are like these. Of my classic, nothing too fancy, just like they get the job done. Intercessors, they get the job done. Or whereas now you get fancy things like these guys who can do loads of different things now. Different weapon poses and different options. So much different stuff. Stay. Put these back on the shelf. Okie dokie, right. Saturnine Dreadnoughts. Oh, these are going to be big. How many do I get in the box? So I know roughly how many I need to build. I get 8! 8 in the box. Oh, lordy. Well, I feel this makes sense to build 4 one way and 4 the other way, right? That seems to make sense to me. So let's do this. Let's do it. Do it. Okay. Wow, they are massive. I reckon these are going to be like... I mean, an Imperial Knight is about the size of a Primaris Space Marine in Legions. So these will be pretty large. I remember Grey Hunters were wild back in the day. Space Marines, that sort of a tactical... but they had access to chainswords, bolters, and bolters wild times. Yes. Yes. It was very cool. Yeah, I miss the whole like tactical Marines having such a big selection of weapons, but I kind of get to some degree why they shifted, because it was a little bit like you know, kind of like to more fixed, not necessarily fixed pose, but more kind of like fixed minis. So I think this is the same kit for both builds. So getting these built off. Oh god, there's so many optional options. Have you seen this is to build one of these guys. Why is the foot 3 parts? Loyal World Eaters? Oh, what, my guy back here? Where are we at? These guys that we're talking about. Oh no, these were our Mind Marines. So these were quartered in the colours of the Mind charity. But I suppose they could have kind of been Loyal World Eaters. Now you said it. To be fair, in the whole blue and white, I can get that. I can get that logic. Good question. Why was the head for Horus Heresy Centurions 2 parts? Because GW. They're like, you want more parts? I'll give you more parts. Okay, right. So I need 14, 15, 16, and 11, 12, 13. Okay. Oh, good lordy. So 15, 13. Oh no, why did that fall on top of each other? I don't know which one was which. $15, 13. 12 goes with 13, and that goes on our part 11. So that's that one over there. So that's that leg. And then this one is part 14. Oh, good lordy. Oh, good lord. There's so much more stuff on here. That's that one with 12 and 15 and 16. 16. There. Okay, so not too bad, not too bad. I thought it was going to be a lot more. So that's legs and stuff for one guy so far. I feel like I might have to do these 2 at a time rather than having too much stuff on the tabletop, but I'll see how I do. Ooh. I do find that, speaking of like Loyal World Eaters, I feel like it is an unexplored bit of lore that I'd like to see something happen with at some point, where the fact that Belisarius Cawl has access to all 20 gene seeds. So he has basically in stasis. He has all 20 legions worth of intercessors. So he's got basically like massive army versus what like kind of hidden in stasis really. And Gulliman has told him he's not allowed to use them, so he's gone okay. And it's like I don't know how long that'll last for. Because Gulliman's nervous about using intercessors based on traitor gene seed, which I think is kind of interesting. I do like the idea that there is a logic here somewhere that effectively, at some point, if Gulliman's really up against it, he could unleash a giant section of a giant army, if he so chose. Of stuff. And I'm intrigued to know if the Lion is aware of this. I'll see, because they don't see eye to eye on everything, so I'm kind of intrigued to know. Be a cool bit of lore if we knew what was going on there. Wait, Cawl occasionally listens to Gulliman? Yeah, there's a great bit of story about it in the Dark Imperium book, where it's he's basically Belisarius Cawl in one of the kind of like the communications to Gulliman. He just sort of goes, it's like, would you like me to, in his robotic voice, like, would you like me to activate the rest of the gene seeds? And he's like, no, we shall not. We shall only use the ones I've given you permission for. and very much chastises him very brutally for it. And it's like, ooh. But it is an interesting thought there that Guilliman could potentially do quite a lot of work if he so wanted. Could really change things if he wanted. Same thing again though, isn't it? I have an infinite options for posability with one part. Yeah. Well, been toying with the idea of dabbling with some fallen ultramarine Primaris Marines, and yes, I have an ultramarine force. Ooh. Some fallen ultramarine Primarisons. Well, we have had the first instance, haven't we, of a Primaris chapter going traitor. It was the is it the Brazen Drakes? There was a bit of lore where basically on the route to a planet which had defied Imperial doctrine, when they were en route to the planet and they intercepted a communication where basically they realised that the guy who'd made himself Lord Regent of the planet was a Primaris Space Marine who basically defied Imperial doctrine for it. And on the ship was a detachment of Custodes. And basically the Custode basically just listens to the communication and decides at that moment every single member of the chapter is a traitor. And murders everyone on the ship. It is a wicked piece of lore. Like, kills everybody. They then, kill everyone on the planet. Done. Erased from history. Done. And it's like, whoa! Like, the Custodians were like, been there, done that, seen this story, not again. So they didn't fall to chaos. They just fell. They just turned against the Imperium, if that makes sense. They defied the Imperium. I'm trying to remember what the story it was from. Kind of going where are we at? What was it? It was the. I'm trying to remember what it was. I can't remember where the story came from. I'll have to find it later on, and I'll put it in the Discord. It's a really fun story. Yeah, basically that. Did a bit of a Huron Blackheart kind of like sort of thing. So that's very much it. They went renegade, didn't they? That's very much what they did. They didn't fall to chaos. They just basically wanted to operate outside of Imperium rules, and the Custodians were like, no. Like, we saw this in the Heresy, we saw this in the Badab War. Nope. Like, no. Would you like milkshake again? He's bored of me. Oh, bless. Does he want to come in, does he? Let me clear his... I've piled a load of stuff on his pillow. Give me a second. Yeet. Oh, let me come get him. I'll let him in. Jacobs! You coming back in? Hello. Whoa. The star of the stream has arrived. Again, second arrival. It's the second coming of Milkshake. Move some stuff out of the way now. I didn't think he was coming back in, so I put stuff in places. There he is. It's my phone. You can't have that. You probably could. Meow. There you go. He's getting some pets. Oh, did I not do the dad jokes? My apologies. They did go through. I did see them. For some reason, I thought I did them. Where are we at? Where's my dad joke book gone? Oh, it's over here. It's behind the shake. Right. Dad jokes. Oh, hey, yo, Milkshake. Hello. I helped my dad recently install a new window in his living room. It was such a pain. Oh. The fact that our planet fully rotates in 24 hours really makes my day. Being such a loud boy. Where are we at? Here, buddy. What are you doing? No, there's no snacks there for you. Oh. I once saw a man at the beach yelling, "Help! Shark!" Which for me was so strange. If I needed help, a shark would be the last person I'd be calling for. Oh no. Ow! He's swatting me. Hello, little guy. Is it because you want some treats? Because you know I've got a couple of bonkers left over here. There we go. What do we got here? Why did the camera get sick from its meal? It had too much raw footage. Why did ducks make terrible doctors? They only practice quack medicine. Oh, good lord. Oh. I'll keep it duck related as well. Why do ducks have feathers? It's to cover their butt quacks. There we go. My apologies, Artemis. I hadn't realised I hadn't done them. I'm so sorry. There you go. Enjoy your dad jokes. I should have reminded him this is painful. That is it. That's what's the one. Really stayed on the bill with those ones. Whee! Oh. Right, where are we at? Guns. I gotta build the guns for this. Let's take it to the gun show. Okay, so I've got the arms. 27. 28. So I've got the arms over here. It was 28, 28. There it is. I am now building the small versions of these. My brain is going, you need a full-size one. I'm like, I used to have a full Dreadnought army where I had every version of Dreadnoughts. Because in Blood Angels, you could run... You can have the Librarian Dreadnought and a Chaplain Dreadnought as your characters. You could then run Death Company Dreadnoughts and Feroso Dreadnoughts. You then had the Standard Dreadnoughts. And then I picked up a Leviathan Dreadnought from Forge World. So I had like a whole Dreadnought army, which was so much fun. But then the Chaplain and the Librarian Dreadnought don't exist anymore, which is really sad. I loved having a Psychic Dreadnought in a box. It's like it's Psycho in a box who could fly. You could give a Dreadnought fly. It was so much fun. They don't exist anymore. So I'm like, oh. Right, what weapons do I have here? So I've got either heavy plasma bombard. Oh, right, I get it now. So there's basically you can make one of each per sprue, but you can't make, say, two plasma cannon ones. Oh, that makes sense. No, that's fair. And then, what did it need? There was a specific order the weapons went in. So they can have Dreadnoughts, a heavy plasma bombard, and a disintegrator cannon. Okay. Which, wait, it does make me wonder, though. Unless I'm missing something, because the box art does show that they could all have plasma bombards and disintegrator cannons. So am I missing something on this sprue? Am I missing like an extra weapon sprue or something? I don't think I am. So that's the plasma. I don't think I have an additional plasma on here. I wonder if that's an artwork issue. Yeah, I definitely can't see where that would be the case. Yeah, because the back of the box definitely looks like it can have... Yeah, because the back of this box looks like they can all have plasma. So don't think that is the case. So it's all 8 of them with plasma and disintegrator cannons, but I don't think they actually give you enough options on the sprue for that. Naughty, naughty. We could give it to 4, and the other 4 would have to have the other weapon choice. And... Ooh. That goes there. Part 26. Yeah, I definitely can't see anywhere else I could grab another plasma cannon from. Okay. On there. So all that's left on there now is just the normal Saturnine Terminator squads. So all of that for 2 dreadnoughts, and I've got to do that 3 more times. Oh. Oh. I didn't realise Wednesday had a second lot through. We'd had our second lot through. The anti-dad joke cure is failing today. I know, yeah, really. I could say you're over your Mallardy. Oi. I got a Chaplain. Yeah, Chaplain dreadnoughts were good. They were really, really good fun. Because they could give the litanies to anyone in a certain aura area, which was good. I think it was 4th edition where I had a jump captain with jump veterans, all with lightning claws, and they never failed to kill what they charged. Yes! I had my my Slam Guineas in, I think it was like 7th edition. So you could have I think it's actually some down here somewhere. I converted him out of a Stormcast. He could take a Storm Shield and a Thunder Hammer. And he had a special a jump pack, which meant that he couldn't be overwatched and he could reroll his charges as a relic. You then gave him the relic Thunder Hammer, which meant that he always fought first, back when initiative was a thing. So you would just have him just go around the board with a 3-up invulnerable save from the Storm Shield, but he couldn't be overwatched, and he would just basically drop Deep Strike in and just charge. And he was a captain, so he had rerolls of 1s to hit and to wound. And he was just absolutely with this. He would just go around the board and he would just absolutely destroy everybody with the Thunder Hammers. It was so much fun. It was like everyone would be like, "Kill it! Kill the Slamguineas!" It was that, and I used to have a Terminator with a Storm Shield. Back when Terminators could take... Librarian Terminators used to be able to take Storm Shields. They can't anymore. Well, they couldn't for a while. They might be able to now. I don't know. And I used to love just deep striking him somewhere. I mean, like, he's just going to cast a load of spells. And he's got a Storm Shield, so what are you going to do? He's in 2-up armor save with a 3-up invulnerable save. My ADHD could not handle cutting out more than 1 at a time. I'm kind of like, I'm not sure if I should be... I'm a bit lost right now whether or not I should be doing... Should I do the other sprues at the same time like I did with the other squad? Or should I just focus on the dreadnoughts, 1 or 2 dreadnoughts at a time, because they are much larger? So I've got 3 more of these to cut out. And then I would just like build them all in stages together. It's a lot of snipping. I might do I might do the second sprue and then do the other 2 sprues together. I feel like that means I can do 4 dreads at once. I feel that feels like the right way to do it because I've got the spaces here for them without me over cluttering up my workstation. I think that would be the one. So I've got Dreadnought 1, Dreadnought 2, and there'll be Dreadnought 1, Dreadnought 2. I think that's how I'll do it. So very much production lining today. This is it. I wanted to get stuff built, so like there's 76 models totaling 44 bases in this box. So if I can, I'm hoping to get at least half done. That's the goal. And so far I've done 8. Well, I've done, what did we do? We did 12 models. No, 16 models? How many were on that sprue? 12. 12 models so far. So we're making progress, slowly. The problem now is, now I've built 1, I reckon I can go off script a bit and snip out the bits as I find them. So I'm like, oh, good lordy, he's going off script. You might get two dreads at once. Don't do any more. No. Same. I think we'd be lost into the void. The ADHD are like, nope, they're gone. They're gone right now. That's fair. So I don't need 8. So leg 8. With leg 11, which was already confusing. No, leg 8, sorry, no, leg 5. Where's leg 5? There it is. And then leg 5 needs 6 and 7. That seems to make sense. 6 and 7. The other leg needs 9 and 10. Again, this was making sense. Oh yeah. Still gonna need cleaning up. It suddenly just got really, really chilly. Being warm under a blanket is making it difficult to return to productivity. Oh no! You're just like, it is snug time. It is the time of the snug. He's lost already, I know. I feel like I was getting lost already. 14 and 11. And then 15 and 16 attached to 14, 15, 16. Again, this makes sense. It's making sense. And this one is 12 and 13. Let's go on that. So then we've got weapons to build. So, plasma. You got me with that then. You got me with that. I was like, what is the noise? Classic confusion noise. I normally watch that at least once a year. I haven't rewatched it yet, so maybe that's where it needs to go on my rewatch list. Good old bit of Death Note. Thank you for the biddies, Verity. It's very kind of you. Ooh. What's over there? Disintegrated cannon. To be fair, you say that about it feeling chilly. It has just seemed to have dropped a little bit. The fella here, I was just thinking, that blimey, that's gone a little bit cold. Okay, we're nearly there to clean these guys up, ready for painting, ready for gluing. So yeah, those were much faster than the first ones. Now I knew roughly what I was doing. Right, now the boring bit, tidying up, which I think I will do simultaneously as I'm gluing them together, because I feel that's going to be the easiest way. Oh no, that's not going to work. I immediately looked then and went, no, that's not going to go together until I clean that off. It's not even mold lines, it's just the bits from the clippers. There we go. And of course, a reminder that we are back on a normal showcase this week. We did our fun Palooza showcase last week, where we for the competition for everyone to paint up their minis based on the blue and white theme. We're back on a normal showcase this week. So if you've got anything that you want to show off in the if we finished work, !Sunday, and for your finished models, and obviously check the rules before you post. You got about 2 hours before we close that down and start going through it. It's plenty of time. Do. Thank you very much, Corvus. Wow. Let's go there. Chicken's having a good lickers, pawsies. I worry sometimes that's really audible next to the mic, but I don't think you guys can ever hear it. I think I've got it angled just enough that you can't hear Milkshake just going my foot. Yum. Oh, I'm sorry, did I offend you? He's like, outrageous father. How dare you? Do. Now, do you want another couple of treats? I think I've got a couple more. I got the last two for you, little man. Last two I have laying around in this room. I don't know where your other pack of your treats went, because they used to be in here. We had a pack in here for stream, and then a pack in for the front room for when you needed them. Ooh. There you go. He's like, yeah, treats. He's a little angel. He deserves all the treats. He's been a little exploring boy the last few days, Milkshake has. He's been exploring areas he's been exploring areas that he's never previously explored, including he has figured out he has figured out, bless him, if he nudges the chair that I'm sat on, if he nudges it in the right way, he can jump on it and jump onto the desk. And it's like, well, that's a new fear that we need to figure out, because I often leave stuff on the desk and he's never gone on the desk before. So I'm like, oh no. Hey, Spitfire Miniatures, how are you doing? Have you ever put a Monument Hobbies primer through an airbrush? I haven't, not a Monument Hobbies one, unfortunately. There are plenty of other primers, but just not a Monument one. Is it is it going through too thick or too chalky, or how's that going? Nah, I haven't used it yet. Just trying to see if other people have, because I'm paranoid about breaking my new airbrush. That is fair. That is fair. You think you spend a lot of money on an airbrush and you sort of go, No, that's a fair point. Yeah, my first airbrush I ever had, luckily it was a cheap one. But first time I used it, it completely fell apart. I was like, one of those, and it was just because it was a cheap airbrush. But when I bought my Harder and Steinbeck one, that was like a dream. They're more robust than you think, as long as you don't like snap the needle or you're too aggressive with it. They're pretty robust. I think the bit that I always fall over with the airbrushes is remembering to, every time I think I've fully cleaned them after using them, I'm like, oh no. It's like, it turns out I didn't clean them well enough. But yeah. I mean, is it a ready for airbrush primer, or is it just a just like their standard primer out of the bottle? Hopefully, if it's a ready to airbrush, it shouldn't be too tricky. It's airbrushing too, apparently, but I've never used it. Should hopefully find. Do you have any flow improver and thinner kind of to hand, just in case it is a little on the thick side of it? Also, as well, is this your first time using an airbrush, or just the first time using a new airbrush? Because I feel like if it's stuff that if you've been airbrushing for a while, or you've just got a new shiny toy, then I'm sure you probably know most of the stuff. But if it's first time airbrushing, any help I can provide, always happy to do so. We've got a lovely, knowledgeable community here as well, who will always fill in any gaps. No corruption. Blanky time is always the best time. You've got corrupted Corvus into now being in Blanky time. Nah, absolutely right. No corruption there. Just chilling. Just chilling and vibing. Do. Ooh. Oh, they're so small, these models. And that's what I wanted for these epic scales, but sheesh. They're tiny and super detailed. Dangerous combination. Get back here, you. I've still got so many more to do of them. The downside of picking up the box with loads of models in it. Its upside is, well, hey, I've got loads of models and I saved a little bit of money. Downside is, oh no, I've got loads of models. Like, oh no. Right. I feel like as well, because I've got 4 more of these dreadnoughts to build, I'm gonna like be doing the same thing after I've built these ones, and someone's gonna come in and go, wow, I popped in here an hour ago, he's in the exact same spot he was before. This guy's slow. And I'm gonna be like, it's fine. Dun. So where are we at? We've got an hour and a half away from what we think GW is going to announce on the order Sunday up for pre-orders next week. What are we all thinking? I'm kind of hoping for Heresy Custodes. But I know that there is a big old backlog of 40k in AOS that we're expecting them to drop. Not really had anything for Necromunda in a little while. Now I think about it. Hey, Red Tails, welcome on in. How you doing? The last 40k bits for Adepticon. Yeah, I feel like we got to see some of that before it drops. Like maybe the Eye of Terror book. Maybe. Because Adepticon's not next week, the week after, isn't it? Wow, we are flying through this month. Is it next week? It's the 26th, isn't it? So 2 weeks. Yeah, 26th. Oh, 25th, 26th. So you've still got... So whatever they announce now, this week, they've still got 3 announcements, so including today, before they do Adepticon. So you've got 3 weeks to release what's missing. So what we waiting on? We're waiting on the stuff from Eye of Terror, which is like the Defiler and things like that. We've got... what else do we have? We have... all the Iron Warrior stuff. Twin Lancemen are for pre-order already, so they're all good. Yeah, the Eye of Terror book. We've got the Age of Sigmar Daughters of Cain book that they announced last week. Individual releases for Cathay. Battlesqueak mentioned that earlier, and that's a valid point. What else we got? I don't think we're waiting on anything for Legions. Heresy is Custodes. What else we got? Trying to think what else. Hey, Super Weasel, how you doing, my friend? Welcome on in. I'm glad you are all good, Red Tails. I'm glad you're all good. What are you getting up to today? Let's get these done. I expect Daffy Duck with Chippendale wielding a lightsaber or fighting Harry Potter on the Starship Enterprise while Gandalf says live long and prosper. I feel like it's the wrong... There's so many licensing issues they'd get into so much trouble for. Ultimately, give the Daughters of Cain. You want the Daughters of Cain? Give.
Hello there.
Weeaboo! How are you, my friend? How are we? How you doing? Hello. How are we doing? Are you all recovered from yesterday? I went up to visit the lovely Warhammer world. The pleasure of the company of Super Weasel, Weeaboo Flanders, and Georgia Lyon from the chat. It was a glorious, lovely day. I definitely picked myself up a few goodies. She was very naughty of me, but I was like, hey, when you're at Warhammer World, right, and it's a store anniversary, you got to pick up some of the fun anniversary minis, right? It's kind of the way it works. So, waiting for my wallet to forgive me. Oh no, what for yesterday? Oh no. It wasn't that bad. I've seen you spend more at Warhammer World. That's the main thing. But yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm all good. How about you? I'm doing good. Yeah, very good. Just kind of excited to... I wasn't sure what to work on today, so I was like, you know what? I'm going to crack on and make some good progress on the Saturnine Legions Imperialis box. I was going to do some painting, and then I was like, well, I'm in a nice stopgap at the minute where if I've got a painting project on As in, like, I've got about 3 or 4 I can start, and I know I want to start them. But I was like, ooh, I'll take a build stream today and kind of take a breather. So, like, yes. But Super was doing good. I just got back from the gym. Whee. Nice. Oh, it's a big stretch for me. Big stretch. Whoa. Milkshake just that side eye he gave the camera then. Okay, right. Let's build this stuff. So we start with the front panel and this thing. Locks in there. Oh, cool. That's cool. Do. I need to get my hotel sorted for Games Expo and Salute. Ooh, better be quick. They can get very expensive very quickly. As soon as the hotels cotton onto there's an event, they're like, whoa. Very nice meme shake. He was very meme shaking indeed, wasn't he? And he's all in here. Is it wild that this is only half of the dreadnoughts that come in this box? This is wild. So many dreadnoughts. So many. Let's build the body up now. Okay. Torso. He's like torso 1, torso 2. Do. Stay. Yeah. And for Games Expo, we usually stay in the city centre. We have an apartment hotel we've been using since 2015. Well, that's good that you got a regular one on there to use. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, staying in the city centre. Like, you just getting the train to the event every day, isn't it? The amount of money you'd save rather than staying at, like, Resorts World or something is worth it. Ooh. Oops. Knocked over a bunch of stuff. Right. Tiny legs now. I've got to build all these tiny legs. Right, so the leg goes on that side, and then you go... So there's a front and back bit, okay. So, front bit, and the back bit. I mean, they're very cool, these legs and all, but they're like, it's a lot of parts. Just a leg. It's like, so many parts. Also, batch cooks and frozen meals, which is better for the sensitive tum-tum. That's fair. Yeah, especially if you've got any dietary requirements, it's always... Although, credit where credit's due, Birmingham's got some good old eateries for it. And I think places are getting better and better now. Allergens and intolerances, I think. back in the day when I was chefing. I remember like the first time I came across somebody who handed one of the celiac disease cards where they sort of said, unfortunately, this is everything I can, and it was, remember it being the most polite thing ever, and they sort of said, they gave it to the front of house staff member. They came and they said, okay, we've got someone in, they've given us a card for their allergens because if they've got celiac disease, what can we do for them? And I read the card, and I remember being sort of like, the card was incredibly polite, going, I really am sorry, like, if there's nothing you can serve, that's completely fine, blah blah blah, or whatever. And I was like, I'm going to make the best meal I can possibly make right now. You're going to have a great time. It was so rare. I was like, do it. This is so polite. Day. Right, legs. Oh no, they're meant to be stepping forward. That's the whole point. I thought I'd put the leg on wrong, and it hasn't. They're meant to be stepping forward. 100% regarding Brum food places, though. Although some of our fairs have gone over the... Yeah. It's tough. It's tough, like, everywhere's... places are closing now, aren't they? Which is always a shame. It's tough old times. It's a tough time to be in any industry, really, but especially retail hospitality. It is tough. A lot of friends in a lot of precarious positions, which is always nerve-wracking. Still a bit bodega after all these years. I didn't realise I remember you were telling me it was going. I was like, what? Wait, is it going? Wait, is it gone, or is it just that you miss it from being in Brum? Wait, I was panicking for a minute then. Wait, was that the one I was thinking that was going? Or was I thinking of somewhere else? My brain was very confused for a moment. It closed years ago. It was on the close. I was like, yeah. Does mean you get to find new places and occasionally find some new gems. That is true. That is true. Oh, there's some good stuff. There is good stuff in Birmingham. It's where they film. Where they're filming as well. The newer seasons of MasterChef. Or they've moved the studio into Birmingham in Digbeth, which is really cool. Oh, Digbeth, yeah, it's got Hanbao. Hanbao was a good time. Good burgers. Now I'm like, food. Oh no, the hunger is striking. No. Okay, right, time to glue legs on. Oh yeah, little guys, they're coming together. Oh. There's also these are in so many parts and so detailed, but the same. Oh my god, I know, right? My brain is like, I've still got 4 more of these to build. Not to mention the actual Saturnine Terminator squads, and then the vehicles, which are just a ridiculous amount of parts. But I love building the planes because they're a big fan of. I was one of my favorite. What got me into painting in this scale was Legion's Imperialis. It's always the one I was like, ooh. So the idea that those scales still exist now is great. Oops. Okay, Milkshake. Milkshake was very confused. He just heard outside noise and was like, what the hell was that? Like, you got to admit, like, whoever the design team behind, like, either designing these minis from like the ground up or scaling them down or however they've done them, they deserve all the awards and all the praise. These are phenomenal. Seriously impressive how much they can do with something so small. Right, so now I'm going to build the weapons. I feel like I haven't done a build stream in ages as well. This is really nice. So there's something very therapeutic about the building, isn't it? Because you just like, it's just process, isn't it? Move on, next thing. Move on, next thing. Right, how does this thing go together? This looks a little bit more complex. I think these two glue together. No, I hate the building. It stresses me out. Oh no! You're happy? I'll happily do your building then, and you can just do all your amazing painting. Feels like that's a good trade. Because I do find the building sometimes is very like satisfying as a process. Oh, such a good song, Deep Stone Lullaby. Oh. It's every time Deep Stone Lullaby comes on, it makes me realize how much I miss playing Destiny. But I'm also like, I just every time I load it back up and I jump back on it to kind of play it, it just doesn't feel like it has the same magic anymore, which is really sad. Just for me anyway, not for what I'm after anyway, which is always sad. Put so many hours into that game. I loved it. Do. Ah. Low does the prep. I then build her minis and then she primes mine in exchange. That feels like a good trade. It's a fair trade. It's like, let's do this. Let's make it work. I missed a bit of a flash on there. And gone. Yeah, I feel like the building is one of those, like, I have to be in the mood to build. If it's like, I haven't got anything to do, I could build a mini. If that itch to build isn't there, I'm like, ugh. But when nothing else quite scratches the itch. If I'm in the mood to build, like, there's no point in painting because I want to build. Oh, hey, buddy. What's up? You voicing your opinions on building or not building? That was a loud noise. What are you doing? Do you want to go on the windowsill, but my paints are in the way? I've opened the window a crack as well so we can get some air through. Bless him. He just likes to stare out the window. There's a lot going on out there at the minute. People walking past. He's being a nosy little sausage. So I'm wondering though, do we think we're going to see Big Perturabo announced at Adepticon? I hope so. I feel like I'm excited to see his model. And I just kind of want him to be like a massive hench armor thing. I always think to build one, paint one. Having too many built really throws me off. That's impressive, those who can do that. I find like I try with some projects and then I'm like, oh. But a lot of the time I'm just like, I've got things, I want to build them. I feel like it's one of those, if I'm in the mood to paint and I haven't got anything to paint, if that makes sense, my brain's like, oh, well, that mood's gone now. It's always a tricky thing. And was like, oh no. So I always have to have a couple of things built, just so like if I'm ready to build, I'm ready. If I'm in that mood, if it strikes me like, okay, cool, I want to paint now. I've got something to hand. But everybody hobbies in their own way, don't they? That's it. There's no right or wrong way to hobby. You know, I've got friends with far larger piles of potential in the background than I have, who are just like, what's they want to do? Are you off, Milkshake? Milkshake's back off again. He's like, I want to leave this room now. Let me let him back out. Oh, he's been a right little stressy boy. Oops. What's that again? There you go. Chug, chug, chug. Thank you for that hydrate, boot on. Wow, there we go. Big old swig of water. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Oh, almost got these 4 done. So I've still got, though, it means I only have about an hour before the preview from G-Dubs to see if I can get a few more bases done. Because with these, it means I've only done 8 bases. I mean, it's 20 miniatures, but it's only 8 bases. So I'm like, oh no. Still got a lot to try and do if I want to try and hit those targets today. To getting half the box done. But if I don't hit it, hey, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it is. How dare I? No! Ooh. I'm good. I'm trying to think what to do. What are the options? What are the options? Oh, these guys are so small. They're so detailed, but so small. Right, so plasma goes over here. Oh, wow, I just realised how misaligned I've made that plasma cannon. Oh, good, that's terrible. How did I miss that up so much? It's really bad. Day. Build the Breaker Boys, play Monster Hunter, or look at Reddit. Ooh, options. Are you in a building and painting mood, or a gaming mood, or what's taking your fancy, or just an unwind and chill mood? All of those things are options. All of those are valid. I have a weird feeling that we're going to see Plastic Titans in 40k 11th. I would love that. I feel like we wouldn't be far. I think the big defining moment is going to be if they do a plastic Night Porphyron. That's kind of the big deciding factor. If they can put together a plastic Night Porphyron who's the largest of the Imperial Knights still in resin, then I feel like that would be the case. I think, though, for them to be in Plastic Titans, they're going to have to really come down in price for people to grab them. And I suppose it's something we've discussed on stream before. Is like, is there a need for Plastic Titans? It'd be cool to see. I fully agree. It'd be really cool to see. But do we think that GW will move away from, because of the money that's required to you drop on a Titan? Is it? Do people want it to be resin? It's a tricky thing, isn't it? It's a tricky thing. So, but yeah, and it would have to be there's a lot of like sculpt and design and strength that goes into it. That would be the key part. Is the model going to be strong enough to hold all that weight? There's a lot of thoughts to it. So it wouldn't surprise me that we would get one. I think if we were to start, it would start with the Warhound. Would be the logical option if they were to do it. We've talked about this quite a lot on stream. We think it would start with the Warhound. And then, what else we got? Yeah, start with the Warhound and then obviously move on. I think they have to tackle the Night Porphyron in plastic first, because that is massive. It's huge, the Night Porphyron versus the other Knights. I think they'd have to start with that first up. If they can nail that, because of all the intricacies and how it's structured, I think we'll see Plastic Titans. Plastic ones. And I think they would probably be... How much is a Warhound these days? How much is a Warhound these days? And... So it's 450 for the body. So it's 45350 for the body. And then you add on the guns, the weapons that you need. Because this is one of the things that you'd have to factor in as well with the sprue and the injection molding. Titans are very much, you buy the body and then you buy the weapons that you want. So do they do a larger, more expensive sprue kit, which has all of the weapon options? Or do they do two different versions of the Titan? Is the question there. Do they look at the two different versions of the Titan? Where they go, this is the version with Inferno Cannon and Las Destructor. This is the one with the Mega Bolter and the Plasma Bolt Gun. The Blast Gun sort of thing. It would be interesting to think how they do it. So... And then I think if you were to look at the fact that this is all together, so this is 450 plus what, 55 on average, £55 for a weapon option. So that means the total value for you to have this full kit in resin, you're talking what, £650 give or take. So for this to be in plastic, you'd probably be looking somewhere between, depending on how many they can produce. That's the big thing with Titans. This is the big thing with the Titans, is they are very much not necessarily made to order, but they're made in resin because they're made in small batches. That's the big part of it. It's like the Hierophant and all the things like that. They're made in small batches. Anything that has to be injection molded is normally made in a much larger batch. So they'd have to be like, well, we're going to have to... The bigger the batch, the cheaper they can do it, because they get the more use out of the mold. So it's very much like a big back and forth of kind of like, what price do they sell this at in plastic to get the return for the small amounts of people who will buy it? Because that's the big thing. There's not a lot of people who will have you know, 300 quid. Say if it's half price, 325 quid. 650 for everything now, half the price, which is an insane drop in price. Just for example, you'll be looking then what 350 quid. Who has that to drop on minis, on a mini more specifically? I think that's what you've got to kind of take into consideration on that one. It would be lovely to see. I'm not saying I don't want to see it. I just don't know. There's so much more that factors into it. I think there's a lot that factors in, which is always interesting. So it's like, what we got here? We've got 250 for a plastic Titan. People reckoning around about 250, 200 to 250. I don't know. I think that's too low. Personally, I think that's too low. Think about the size difference between an Imperial Knight to a Titan. It's. I think that's too low. What's the What are the plastic Titans at? The plastic Knights. Questoris Knights. The biggest. So you're looking here. The Carastus Knight Acheron is the tallest knight that exists at this moment in time, and that's 130. Okay, so that's kind of it. But then you've got the Knight Porphyron. So this is going to be the benchmark. This is very much the thing. The Acastus Knight and using the Porphyron body. This here is the benchmark. Whatever this is going to be. So if they do it this way, this is going to be, because this is the next biggest knight. This is the one knight, the biggest knight that we're waiting to see in plastic. There's a couple of other fringe knights that we haven't seen in plastic yet, but this is the biggest one. And this is massive. But yeah, saying that, this is, I think if I've got the, where's my thing gone? There it is. All right, this is versus this compared to a Warhound. I'm trying to look what the size. I had an image on my phone to see if I could find it. Because it's not as far off as you think. So I'm just trying to put the image on my... I had it on my phone already, a really good size comparison for it.
Do it. Do it.
And where have you gone? Ah, there it is. Is that the... That's what I was looking for. Let me just pop that up on here. Trying to get the image up because I had a really good one on my phone. So this is the size comparison. So this is the size comparison here. So this one here is the Knight Porphyron, or this is the Acastus variant that we were just talking about, versus a Warhound. They're really similar. I mean, take the base off it. There's about half an inch in it, sort of thing. So when we get this, we'll know more. I think as soon as we know if they can nail this in plastic, that will give us an idea of what that will be versus a Warhound, like Titan-wise. I think this is the benchmark we're waiting on. And then obviously as it spirals upwards, I could imagine this being around 200, because it's 185 to 225 in that sort of bracket, because it's huge. This compared to a normal Knight is ridiculous. Like the normal Knight on this comes up to... Where's the shotgun again ahead of that one? Where are we at? The normal Knight for this comes up to about the gun. So this is a normal knight sits about here. So, yeah, I'm very much thinking... I can imagine this being around 200 quid. Like I said, 185 to 225. I can imagine it in that bracket. And it'll be 2 boxes. There'll be a Castus variant and the Porphyron variant. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Porphyrons are like 5 or more, because there's a lot more plastic in the weapons. So... So, yeah. And then that, obviously, then it would be this, then this versus the Warhound, and then the Warhound, obviously, to the Warbringer, and the Warbringer to the Warlord. Not to mention that where there's the War Master, the Iconoclast one, that's in there as well, and then the Fabled Imperator, which we've yet to see any version of at this moment in time. So, I think, yeah, this is the big one. This will be the benchmark for it. This will be it. This will be the benchmark here. I'll be surprised if we get a plastic Warhound before we get a plastic version of this. I'll be very surprised. I've been wrong before, but I'd be very surprised. I feel like this is the benchmark here. I'd love to know the sales figures on how the other stuff has been selling. Like the new knights, the new plastic knights. I'd be very intrigued to know how that's been selling. And I know that they can... I get your point you were saying. They can do it. They can look at the knights. But I think there's such a big difference between... And I suppose the other side of it is like... If you buy a Titan, you get like a little thing which says you're an official member of the Titan Owners Club. You get like a little document to say this is your not the number of your Titan, but it's basically to say that your Titan is valid and is a legitimate Titan. That's such a big thing, and it's such a big benchmark for people who want Titans. It's such a big hobby kind of like benchmark for people who can get it. I feel if they made them plastic and then just shoved them on the shelf, would it take that away a little bit? I don't know. I don't know if it would. I don't own a Titan, so I ain't got a clue. But I know that one of my, I would love to own one at some point. But, you're talking like, for a Warlord Titan, which is the most expensive Titan, it is what, how much is the Warlord Titan? It's $12.50 for the body? Is it a bit more now? Heresy... Titan Legions. 1,276.50. So that's the body of the Warlord Titan, plus all the weapons. That also doesn't give you a head, heraldry, or weapons. So it's a lot on that one. But yeah. Yeah. Plus the 200 to RC and properly articulate it. Make it properly like mobile. Yeah. They probably not do it to create the molds. They probably make 500k boxes, store them in the corner of a warehouse, and sell them one by one via the web store. You'll be surprised. I know that they don't make these in the scale that people think they make them. It's a much more complicated process to make these as they do, and they definitely don't one for one them, but they are much smaller batches compared to a lot of other things, because they're probably not selling one a week. They're probably selling, even if they only sell one a week, that's only selling 52 of those a year. I don't think they sell these in the rate that people think they sell them, which is probably, if they are going to put the R&D into making them plastic, they've got to make sure they get that return. I would love to see them in plastic, and I think Legions Imperialis, we are seeing this as a good test area. Putting everything at the smaller scale, lots of Titans at the smaller scale now. I mean, even if you grab the biggest Titan from Imperialis, what are we at? The biggest Titan from Imperialis, you're talking other games. Knights and Titans. This is the biggest one here. That's £115. That's the size of a normal Imperial Knight. This is the size of a normal Imperial Knight in this scale that I'm building right now. It's wild. And I think the scaling they've done really well. The scales compare to the normal tabletop. I'm trying to find, where did I put it? Is it on the side up here? Where did I put you? Where have I put it? There it is. So, like, the scaling's about right, and I think this is where people forget how big the Titans are, is this is a Primaris Space Marine for 40k. This is a Questoris Imperial Knight for Legions Imperialis. So, like, a Questoris Knight is the same size as a Primaris Space Marine. But if you were to then put a normal Space Marine beside it, it kind of makes you realise how small the Space Marines are, and this scale, it transfers to large Imperial Knights versus Space Marines. It's a pretty accurate scaling. And you've got to imagine that the Warmaster Heavy Battle Titan, compared to this, is the size of a full-size Imperial Knight in this scale. That thing is going to be ridiculous. It's going to be massive. And also, like, who's going to transport it? Are people going to be able to play games there? I think there's so much to factor in. But yeah, I feel like we've seen plastic Knight Porphyrons because they're available in Legions. And they're here. You know, they are a thing. Well, this in large plastic is going to be the benchmark. That's what I'm waiting on. Then we'll know. If they can nail this, we'll get plastic Titans. Can you get Scarabs or Nurglings in Legions Imperialis scale? Not that I'm aware of, no. It's sadly only Marines and humans, and there's no Xenos in there yet. Saying that, there is Tau, and there was a Necron fighter ship for Legions for Aeronautica Imperialis, which is one of my favourite games. They did Tau ships and Eldar ships. So I've got an Eldar ship here, actually. They did Eldar ships, so there is technically Xenos in the scale, but not for Legions. These don't work in Legions anymore. How cool was this, though? This was a great ship. That had moving parts. Man, Aeronautica was fantastic. Aeronautica was absolutely awesome. But yeah. Right, I realised I've not had a break. I normally try and take a break every 2 hours. I got so into building, I haven't had a breather. So I'm going to take a short 5-minute BRB. I'm going to get a coffee, have a quick comfort break. And when we get back, we're going to try and crack on with something else on the build. And then we've got, 45 minutes until we watch the preview. So we'll sit and watch that then. But yeah, use this opportunity, grab yourself a snack, a drink, all the usual gummins, and we will see you in a mo. And we're back. We're back, everybody. We're back, and I have a snack. No, do I have any snack? I have a dark chocolate Tunnux tea cake. I haven't had one of these in ages, and then I saw the pack on the side and went, it's time for snacks. I feel like it doesn't look very dark chocolatey, but good old tea cakes. Oh. So much wonderful marshmallow in there. Nom, 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 nom. Hell yes. You call those tea cakes? These are tea cakes. There's two different types of tea cakes. So you have marshmallow tea cakes, and then you have fruit tea cakes, which are like the bread ones that you toast that are full of like cinnamon, spices, and raisins and things. Yeah, we call them tea cakes. So I'll just scrunched up the wrapper. Yeah, so there's two types of tea cakes here. I hope you brought enough for the rest of the class. No. They only come in packs of 6. Oh, that's not a dark chocolate bounty. Damn right it's not. Yeah, basically hot cross buns without cross. Kind of, yeah. Kind of. A lot more spices in there, though. I find like there's a lot more... They're normally a lot more cinnamon forward. But yeah, these are... I was trying to open up the wrapper, but I ripped it. Yeah, dark chocolate Tunnux tea cakes. Dark chocolate mallow. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. I was just trying to pull off an arm off my Terminator, and it pulled out a chunk of the body, too. Oh, no! Nothing a bit of glue won't fix. I have Pocky, so I win. That is true. Wait, what flavour Pocky did you get? I couldn't remember. Right. These guys are so small. They're so cute. Look at the detail, though. That's wild, right? Okay. Can I build 4 more of these in 40 minutes? Probably not. So, but that's what I've got to do. That's what I've got to do. Can I at least snip them off? I feel like let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do it. The upside here is I'll have some decent numbers of squads. Right, see if I can speed through this. You believe in me? Let's go! I think I can do 2. I don't know if I can do 4. But I'll do my bestest. Because you get 8 in the box. That's why I'm just like, oh. So you get 2 per sprue, basically. It's me just trying to blast my way around this to be like, let's go. What I might do. Yeah, I'm going to try. Where's my other one gone? There they are. I'm going to try. I'm going to go for 4. But I'm going to do it in slightly different stages than I did before. Going off script. I'm not following the rules. Ain't following no instructions. I don't need instructions. I don't know how to read. No. What's that from? That's from something in it. I like the King of the Hill meme with that one. If those students in there could read, they'd be very upset. Oh. I really want some Legion Imperialis night-sized plastic people, but I'm not wild about the GSW styles, so I think I'll find and print my own. That's fair. What, is in like mini, like tiny epic scale? There's some really other good, if you're not set on the GW universe, there's some really good other games that do epic scale. Sort of one. If you like ships, there's is it Drop Fleet Commander or what's the one that TT Combat does? Is that Drop Fleet Commander? Is that what I'm thinking of? Dread Fleet or something? If you like ships, they do really good epic scale size. If you're after I'm trying to think what else you've got. I'm trying to think what other ones where you can get. There's always worth searching on My Mini Factory for stuff like that. If it's if you're after something a little epic scale there. War Machine, I think, do an epic scale. I think. They do an epic scale, or am I thinking of War somebody else? But yeah. There's one of the perks of having the old printer. I suppose the other side is if you could always scale down the parts if you find a really good STL. Provided it doesn't make them too small. Yeah, I'm not wild about the Knights aesthetically. That's fair. If you like this sort of size mech sort of one, BattleTech is quite cool. I think somebody was working on BattleTech earlier in the chat. BattleTech are quite cool. It's a different game style. They have hexagon sort of bases, and it's all about like, hitting certain sides of the model. But they do really cool like mech models, and I think they do STLs if you have the means to print your own. To be fair, or the other alternative one is when the Gundam miniature game comes out soon, the tabletop game. That's gonna be popular. You want really cool looking articulate cool sort of mechs. I've got one of them actually. I've got one of them from last year's UK Games Expo from the demo. I've got the Zaku sculpt. If you want cool small like mech suit guys. For fantasy history, I've got some Black Seas ships. Ooh. To mix in with my Mano War and Dreadfleet. Ooh, that's cool. I gotta build some Carastus Knights for my Legion's army, but I want to finish Radagast on Slay first. That's fair. It's good to box off that one. How are you getting on with Radagast on Slay? I know it's supposed to be a tricky build. I've seen a few people say it's not the easiest of builds. So how you get on with it? Oops. Do. He's on here. And it's been a pain to build. Oh no! Is it worth it though? That's the question. Was it worth it? That's your Vanquishers the Necromancer finish then, isn't it? For Middle Earth. Now you've got Radagast on the Brown on foot and on Slay. I think. Is that right? I'm trying to remember if that's about you done then. Which means we can do your Vanquishers the Necromancer versus my my Mordor Orcs and led by the Witch King. We can do a good old battle. Okay, getting through. We're getting through. We're making progress. Making progress. We're making progress. Making progress. Making progress. Any similarity to Jake's making pancakes is purely coincidental. Oh. I need to get some bears and eagles and drop bears. Ooh. parts done. Let's move on to the legs next. I think it's legs. Alright, see if I can do it. Where are we at? Half an hour to go. I got this. I could do it. I believe. Maybe. Right. 14, 15, and 16. That's a bad cut. And the other one is 11, 12, 13. Let's get these done. Yeah. We want to get these painted up though. Next up we have 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, it'll be the first Saturnine models I've painted up. So I'm excited to see how they come together. And baggage to the Necromancer is only Saruman, Galadriel, and Elrond. Adam Radagast. Oh, that makes him the White Cat. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was thinking. I was like, I thought you'd that would be finished off with them. So how many points is the White Council then? Is that a lot of points? I feel like with that many cool characters, that's probably a hefty amount of points. Need to find out if the Vanquishers are 500 points. Ooh, that's true, because that could be good for that one-day event at Warhammer World. Loads of eagles already painted, one half painted. Could technically be run as a white eagle. So Lord of the Wind, Kit Bash in progress, and 4 more unbuilt. Are you doing a full eagle army? Eagle! For Middle-earth. I saw interestingly actually at Middle-earth yesterday up at Warhammer World is I think I saw something which made me think that Middle-earth is actually having a bit of a rebrand coming up soon. Because when I was looking on the shelves, I found where are we at? Where are we at here? I found this model, and in a completely different box to other boxes. So where it said Armies of Middle-earth at the bottom, and it's the new Foot Knights of Dol Amroth, and you can see in the background all the normal style boxes where they say Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, various things. So I think they're putting everything under Armies of Middle-earth to factor in War of the Rohirrim. But on the back end of it, it was labelled as Middle-earth Enterprises with all the new branding of everything. So I think they're getting a little bit of a rebrand at some point, which is going to be kind of cool. It's a really nice artwork on that box, though. It's very cool. But yeah, I think they're going to be getting a subtle, shifty rebrand at some point, which makes sense because there was a big the license basically expired and then they took it back out again. There was a lot of negotiations, which meant there was a big period of time where there wasn't really any updates coming from Middle-earth, which was kind of interesting. So everyone was kind of waiting with on bated breath of if they were going to keep the license or what was kind of going on. So I definitely think there's something a brewing. But I like the style of the new boxes. It looks very cool. It needs to summon Epic. No, yeah, that's true. Epic or Sith. They're the ones. If anybody knows anything about Middle-earth, Epic or Sith. Okay, let's get these feet sorted. ones go over here. Oh, no. Oh, no, I've messed up. I knew it was going to happen at some point. I've messed up slightly. That one goes up there. That one goes down there. Yeah. That one goes up there. And this one goes down here. Okay. I think that's about right. There we go. Yeah, cool. Got all the way around. Let's go. You rang? I've been lurking. Oh, yes. We were, Super was curious to know is, do we know how many points either the Vanquishers of the Necromancer are, or the White Council? Super was trying to work out if he has 500 points of Middle Earth in those armies or not. How are you, Sith? I hope your Lurky Lurk's been good. We were saying that if anyone would know, it would be you or Epic. As the Middle Earth knowledge bases that we have. Do 2,346,500 and a half points. Slightly over the 500 limit then. Just a little bit. That's just Gandalf, right? It's 5 million points for badass Galadriel. According to Reddit, it's a horrible playing experience for all parties involved. Oh, good lord. That's not fun. Oh no, Sith, oh bless you. I can't remember exactly what Super Weasel said he had. Yeah, nothing screams fun like shared misery. Yeah. Ooh. It's like in Commander, isn't it? You sit down across somebody who's running a blue stacks mill deck, and you're like, well, I'm not going to be having the most fun this game, because everything I do will be countered, and then they're going to limit me doing any combos. It's like, misery is involved. But it's a legitimate way to play the game, isn't it? So you can't be that mad about it. You just gotta plow through. Okay, nearly there on these legs. That is 780 points. It's slightly over the 500 limit then there. Literally was slightly over. Thank you, Sith. Just like Super Friends, 20 minutes a turn is totally legit, right? It's a totally legit way to do it. It's totally legit. It's a completely legitimate way to play. Hey, at least I'm not running the super toxic Super Friends. Oh. Ooh. Right, let's get building. Let's get gluing. lucky, we might do this. Saruman, Gandalf, and Elrond are all 170 each. Oh, okay, so you could do Saruman, Gandalf, and Elrond for... Ooh, that's what? Ooh, that'd still be 210. Oh, that's 510, not 200. 510 points for those three. Yeesh. Radagast is 145 and Galadriel is 125. So to make that 200, you'd have to sacrifice... This is 510 would be those three. So you take off 170, that takes you down to... you probably have to... Radagast and Galadriel, they'd be 270, leaving you then with 230, which again you wouldn't be able to run. You'd only be able to pick Gandalf, and then you'd still be short. So you'd have to drop. No, yeah. Wow, that's an interestingly the way that's built is that you can't take them almost in a 500 point list, isn't it? There's almost feels like they've been structured that way. That's quite interesting. You could take what if you took Elrond and Gandalf, for example. So Elrond and Gandalf, that's 340 points. That leaves you with 160 points, which is not enough to take Saruman. So you're like, right, okay. So I can't take Saruman. You could take Radagast, but then it would leave you 15 points under, which might help you to gain the extra... Do they still get the extra might points and stuff, or the extra points for... There's bonuses, isn't it, if you're under a certain amount of your points versus your opponent. So, it could work. I think it used to be the case. I don't know if it still is, but I remember it was the thing. Lots to think about how you build that. Thank you, Sir. Thank you so much. You're a legend. And I hope your headache gets better. Sending all the happy thoughts and prayers. You get Thrain the Broken, he's 10 points, and Radagast Slay is a 25 point add-on. Oh, okay. So... It'd still be 170 if you take his Slay, isn't it? Oh, that's so tricky. Because look, the three guys at 170 are 510 points. So that's the tricky part. How do you balance that? So I think you're right. I think you take Gandalf and Elrond, maybe. Or Saruman and Elrond, or Saruman and Gandalf, or whichever way you do it. You then take Radagast. No, wait, no, that wouldn't work. Because if you take Radagast, you're only 15 points under. So you could take Thrain. That'll give you 10 extra points. Thrain the Broken. So you're only 5 points under the 500 limit. Or you take... Is it instead you take Galadriel, Gandalf. What do you take? You could make... I don't know how to balance that. It's not my army. That's for Super Weasel to sort out. It sounds like there's a lot of trickiness there about how you build that. Oh, Sith, did you say it's the one in it's the event in June that you're going up to for the one day? Sorry, I'm asking loads of questions. You said you've got a headache. I apologise. It is indeed. Okay, cool. Wondering if I could learn how to play by then. That's the big question. Could I learn how to play by then? That's the real thing. It's like, Right, legs on. Where are we at? 15 minutes, and I haven't built the weapons yet. We got this. I think I can make this happen. Maybe. If I can, I'm going to be very impressed with myself, if I do say so myself. As somebody who is a notoriously meticulous and slow builder, being able to do these is actually quite fun. Okay, well, I'm done. It's okay, I don't mind. You might just get wonky responses. How's that different to normal? This is kind of my meme army anyway. I got the Vanquishers kit because I like the kit, and then I got a Metal Gandalf came up for made to order. So I got that, and then all I needed was Radagast, so it just kind of worked out. That's true. That's fair. I got my made to order Gandalf come through the other day, actually, the duplicate of the one I already had, because I was like, I want a spare Gandalf. I managed to go pick that up from GW the other day. So I was like, I've got a spare Gandalf. Who knows what I'll do with it? Maybe he'll get pinkified up in Pinktober. The actual army I want to do for Middle-earth is Lothlorien Elves. Ooh, it'd be cool if they get some updated sculpts, isn't it? Because they've got... Is it Lothlorien ones where they're quite... They're built into like armies of the... like the last armies or whatever it's called. They're built into like another kit or something. Was that those? Because I wanted... Because I've got Glorfindel. And then I bought Orcs. Because I bought the Battle Host. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy the Battle Host. Treat myself. Pocket Gandalf for reasons. Exactly. That's it. Some people are like, aha, you must have a Pokemon in your pocket. I'm like, Pocket Wizard. Hey, Mecca. How are you, my friend? Welcome on in. Hope you are well. Always our pleasure. Now we get chilled build stream today. I'm trying to get through building as much of the Saturnine Imperialis stuff I've got. Trying anyway. We're making progress. Built a lot of things. I'm normally quite a slow builder, so I'm like, oh yeah, anything is progress. How are you doing? Do. There it is. Have that on there, that goes there. And the two parts of this giant cannon go here. The next one. Oh, it's just doing the rest of that. I've been doing my son's homework for him. He has to make a model of a Tudor house, so of course I took over. I remember we in school we had a homework to build a siege machine of some kind. Of course, for me that was an absolute delight because, you know, massive Age of Empires fan, as like one of my favorite video games of all time, Age of Empires 2. So I was like, I could build a trebuchet, I could build a battering ram, I could build... Basically was using that as my like inspiration. And I remember for history, people were like trying to build various things, and then my mum came home and she walked into the kitchen and she was like, "What's happened to the broom?" Because I'd basically made a battering ram and I needed the bit in the middle, so I'd just taken the end of the broom and just sawn off the like about a foot of the handle. And it was a wooden, it was the perfect like width, and then put like a paper mache cap on the end of it. I was thinking my mum would notice. I was like, so my mum just like looked at the broom and was like, "Why is this so short?" It's fun. Yeah. I remember being so like proud of that as like a piece of homework. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. And I remember like taking it in, like I've got a full on Baron ram, painted it up. It was like I was so happy with it. And then there was like everyone else had done like kind of like kind of very basic sort of like slingshots, which was like that's still very cool. And then this one guy brought in a fully working like trebuchet, and I was like, how did you do this? You're either a genius or you must have had some help. I was like, it was so impressive. And then we ended up spending the entire lesson just seeing how far we could yeet stuff from the trebuchet. It was a good time. Hey newbie, how you doing, my friend? Welcome on in. Enjoy your bean. Everyone's like, oh wait, my daily bean. Must collect the daily beans. Alright, can I get this done? What are we on? 9 minutes. Can I get this sorted before we watch the preview? Well, we talk about the preview. It's not watching, it's not a video anymore. But if you did want to see a video about what's happening on the preview, I do a 3-minute summary after stream. It goes out on all my socials. So check that out. ! Socials. Follow it on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Follow me if you want to see what it is in under 3 minutes. I try my best. Gotta do a bit of self-promo, right? Right, let's see if I can... Will this glue together much before I have to trim loads of it? Apparently my son's teacher does model making, so I think he'll appreciate the effort. Nice! Beans. Beans, 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 beans. The daily beans. Daily beans. Everyone's got to collect their daily beans. How do you know you've been here if you haven't got a daily bean? Well, we might actually do this, if I'm being slightly hopeful. Slightly hopeful. Dun, 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 dun.
Beans, lots of beans, lots of beans, lots of beans.
Beans, beans, beans. Thank you for that. We did have a beans blurb for a while ago. I remember, I think it was Smitchy in the community made like a beans song for us, but for some reason Blurb took it down, and I was like, oh, sad. I just realised I never actually had anything for finished for a Sunday, not even for the Palooza. Wait, you've not ever had anything actually finished for a Sunday? What, as in like... What, for like a finished showcase? Surely you have. I mean, you did the Palooza, right? Or have you just not put something in the... Never? Really? I mean, the Palooza counts. That was totally finished. If I'd ever even finished that. Ah, it looked finished to me. That's alright, though. It's not a... You get it done when you get it done. It's going to be awesome. It was in an abominable state, an abandonable state. Like, it's close enough. That's pretty much all hobby projects, right? You get to a point where it's like, that'll do. Like, we're never really happy with the work we do, right? And this way everyone's like, yeah, I'm always really happy when I finish a project. And I'm like, oh, it's me, I'm the problem. Didn't Magical Trevor have a bean song? I have no idea who Magical Trevor is. I feel like, am I missing something really obvious here? I don't know. I don't know who Magical Trevor is. I feel like everyone in the chat is like, how do you not know who Magical Trevor is? And I'm like, I don't know. Oh, that was the blurb that was just played. Oh. Oh, yeah, I didn't know who that was. I didn't know who that was. I just appreciated the beans. Oh, yeah, who was Magical? I've never heard of this Magical Trevor. Who was Magical Trevor? Everybody loves Magical Trevor. I don't know who Magical Trevor is. That's kind of a weird combination here of magical things that I haven't seen. I tell you what I randomly learned the other day. That in the film Labyrinth, which I've not seen, and it has magic in it. That's where my brain connection went. There's this like scene where is it David Bowie's character does these like things with a crystal ball. Apparently that was never him. Apparently he had literally a ball handler who like in those scenes played his arm to do like the tricks with the crystal ball. So he's like behind it doing so. It's like one of those. It's like do. Yeah. It's pronounced Bowie, not Bowie, as in Bowie. Is David Bowie? Bowie? I feel like the spellings being the same very confused me then. I was like, what? I was like, wait, what now? Magical Trevor's from the same era as Badger and Salad Fingers. I remember Salad Fingers. I remember Salad Fingers. That one, but I'd never heard of Magical Trevor. Or Badger. Wait, Badger. Maybe that does sound familiar. Bowie like the knife. Okay, there we go, Bowie like the knife. My apologies. But yeah, apparently he had like somebody else like do the ball tricks for him, which I was like, that's really cool. Like the fact the few clips of Labyrinth I've seen, those scenes always look really, really impressive. So it's like the fact that there was somebody else doing it for him is really like, what? Yeah, someone else handled his ball. Oh yeah, I've heard this. Yeah. No, this I have heard. Yes. Okay, I'm with you on that one. I've definitely heard that before. Okay, yeah. So I've heard that before. I think I just didn't recognize it based on name. I guess it'll probably be the same for Magical Trevor then, I guess. But no, I didn't recognize the Beans song, so... Why are you being difficult, Arm? Stay. Okay, we're almost there. 2 minutes to get these arms glued in. I believe in us, chat. Yeah. Everybody loves Magical Trevor. His magic tricks are ever so clever. Pass. Rusty, guess what my prediction for the Sunday pre-order is? Squats. Look at him now, a disappearing cow. In aisle 2 is where you find the ragu. Nah, none of this is ringing a bell to me. The mushroom one, the badger one. That's ringing a bell. Everything else, not a clue. So many of Milkshake's hairs laying around. No, I didn't quite do it by 6 p.m. We were incredibly close, but I got almost all of these built by 6. I'll finish putting these arms on and then we'll jump on the preview. So I'm excited. Right, we'll be here long. We're going to grab some dinner at the hotel restaurant. Enjoy the stream and catch you later. No worries, newbie. Enjoy your trip away. I hope it's a good one. And we will catch up with you when you be back. I think Charlie the Unicorn was around the same time. I only know of Charlie the Unicorn like as of later in life. And that was only because of one of the supernatural outtakes where Sam and Dean take the mick out of the magical Neopluridons. And I didn't really know the reference, so then I looked up at Charlie the Unicorn. The Unicorn, Charlie. They're going to take us to Candy Mountain to show us the way. Yeah, I hadn't really known what it was prior to that, so... I feel like I didn't do Brain Rot properly. I feel like I didn't. 2008, though, Brain Rot is funny, though. That's my boy. Oh no, my boy! Father, help. Those ones always make me laugh. Ah, the early days of YouTubes. Yeah. Early YouTubes. I feel like when everyone was saying to me about like Charlie the Unicorn, my brain was like, was it like Charlie bit my finger? Ouch, Charlie. Charlie, stop. That's what I honestly thought it was. I was like, well, why is a unicorn involved? Okay, there we go. We got them all done. Just about. We got them all done. There we go. Oh, right. Are we ready? It is just gone past 6 o'clock. It is the Sunday preview. We're going to jump over to the Warhammer community page and we're going to see what's coming up for pre-order next week and see what we have going. So, are we ready? Are we steady? Let's go! It is... Ooh, hello. We have... I was not expecting this. We have a Black Library celebration, which, to be fair, they've been talking about for a while, so I'm glad this is coming up. We have a Black Library celebration and a Blood Bowl releases. Okay, so... for a Black Library celebration, we have the Horus Heresy Saga, Horus Rising. What's this? Is this being redone? So... Where are we at? So, Horus Rising is the first chapter in the epic tale of the Horus Heresy. It returns to print as the first of the new Horus Heresy Saga series in hardback, featuring 4 illustrations. It will also be available in ebook and MP3. So they talked about this a little while ago. They're going to be doing the Horus Heresy Saga, which is basically, rather than the entire Horus Heresy, it is going to be the key pivotal books. So if you had to pick, say, 10 books to read, it's going to be these 10 books. Like, that's what they're kind of doing. They're picking out, like, the key parts. So this is part of it, and they're being reprinted in hardback, which I think is really, really nice. So, okay. Which is very cool. So, I don't know what's going to be in the series. I think they did announce it at some point, actually. If I remember, I think there was something where they talked about... there's going to be 12 iconic novels. Wait, I do have the list. 12 novels, which are going to be... They did an article on this. Back in the preview last year. So they did... it's going to be Horus Rising, False Gods, Galaxy in Flames, Flight of the Einstein, and Fulgrim. I think those first 5 are fantastic. 10 out of 10. Then you got First Heretic, Prospero Burns, and No Fear. Again, good series of books. Betrayer, Praetorian Adore, Master of Mankind, and Slaves to Darkness. I have just finished No Fear, so I'm quite behind in my series of books. So I don't know these 4. And they're basically saying that this is you can fully read the whole series of books if you so wish and listen to the audiobooks. But this is very much more of a, we think for people, it's quite daunting to turn around and go, here's 30 plus books for you to read to understand the Horus Heresy. Here's 12. Still a big read, but it will give you enough to kind of get through. So I kind of like that. Oh, you can pre-order this in paperback on Amazon. Oh, that's cool. Ooh. That's going to be quite nice. Nice. And this is going to be a hardback one, didn't they say? This is going to be a hardback cover. I've got a series of... they're in my shelf somewhere. I've got Horus Rising through to... I think it's actually... I've got the first like 8 or 9 books in the paperbacks, which is really nice. So yeah, 4th of June for the paperback, $9.99. That's a bargain. That's a bargain price. Ooh, that with the illustrations in it as well. That's very cool. That's very cool, actually. I think that's good because like that kind of this condenses the story of like down to 12 books, helps people get a grip of what's going on. And Horus Rising is a phenomenal book. This is one of the into False Gods, into basically that first series was this false. So it's Horus Rising, False Gods. What was the third one? Where's my brain? I've forgotten now. Galaxy in Flames. This first 5 are so connected. It's basically like one. It's really well done. But then after Fulgrim, it does hard pivot because it goes back to the history of the Dark Angels. So it is a bit of a jarring head snap when you're like you're reading these in order, because these first 5 are very much connected and they're all telling the story of the same period of time, and that's basically so it's really interesting that they've realized that and gone, well, let's do a little bit of a different stuff on here. So it's kind of cool. So that's going to be dropping. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, that's tempting. Are these going to be limited? Oh, that's really cool. That's going to be good. So, you can pre-order the Horus Rising in a stunning premium edition hardback. This handsome hardback features a leather effect cover with gold details, embedded with a metal medallion, gold edged pages, brown ribbon bookmark. Inside is artwork including 4 black and white illustrations, full color cover art, and a detailed galactic map. This is the bit that's good. This is your first chance to buy this edition, which is currently only available while stocks last, but this edition may return to print at a future date. They are combating the scalpers. They did this a while ago. They basically, when it was the Siege of Terror series and the premium ones went up, they turned around and cancelled all the bots who were trying to steal them and all the people who were trying to like kind of grab them, and they turned around and went, cool, we're just going to release it multiple times. This is good. This is good. It's very unfortunate that they have to do this, but it's good. It's good that they're doing something about it. So basically, if you don't get it on the first wave, it'll come back. That's probably hopefully enough to deter people trying to scalp this. So yes, which is going to be very, very cool. Which is very, 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 very cool. So yes, I'm excited for this. For only £75, is it going to be 75? Where is it already up on the web store? Where have you got the £75 from? Is it already up on the web store already or something? Yeah, if everyone could stop buying off scalpers, it would just be. That's the big thing, isn't it? Like, it's, you know, get away from the scalpers. That's kind of the whole point, really. They're already up on the story, are they? So these are going up for pre-order next week, right? Oh, you guess. I thought there'd been a confirmed price at that point. I was thinking, what? I mean, it's a premium book. Is what it is. You pay for leather. Well, leather effect. Isn't it on this one? So I suppose if it's leather effect rather than leather, it's probably a little bit cheaper. But yeah. It'd be so cool if they did a box set of these leather ones in a nice ornate display box. Yes, that would be cool. Do you remember the Horus Heresy bookends they did a while back? That would be cool. That would be cool to have those, like, bookending this. It'd be great. Which would be very, very cool. There is also going to be a Ghazghkull Thraka, Warlord of Warlords. Is this a new Ghazghkull Thraka book? It is, yeah. I think. Yeah, it's a new novel. So Slitter to Stabber is the new war boss of the Blood Axes. And his problems are only just beginning. Now he answers to Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka, unchallenged warlord of the greatest war to ever assail humanity. Worlds burn under his bootprints, and every boss bows before him. Gazgul has his sights set on the Blood Axe world of Gabal for a titanic showdown with the Black Templars, but not all of his boys are happy about it. Caught between the treacherous allies and vengeful crusaders and the unstoppable momentum of the warlord of warlords himself, Slitter must decide which side he is on, and fast. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's like internal politics of what's going on with the orcs, which is kind of interesting. I like this. This is going to be very, very, very cool. Which is going to be nice. So that's going to be kind of cool. I'm hoping he would come out as a mini, because he looks really cool as a sculpt. Looks very, very cool. This is also going to be available as a special edition signed by the author Danny Flowers. So that's really, really nice. Very cool. That's really cool. I like this kind of when they do these really nice cloth bound effect ones. I saw the Warhammer World yesterday. I saw the one they had for the what's his name? It wasn't Eisenhorn. Who's the other one that's really Yarrick? The Yarrick series of books. They were in a really nice special edition box. They looked really cool, and they this sort of style effect. They look fantastic. Chemdog by Callum Davis is next. A newly minted commissar steps out of the Scholar Progenium's crisp parade ground and into a posting with the Savlar Chemdogs, a penal legion with a storied past. Before long, he is tasked with leading a kill team on a crucial mission through orc-infested territory. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. So it's a brand new Astra Militarum novel, kind of following a brand new commissar. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this, which is very, very cool. Hey, Sanjura, how you doing? Orc Politics, I'll wait for the audiobook versions of the works. Enjoy that. They are coming out at the same time. So it looks like the audiobooks are going to be available next week as well. So they, for it. So they normally have these symbols. They're available in the 3. So hopefully that means that the audiobooks are dropping at the same time. They've got a lot better at doing them all in one, which is good. So Astra Militarum novel. I like the Astra Militarum novels because you kind of forget how fallible they are. And you'll be really rooting for them, and then they do something insanely human and stupid. And you kind of go, oh yeah, they're not 8-foot tall, power armored demigods. They are human. They will get slowed down by things like infection, broken leg, general stupidity. I always find they're a bit of a wild ride, which is always good. Grumbridle, The Legend of the White Dwarf, which is a series of short stories, is appearing. You can't have the Black Library celebration without Grumbridle, right? It's a classic. This is the White Dwarf himself, in an Age of Sigmar novel. So, one legend unites the stubborn and ferocious Duardin throughout the mortal realms. Within Fireslayer lodges, ancient stone halls, and Caradon's skyports, the Duardin speak of a traveller older than the realms themselves. As the story goes, the Whitebeard Grumbridle appears to his people's darkest moments. So here's an anthology of tales, including a novella and 7 short stories that will be available in EPUB, hardback, and audiobook. That's very cool. Because that's it. It does appear kind of at the hardest of times and has only really made an appearance in Age of Sigmar lore at the end of 3rd edition? Was it end of 3rd edition? Or end of 2nd? Oh wait, what was the series? The Dominion box. End of 2nd edition. I think it was, wasn't it? Because we did, what did we have? We had... Yeah, it was the Dominion box, wasn't it? That was the 3rd edition box. So just before that he appeared, when Be'lakor had basically... So, it was a whole big thing. There's a lot of dominoes. Be'lakor did stuff that made Croak destroy one of Tzeentch's silver towers, which allowed Be'lakor to unleash a spell which stopped the souls of Stormcast when they fell going back to Azir, so they couldn't be reforged. As a result, Gromriddle appeared and helped create the Thunderstrike armor, which basically means that they explode. Their souls burst out with a bit more oomph to allow them to break through the spell. So it's the only time, to my knowledge, that he's appeared in Age of Sigmar. But it was quite cool that he just popped up and just was like, "Hey, I'm still alive. See ya." The Infinite and Divine, an illustrated and annotated edition. This is a great story. These are a great story. This is a really nice edition as well, actually. So, this is basically Trans in the Infinite versus Orc the Diviner are both Necron nobility, and they have been polar opposites. They kind of really did. I'll just read the thing. They've been polar opposites since the days of Flash, bearing Necrotier. Whilst they are each opposed to their particular specialties and convinced of their own superiority, together they may hold a secret to saving their entire race, and if they hold off trying to delete each other from existence long enough to realize. It's a really cool story in this. Would recommend having a read if you like. Getting into the nuances of the Necrons is always really good fun, and this is a really cool book. An illustrated and annotated edition basically has introduction of over 240 box-out annotations from the author, as well as 15 new illustrations, all contained within this hardback edition, with a soft-touch cover, foiled details, and bright green page edges. Again, this is one of those. This will be your first chance to buy it, but it'll be, but they may return to reprint, which is cool. Faith and Fire, an anniversary edition. This is a Adeptus Sororitas book. Disgraced by the escape of a dangerous and heretic Psyker, Seraphim Myria of the Adeptus Sororitas swears to hunt down and recapture the traitor, whatever the cost. To mark its 20th anniversary, so this book was originally released back in 2006, just in case everyone wanted to feel old, they're rebranding it. So there's always a series of these they do, isn't it? As part of the Black Library, they go, give us a list of stuff you want us to see us print again in a nice new anniversary edition, or something. So this is one of the ones that came up, which is very, very cool. So really nice cover on that one. 20th anniversary, that's wild. The Green Tide, an Orc omnibus here. All sides of the Green Tide collide in this epic collection of Orc fiction. From the brilliant minds of some of the Black Library's favourite authors, 2 novels, 2 novellas, and 4 short stories, packed with proper cunning and a whole lot of work! Follow the Orcs in the action against some of their staunchiest enemies. And this will be available these ones don't have audiobooks so far. This will be available to... I like these collections where they put a bunch of short stories together, which is very cool. Oh, Death Watch is good. The winners of 2025's Black Library's Reader's Choice Vote also arrive for pre-order next week, starting with Steve Parker's classic Warhammer 40,000 novel Death Watch, which is available once again in a paperback format. Following the Imperium's foremost Xenos hunters, they take a center stage in a novel that showcases their selection, training, and dangerous mission that they undertake in defense of the Emperor's realms. Death Watch are great. I think they have fantastic lore. There's always so much nuances, especially if there's a couple of Black Shields in the squad and they can't talk about their past and people try to figure out who they are. It's quite cool. A classic old world novel, Grudge Bearer. Also returning to shelves in paperback is Gav Thorpe's Tale of Dwarven Revenge from the World of Legend, Grudge Bearer. In an epic story that spans centuries, Barad-dûn battles his way through enemies and on a desperate quest to avenge the wrongs against his father and save his people from a terrible war against the dark forces of chaos. Nice. That's kind of cool. A pretty cool orc book, dwarf book. There'll also be a free book that you can go and kind of pick up in the shop. So celebrate. They do these every time they do the Black Library celebrations. It's always quite nice. Basically, there's 5 stories in here from 40k and Age of Sigmar. And basically, it's a selection from a selection of authors, from Orcs to Adeptus Sororitas to Skaven and the Denizens of Shaiish. These are basically things that you can pick up. So they're going to be free to download on the app, because their new Black Library app launches 10 days from now. But if you go into a store, if they have them in stock, you'll be able to ask for a copy of it, which is nice. Archmagos will be available in French and German as well. A really great story there about Belisarius Cawl and what he's doing on a Necron kind of tomb world. What's he doing? What's he playing at? And the Siege of Terror Omnibus also available in French and German. This combines... What's this one's? French Omnibus, which is Omnibus 6. That's 3 books. So that'll be the final bit of it, I think, won't it? That'll be Echoes of the Eternity Gate. And the End in the Death? Maybe? I think. So, anyway, Blood Bowl! It's Blood Bowl time! High Elf Blood Bowl team, the Keldor Dragons. Way! You get yourself some new High Elves Blood Bowl teams. So we got some minis on the pre-order as well. We have a wonderful selection of minis here for the High Elves. They look great. They look fantastic. They always look brilliant, the Blood Bowl teams. I was very impressed with how they put them together. They always look fantastic. Available to going up for pre-order. They announced these a while back, didn't they? Because they don't look unfamiliar to me. Did they announce these? Or am I going mad? They did announce them, right? I'm not going in bonkers here. They were done. I swear these came up in one of the previews, or were they just like a random article? I feel like I remember them talking about them at some point. Or were they like a footnote when they announced Blood Bowl Season 3 or whatever it was called? I swear I've seen these somewhere before. They were announced. Thank you. I was thinking that well, I'm not going mad on this one. But Blood Bowl's always nice to see. And a really nice High Elf team here. They look very, very cool. No, where are we at? No star player yet, though, but they've already got some star players floating around. Spike issue, journal issue 21, which will basically have some information on how to run them and a couple of extra bits of information, which is good fun. You have... Ooh, they get dice. Nice. They get a pitch, cards, and dice. Nice. You get a bit of everything in there, which is really, really cool. And those dice look really nice. I do like good dice. I always say, if you're ever wanting to pick up a new Blood Bowl team and you would like to, these things, they only ever... They're not like limited print run, but they print a certain amount. And that's kind of it. They sort of go, and then every now and again they'll pop back up on, like, if they get a big restock. But the dice and the War Scroll cards, as they are for any game system, is they're not very often that they get reprinted. So they kind of order them in batch and they go, this is how many we have. And they normally are pretty on it with Blood Bowl. I feel Blood Bowl, they are the most accurate with this stuff. But it is always worth, if you are really keen to go full High Elf, pick up the dice and the everything all in one fell swoop. Ooh, an Ogre Team booster. Now, I don't remember these. These look new. So, Ogres are among the least subtle of all the Blood Bowl teams, that they make up for their lack of tactical nuance by being really, really big. Though few in number, the Ogres are more than capable of bashing through their opposition, and you can now double your stomping power with this multi-part resin kit, which can be used to build 2 Ogres representing either an Ogre blocker or an Ogre runt punters, with interchangeable heads and shoulder pads, and a Noblar lineman. Oh god, let's not close stuff over. We're good. Lineman as well, for your Ogre teams in Blood Bowl. That's cool. I hadn't seen these. That's very cool. I like the kind of almost like sumo style, dum dum, come at me, for the Ogre. That's like, you're like, I'm not going to be able to tackle this. Which is very cool. Which is very, very cool. And the new Ogre team members with the Noblar armed with a leg. That's exactly it. What else is the Noblar going to be all armed with? I wonder if they just retooled them a bit. I do remember them from Forge World before. Yeah, I've never seen these. I wonder if they are like a re-update. Maybe. Probably updated the mold a little bit. That's cool if they are, though. I like the fact that they're bringing out some more kind of star players. I was thinking the other day that we hadn't seen much for Necromunda and a Blood Bowl star player in a while. We had the update for Blood Bowl for the new one, but I didn't remember seeing any star players. Over on Warhammer Plus next week, we have the next episode of Penitence for the animations. We have... Ooh, there is a Warhammer Dawn of War 4 gossip on Deep Strike. That's going to be interesting to know, see what happens there. As well as a Citadel Colour Masterclass on painting Space Marine faces, or any faces on any Warhammer miniature. As well as the Inside Scoop as rules writers on the fast-paced Spearhead format on the Age of Sigmar in How We Roll. The masterclasses on Warhammer Plus are always fantastic, and as are the animations. This is interesting. I'm very interested in Dawn of War 4, so I'm like, ooh. What do we got here? So we also have here a Warhammer community. Will we getting distracted by all that incredible fiction by revealing more upcoming awesome releases? Also sitting down with the studios to discuss the new Blood Bowl High Elves. Nice. Oh, cool. One per customer. Was that the limited edition book? I assume that was one per customer. I was looking for the... Oh no, what was one per customer then? One per customer is this book will also be available on release day in ebook and MP3 format from the new Black Library app. But only one per customer. I'm so confused. I don't know why a digital thing will be only one per customer. My brain's very confused by that. But anyway, there we go. So a ruckload of stuff dropping, which is very cool. Yeah, it's nice to see a load of stuff for Black Library. And I feel like nothing they announced today I predicted to be on the preview. I kind of figured we would get Heresy Custodes. I'm wondering if they are a little bit pushed back a bit. Potentially, before the preview. So what are we waiting on now then? We're waiting on from the... Because I suppose the preview that was done at the start of the year was more, this is stuff that's being released this year. There was no necessary big time frame on it. Historically, they normally drop stuff within 3 to 6 months of that. So we've still got time, I suppose, for more things to drop. What are we waiting on? What are we waiting on from the last preview? So, Custodes... The Sicarian. Oh, there we go. Yeah, those the Blood Bowl teams. We've had those. We've had the Ossiarchs. We've had the Corsairs. We've had Huron. So it is just the Custodes. The new tank. Oh, wait, no, is that tank out now? Not sure. And we've had the and the Iron Warrior stuff. So it's got to be soon, right? The battle group has got to be soon. Really hope so. I'm really excited to pick up this box. I'm so psyched to pick this up. You guys are going to see me be painting a lot of gold. A lot of gold. And then the tanks one, the Glaive Super Heavy. Yeah, no, this one isn't out yet. And the Whirlwind. I can kind of imagine these will probably drop at the same time. Also, I did not realise how ginormous this tank is until I saw the box on the shelf. Oh, this is huge. This is like Dark Water size box, but just like not as deep. It's massive. I could not believe how big this box is for this thing. Like the other version, because it's the Fellblade has the very similar sort of it's the same body but with a different set of weapons. I did not realise how massive they were. I've heard it's supposed to be a fantastic thing to go together. Like one of my friends has built one, and when I saw the box, he was like, "That goes together like a dream," which is like, ooh. Good job you have all that gold TMM. That's true. That is very true. I did pick up some more TMM colours actually when I was at the Element Games in Nottingham at the weekend. I picked up another green. I picked up the Beetle green because I thought it looked really pretty. Thought it looked very pretty. I was like, ooh. The tank is meant to be lovely to build. Ooh, it does look... I just couldn't get over how massive it was. But then again, I remember the Forge-Old ones being ginormous. It dwarfs a Beyblade. Makes a Baneblade look tiny. Big enough to make a good RC conversion? I reckon so. You could do an RC conversion with a Rhino or a Land Raider. I've seen people do those before. So I reckon you could do it. I've seen people do the RC conversions of tanks. It's always really fun to see. But I think that's it from the preview, right? Was there, that was the Blood Bowl team. Yeah. So this is the New Year New preview. I completely forgot about these, and I feel really bad that I forgot about them. There we go. So we are only now waiting on these tanks and this book, the Custodes battle group, and the additional Custodes stuff that's coming out with it. And what else have we got? And then it depends if you count them, I suppose. It depends if you count the teaser reveal. Do we think we'll get this stuff? But I think we will get this stuff very soon. Because technically it was kind of revealed. We've now seen the full reveals of each of these previews. So I think that's all we're kind of waiting on now. Okay, so a little bit of time. Which is going to be very cool. So it's going to be very, very cool. So yes, I'm excited. I'm very excited. The Land Raider Redeemer with working flamers was. I saw the one they did that. They popped like lighters inside the flamers so they could like make the flames. It was really funny. Hey, Splinterton, welcome on in. New player here who is currently looking into Custodes. Will those come in plastic minis for 40k as well? So they did talk about this in the article. So there are plastic Custodes for 40k already. What they have said is there's nothing stopping you from running these models in 40k whatsoever. It's just to add some variety to your squads. However, where is it? There's a little bit at the bottom here. Here you go. So they talk about it here. So they talk about you can splice these into your squad in 40k. But several of these, basically some of the models already have rules, but they're legend rules. So some of the Dreadnoughts, for example, they're not in the 40k codex, but they have a free downloadable PDF for kind of like Legends casual play, rather than for like tournament play. So if you're just playing with like friends and sort of things like that, you can run pretty much these other tanks and stuff from Custodes in 40k because you've got kind of casual rules for them. Same with the Venatari and that, but there'll be nothing wrong with you putting a lot of these models in your 40k army. I have a Custodes 40k army, so yeah. So it's kind of I'll be looking to splice a little bit of them together. But yeah, I see. So for official tournaments, they didn't release something yet. Not yet. No, not yet. They are hinting. I would imagine. And don't quote me on this. Obviously, I'm not sure for it. Is the way it used to work was a lot of these models were only in Forge World resin, so they had a separate rulebook for 40k rules for Forge World. So at a tournament, you would take your 40k codex, and then you would take, if you had Forge World models, you would take the Forge World rulebook with you, and you were able to run them together. They kind of have done away with that now. So to kind of streamline it, they've now said anything that was previously Forge World had free rules to download on the website. So you can go to the Warhammer community page and find the rules and download them. They're what's called the Legends rules. But stuff for tournament is only what's in the codex for 40k. I would imagine it won't be long until we see Custodes get an updated codex in probably the next edition, which we're kind of thinking is coming up around the corner. We think the next edition will drop in the next couple of months. We think we're going to have information about it in about 3 weeks' time because there's a big announcement at Adepticon in America. So I think they will probably give us we'll get a new codex fairly early in that, I reckon. And they can just kind of go as a quick, easy release. They put some of these tanks in 40k. I think that'll be what they'll do. I'm hoping for, anyway. I'm very much hoping for that. But in terms of the infantry models, absolutely nothing wrong with you slapping these into your 40k army. I can't see anything with the same size base, the same sort of silhouette, the same size height, same weapon loadouts. Shouldn't see any reason why not. Hope that helps. Sorry, that was a bit of a complicated answer. I hope that helps, though. Welcome to the hobby. I know the Combat Patrol is super worth it, but I was wondering if I should grab that or wait till they reveal their plans. I mean, the Combat Patrol is still good. I think the Combat Patrol is worthwhile because the Custodes one has... where are we at? What's the Custodes one got? I can't remember what's in the Custodes one. Oh, it's in the Imperium, Adeptus Custodes. Oh yeah, that's a pretty decent one there. Yeah, loads. Yeah, because you've got Shield Captain, Blade Champion. You got a box of normal Custodian Guard, 3 Terminators, and a box of Wardens. That's a good box. That is pretty much the entire range that's available for Custodies at the minute, all in one box. So yeah, except for the only thing you're missing from there is Trajan Valorous, the actual leader of the Custodies, and the bikes. I think that's about it. I think that's all that's missing. But I would probably say you could probably pick up the models and start building and painting. But in terms of the rules, I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with the new 11th edition. I'd say before you buy like a rule book and start like a codex, hang fire a couple of weeks until we know what's going to happen. Because they haven't done it every time, but what they've done on occasion is it's a major rules update, they release all of the rules for free for everyone to use for the first couple of months, until the codexes start dropping. So, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'd probably say, rules-wise, hang on. I can't imagine 10th edition to 11th edition is going to be a massive update. I think my 2 cents on it is that I think we're going to get better terrain rules, because I think that's something we're lacking a little bit of. And I think that there will be some rules tweaks. It's going to be more like I can kind of imagine it's going to be more like a 10.5. Kind of, it's like an update. I'm going to go, it's a bit of an update. We're going to advance the plot. We're going to streamline a few bits. We're going to add in some stuff that people want. We're going to take some stuff out that people don't want. But it's not going to be like a boom, we've changed everything like it was when it in 10th dropped. But again, I've been wrong before. They could be cooking. They could be absolutely cooking up something crazy. And I'm just like, oh no. But yeah, this box I can't wait for. It's so cool. There's still one Dreadnought that they haven't announced. There's one Dreadnought for this. There's one called the Telemon Heavy Dreadnought, which I'm very sad they haven't announced anything what's happening with that yet. It's one of my favourite models for Custodies. There's the Dreadnought and the Flyer. They're the only 2 ones that they haven't announced. It'd be great to see those. Really great to see them. Yeah, I heard they might abandon a 3-year cycle and move to like a live service updates model. I think it's there's been that rumor floating around for a while. I think it would make sense, but I also think in terms of how their business model works, I don't know if they'd what they've done for a long time works, if that makes sense. So it's like every 3 years you get a new edition. It's kind of about right. I personally think every 4 years works better. I would be happy with every 4 years, because I kind of feel like you've got 4 major games, right? You've got Warhammer 40k, Age of Sigmar, Horus Heresy, and the Old World as their own IP. Middle-earth's a bit of a weird grey area. And I kind of imagine for me, like, do a new edition of those every 4 years is the good little rotation. So you go, we know that it's 40k. Not long after that, Age of Sigmar follows. Not long after that, Old World will get a refresh. I kind of feel like that would be a good way to do it. So, yeah. But, yeah. If someone does complain, though, in my opinion, they're not good people to play with. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's kind of it. I think in casual games, that's the one. I think if you go to a tournament, and somebody says, oh, you can't, like, run that because that's not an official, like, model. It's a different situation. I think tournaments are very different to casual play. If I ever put something down on the tabletop and somebody said, basically, that wasn't a tournament, basically, having ran tournaments are tricky because some people's kit bashes and conversions may be awesome, but they're not suitable for tournament play. So I've seen it before where people have gone, I've kit bashed this model, or I've taken one of the big ones we talked about earlier was Chaplain Dreadnoughts. So Chaplain Dreadnoughts and Thunderfire Cannons. So there was a point where there was a period of time where Chaplain Dreadnoughts and Thunderfire Cannons were the most powerful things at tournament play. And having ran a tournament, people were constantly trying to use some form of proxy model or conversion, because those models were sold out everywhere. So, but what that led to was people putting something on the wrong the wrong size base but going, oh, but it's fine, or people using models that were similar but actually were much smaller, much bigger, things like that. So I feel like that's when at tournament levels it's a whole different kettle of fish, because like the idea, and I always think of this whenever you're kit bashing and converting an army, you need to be able to, as much as you know because you've built it, put yourself in your opponent's shoes. They need to know at a glance what's what. So like there was a really cool a friend of mine did a really cool Imperial Guard army, which was made out of the armies of the Empire from Old World. And how they did it is they basically went, everything that is a lasgun has this weapon from Old World. Everything that is this has this weapon. So basically you make 10 squads. Those 10 squads need to be immediately identifiable. Whereas like I've had it when somebody came to one of the tournaments, they were like, oh, I've got 4 squads of guardsmen. Each one of them was a different kit bash with different weapons proxying this or that on that. And I basically said to them, I was like, that doesn't meet the criteria for our kit bashes. They're very cool and in casual play, not a problem. At a tournament, because it's all about speed and you've got 2.5 hours to play out a round, if you've got 4 squads that are all the same squad but actually all look completely different with different weapons and different things where they're all meant to represent the same thing, it's enough to discombobulate your opponent, who at a glance just needs to make snap decisions. So I think there's two caps for it. I don't think any of it's... I think if you sat down in front of somebody, it's very different if you put an army on the tabletop that was Ultramarines, but they're a slightly different shade of blue to what the normal Ultramarines was, and somebody kicked off. Different red flag. If you put stuff down, for example, and said, oh, here's this is my converted rat Space Marines, as an example, Skaven Space Marines, but all of the units are all different sizes. The Space Marines are about the size of a clan rat, but then some of them are this, some of them are that. I feel that's a different conversation, because as cool as the conversions are, you have to model like for like, right? You have to go, if I'm kit bashing, like, take my Tau. There you go. I'll give you a good example of Tau kit bashing. So I've taken the I've been kit bashing my Tau as the World Eaters Combat Patrol. So I think it's funny to have melee Tau, right? I think it's quite a good laugh. So here's what I've done for them. So these are the Jackal models that are basically in the unit. Now these are on the exact same size base and have the exact same weapons as what their representatives in the Jackal one would be. But for me to run this army at a tournament, I would probably send a picture of the unit, of the whole force in, and go, here's my conversions, everything's running the same weapons, but they're just Tau. Because, kit bash with Tau, they're all the same sizes and stuff and things like that. That's what I kind of have to confirm. Whereas if I'd moved them onto 25mm bases or 100mm bases or wherever, and I was changing the bases, I was giving them different weapons, and none of them was consistent, I wouldn't be surprised if I got turned away from a tournament, because it's a different level of play. Casual play though, totally different. If I was playing a casual game with a friend, or I popped down to my local LGS and they were like, oh, we're just doing a casual, everyone bring a combat patrol. And I put this combat patrol down, and it's, oh, this is a World Eaters combat patrol because I've converted the Jackals into this, I've done this, and everything was like, and they went, I'm not playing that because I don't like Tau, and Taus aren't the proper World Eaters. Read. Very different conversation. And it's one of those, everybody hobbies differently. Some people, it's like, look at narrative players. I feel like I know a few people who got a bit of a bad rep as narrative players for being a little bit pernickety about the rules. But I'm like, no. If your main hobby is narrative play, then you make a narrative army. It has to be kind of lore accurate, right? That's the logic. And I'm not saying they're getting picky over a shade of blue. I'm talking about, people just doing something totally different in a narrative game setting. It's kind of one of those, and it is that it's the same with any hobby, no matter what it is, whether you're playing trading cards, tabletop games, video games, no matter what it is. If you sit down, there is always a level of a rule zero. Like, just before, here's the base rules. Is everyone happy? We're all happy? Hunky dory. you know, and it happens in Warhammer. You put your army on the tabletop, and you go, okay, this is what I'm running. Here's my army list. You hand the army list to your opponent, and you go, this is what I'm running. Do you have any questions? And they can read through the list, and they go, nope, cool, awesome, that looks great to me. Or, oh, sorry, what's that model? That's it. So, but yeah, always two sides to the coin. Always two sides of it. Sorry, I went on a bit of a ramble there. Ramble. But yes. Ooh. Anyways, right. We are about to do our Sunday showcase, which is where we go through all of your minis in the Discord that you've been building and painting up. And we bring them up on stream and we chat about them. So I will take a short break because I just need a little comfort break just to pop to the bathroom. So I'll put the BRB screen up for a couple of minutes. But if you want to post something in the Discord, !Sunday, and that takes you to the Discord. And then always just check the walls before you post. And we go through people's minis where we see what you've been finishing up and painting up recently. So it's a big one. You've got extra time because last week we didn't do it. We did a special one for the Painting Palooza. So very fun. Me and my friend just decide on points in the army list and battle each other. Yes, that's a good way of doing it. It's a good way of doing it. Playing with friends is always great fun. But yes, anyway, I'm going to pop to the bathroom, and then when we get back, we're going to dive into the Sunday showcase. So yeah, we will see you in a second. Okie dokie, we be back-a-roonies. It's showcasey time-a-rooney. How we all doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. We are back. Woo! And we are back. I have a can of Iron Brew Zero. And I got myself some senbeis, because I wanted something salty. But yes, how are we all doing though, folks? I hope we are all doing well. And are we ready to see some awesome minis from the community? We do this every single Sunday. Show off all of your awesome minis. So I'm excited. Yeah, Iron Brew! Iron Brew! Irony Brew indeed. Where are we at? Yeah. Oh. These things hit the spot so hard. The senbei crackers. Because they're just like wonderful little rice crackers. Dusted in pretty much just salt and MSG. Which does not sound healthy. But they hit that craving so well. I just wish they were more readily available here in the UK rather than kind of very expensive in the world food aisle. No, good time. I'm very happy right now. I don't know. Right, so. Oops. Knock these guys over. Got a whole lot of tiny little dreadnoughts. I've got so many tiny little dreadnoughts right now. I'm excited. We've got so many. Hey, Hero, welcome back. How you doing? I hope you're doing good. Iron Brew, made from girders. I'm sure someone has done an Iron Brew Space Marine chapter color stream. Yeah. Yeah, I've even heard a rumor at one point that somebody decided to do a Heinz baked bean Stormcast Eternal. Absolute mad one out there, whoever did that. People do doing these things on food, like, oh, and brands. It's so strange, right? I do love it when people do like silly things like that. The Iron Brew one, I've seen a few people do the Iron Brew one, which is very cool. There was somebody who did really good digital renders of them. And when they tried to, like, they went really hard on what the design would look like, which is always really fun. So, yeah. Does the Stormcast one come in 57 varieties? At this moment in time, I only have 5. 5 varieties. I have tomato soup, beans, spaghetti hoops, Hello Kitty spaghetti hoops, and beef and vegetable big chunky soup. So I'm just like, that's all I got so far. I know, yeah, 52 to go. I'll have to pick exactly what the 57 varieties are. Yeah. I have to figure that out. I'm limited to Ribena or Vimto. You could do Strongbow Dark Fruits with purple. You could do what you got? Wasn't there a purple tango at one point? You can splash in some red and do cherry cola. But yeah, plenty of. I was like, there's options there. Plenty of optiorinos. MSG fire! And no MSG. I always have a bag of it in the house. I've actually got my MSG in a shaker, like a salt shaker. You've always got to have it, right? It's always the best. Anybody who doesn't have it, get down to your Asian supermarket, buy a bag of MSG, put it in a shaker. Makes food super tasty. Grape soda. Grape soda's a good shout. You should do another set using true metallics and compare them. That's not a bad shout. I'd have to find an orange true metallic. I don't think they did an orange, did they? I can just do regular orange and just make the beans the same, I suppose. The other weird part is I have no idea if I'm ever going to be able to replicate that logo as well as it did. Like, this was what? 4 years ago? 4.5 years ago we did this? And I keep looking at it going, I don't know how I did it. Like, this is wild. You have to have another crack at doing it and be like, can I remember? So it's going along well with my Crimson Fists. I have 16 infantry and 2 vehicles done. Hell yes. Out of 4,200 points. Easy. You're flying through. So there's a great timing. My roast dinner is ready just in time for the showcase. It's like I planned it that way. Ooh, what's on the roast dinner? What's everyone got? Hey, Benny, how you doing? Welcome on in. Hero's been busy. I changed the black power weapons and tried lava weapons for the first time this morning using sponge and foam bit method. How did it go? That sounds really cool. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda. Some news of interest, if not aware, the Spearhead magazine issue 1 is out for $2.99. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So it's $2.99, and you get a Stormcast Eternal and is it 3? No, it's you get a Skaven and a Stormcast in it, don't you? I'll try and remember exactly what's in it. I saw it. I've been keeping an eye out in the shop to see if I can find it. Where is issue 1? Issue 1's only $2.99, which comes with the Grey Seer, isn't it? Grey Seer, the Lord Veridant. This is what you get for issue 1, which is very cool. Hey, Superwiz, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Benny. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind. Yeah, this is if you see issue 1 anyway, you get a Grey Seer, a Stormcast, the engine guy, what his name is, Warlock Engineer, and the Griff Crow. You get all of that with it for $2.99. Is a bargain. Absolute bargain. I found my local newsagents had 5 copies. I got 3 for mates and left 2 for the kids. Hell yes. Yeah, I need to have a look around and see if I can find this. So it's very, and then what we got? Issue 2 is $6.99, and that's 3 Rat Ogres. And then issue 3 is back up to like $9.99, I think. I think it's like $2.99, $4.99, $6.99, $9.99. I can't remember the order and how they're doing it. It's they get slightly more. Their standard price will be $9.99. And the Rat Ogres are great. The Rat Ogres are brilliant models. They're so much fun to paint up as well. They're an absolute blast. And then you've got, what's we got next? Issue 4 will be paints and a paintbrush. It's not bad. I mean, Regibita Armor and Abaddon Black. Most people have loads of them, but the fact that that's $9.99 and those paints on their own are like £4 nearly a paint. Plus the paintbrush. It's a good shout. And then you've got issue 5 is going to be a large basing brush and a Lord Celestant. I think the Lord Celestant is the exclusive. Every time they do these magazines, there's always one exclusive miniature. I think the Celestant is the exclusive one. I think. So, we've seen the full list of everything that comes in it. You got the premium versions as well, so if you subscribe and you pay £2.50 more per issue, you get these bonus kits at some point turning up. Which is very cool. It works out still cheaper than buying everything individually. So, you also get like bonus things. You get a mug, spare model, a bonus model, a set of synthetic brushes. And this is everything you get. If you guys haven't seen it, words loads. It's a big old image. Yeah, this is everything you get. It's in total. It's 12 spearheads. 12 spearheads in total. Choo choo! Oh, we're on a choo choo. What's happening here? You brought that much hype, Super Weasel. We did the special choo choo train just for you. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. My can of Iron Brew. Iron Brew. Hell yeah. But yeah, most places you can find these magazines will be Tesco's, Asda, Morrison's. Sainsbury's don't normally have them, but they might change. WH Smith's, because I refuse to call it TG Jones. Their website directly will sometimes have some, and then you might get lucky in some LGS's or like Forbidden Planet. You might get lucky there. So if you're in the UK anyway, I don't know what it's like for the US. I would be very tempted. I like everything in this, except for the fact that I don't need any more Skaven or Stormcast. And the only ones in here that I'm not fussed on is Lumineth, because a lot of people I know have Lumineth, so I don't really play armies that a lot of people don't have. And I've never been the super hyped about Ideneth. They're cool, but they're just not my vibe. So, yeah. Which is kind of cool. Milkshake would like to join the chat. Okay, hold on. I'll come get him. Milkshake wants to come say hi. Shaky boy. Shaky boy. You want to come talk about Spearhead? Oh, you have opinions? What's your favorite army? Really? Yeah? What else is your favorite? What else is your favorite army? He's gone quiet now. He's like, the camera's on me. I have to be quiet. Is it Gits? Is it Squigs? Stormcast? Skaven? Ideneth? Ossiarch Bone Reapers. He's just headbutting me a lot. The last time I got the subscription for it, I got the Karazai. Ooh, that's cool. One Stop is my local news agents had them. Oh, that's good to know. I don't know if... I know there's a One Stop a town over, but I don't have one here. So I can always try and head over there at some point and see if they have any in stock. That's a good shout. Yeah. It's a good value. There's so much in it, so it's worth sometimes picking up. I can't seem to get off this zoom in thing now. There's a lot of cool stuff in here, plus the premium versions. I've pretty much subscribed to all of them at some point, and then I end up cancelling it because I just get kind of a bit overwhelmed with all the minis that I'm not doing anything with. It sounds really odd. I'm just like, I don't need to spend this money on it, sort of thing. I always think it's a good idea, and I'm going to set out, best laid plans and all of being very, nah, I'm going to be good. I'm going to do a spearhead once a month and sort of thing. But it always goes a bit awry. But yeah, it is very cool though. I wonder how they chose the armies, because what's missing? There's no Daughters of Cain. There's no Fire Slayers. There's no Daughters of Cain, there's no Fire Slayers, there's no Iron Jaws or Savage Uruks. There's no Zeech, Khorne or Slanesh. So that's 6 armies they're missing. Trying to think what else they're missing. Anybody? There's no Flesh Eater Corpse. Actually, now I think about it, so that's 7. So there's a few that are missing, which is fair. Wonder how many you can convert into Warcry teams. Ooh, that would be pretty cool. I end up trading the minis that I'm not using for more miniatures or things like that. That's always a good thing to do, isn't it? Like you set up like a barter and trade with people. Like, tell you what, you've got this, I want this, I don't want that. Let us trade. Because you has minis if you have wares, if you have the coin. It's always a good one. Hello, little man. Someone is being incredibly affectionate. Do you want to see everybody? Is that what it is? I know that it's meant to be showcase time, but Milkshake wants attention. This is what happens when I'm not looking. This is what he does. So every now and again, if you see me randomly move, it's because he headbutted me. This little guy. Oh, sorry. You know, this is why everybody's here. This is what you're all here for, right? Milkshake the kitty. With such intense Halo music while I'm petting him. Da 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 dum da 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 dum da da da. You little adorable guy. He's been such an exploring little guy. I don't know if anybody, if you heard me say it earlier. He's found out that he's figured out. We've always left the stream room open because he's never jumped up on the desk or the side in here. Yeah, until recently. Where he's really, if I leave the chair in a certain direction, he realizes that he can headbutt the chair, move it, so then he can jump onto the chair to get onto the desk. So, yeah. So, more little guy. Is he, he's gorgeous. He is gorgeous. He's so gorgeous. Is he a tabby? I think he's a tabby. I think there's a little bit of Bengal in there for him. But I think he's majoritively, like, tabby. It might be like he has a grandparent who's Bengal. Just because he's really, really energetic. But yeah, so for anyone who hasn't met Milkshake before, I will tell you the story of Milkshake. So at the start of lockdown here in the UK, so 6 years ago now, that's terrifying. We just moved house, like a week before lockdown we moved house. We moved into this house, and about a week or two into lockdown, this little guy comes walking into the back garden with no collar on. And he's very friendly, he's very cautious, he's kind of friendly. So we gave him a little like Tupperware tub full of scrambled eggs. And he was like, because we didn't have any food. So he ate that. And we were like, oh, and off he went. So the next day he came back into the garden with 3 other cats. So we joked that Milkshake brought all the cats to the yard. What it turned out was, very heartbreakingly, was all of the other cats had owners who lived in the row of houses that we were just moved into. And but his owner used to live next door to the house we'd moved into, and then left him on his own. Just didn't take him. So we got him to trust us. We managed to like flea and worm him, so we could kind of come into the house. We then rudely betrayed the trust by getting him in a carrier and taking him to the vets to get his microchip scanned. Which he was like, no! So we got his microchip checked. We reached out to the owner. The owner wasn't interested. So he's then been with us ever since. So his name Milkshake stuck. Because obviously he brought the cats to the yard. So he's 14 years old this year, we estimate. We did a bit of Facebook stalking. And Instagram stalking of when the previous owner had like showed the first pictures of him. The vets weren't quite sure. The vets think he's a bit younger because his teeth are in such good condition. He has good dental hygiene. But he's also about the right age for he's started suffering from osteoarthritis in his back hips. So he's on meds and has been now for about a year, nearly. And he's doing so good on them. It means he runs around like an absolute idiot. He's having zoomies again. So he's doing good. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Boop. He's incredibly affectionate. And very loud. He has opinions and he likes to talk about them quite a lot. I found out he's got a little tickly spot just under it, just here, that sets his back leg off. If I tickle him. It's only a recent discovery. It's really funny. So it's always quite fun. But if I hold on a second, if I grab, I'll see if I can show you the bit. Where's the Milkshake bit? Where's his camera gone? Watch when I tickle him. You'll see the back of his leg go. Hold on. If I scratch his neck, just in the right spot. It's a new thing I figured out for him. It's so fun. Oh, he's like, Father, how dare you? How dare you? You showed off my secrets. There he is. Anyway, that's the story of Milkshake for anyone who hadn't met him. So he's incredibly cute and he's incredibly loud. Anybody? He's not talking to me now. He's having, you've embarrassed me, Father. You showed away my tickly spot secret. He did indeed choose us as a family, where the cat distribution was 100% at work. And we love him. And we love him so much. I have to admit, though, when it is when it's very hot at night, there is moments where I'm not sure how much I do love him when he sleeps here, and he is a heavy boy. He's like 4.5 kilos, so he's just like, ugh, and I'm like, oh, it's so warm. It's so warm. Like, I love you, Milkshake, but yeah. Oh. It's unbelievable that someone would abandon a cat, but I'm glad he's found a better family. Yeah. I can't fathom that somebody would abandon a cat like that. It's just wild. I feel that's why certain people shouldn't be allowed pets. He's warm with love. He is warm with love. Johan coming in with a hiya. How are you doing, Johan? How are we? I hope you're doing well. I miss my ginger tomcat, Dylan. He was a week off 20 when he passed a year and a half ago. That is some good innings. That is a good old run, that is. Fair play. Cross the Rainbow Bridge. Waiting for you. Like, ah. Yeah. It's, you see that there was that, injection that they've discovered in Japan that allows, like, cats to live, like to 30 years with like no real problems or something crazy. Like they've like a life extending injection that cats can have. I was like, what? So Max was at the vets the other day, a regular MOT. He's 5.8 kilos. My lordy. That is hefty. I mean, he's 4.5 kilos and he's a weighty boy. That's yeah, he hefty. Doing well. I got up at 5 a.m. to watch the F1 from Australia. I had a nap and had been painting hormigons for about 10 hours. Oh, good lordy. That's a whole load of hormigons. So, he's practically a panther. That it does feel like he is panthery like. Wait, they got auto-modded. Oh, it didn't like the... My friend's Maine Coon is about 1.5 stone. It did not like that. Oh. Yeah, my aunt has got, had two Maine Coons. She's only got one now. And you forget how big they are, like, versus normal cats. And it's always like, when you see the paws, and they're like, oh, hello. But yeah, but I also forget how small normal cats are, because he's quite a big cat. Milkshake's quite big. And if I go and see, like, one of my friends and we cat sit for them, their cats are so tiny. And I'm like, is this a normal-sized cat, or is your cat just small? Oh. Bicep curls for days on Milkshake. Oh. But yeah. Oh. Boyski. Right, anyway, shall we... Scratching my head. Shall we jump into the showcase? I realised I got very distracted by Milkshake, which is always good. This is always good. We love a Milkshake'ems. Where are we at? Shall we jump in and have a chat about what people have been doing? Maines and Bengals are quite crazy breeds, yeah. Like we have toyed with the idea about getting him a friend, but he's always been like kind of sociable to a point. He's like, he'll put up with some other cats, but if any other cats ever came in the house, he'd be all like, get out. He was very protective of us, so I do worry sometimes about if we got like him a cat friend, or we'd rescue another cat or something, how they'd get on. So it'd be interesting to find out. But he's pretty happy. I mean, to be fair, where we live anyway, we haven't really got space for a second cat. So yeah. Big cats are a different breed of their own. We had a thick boy growing up, which is a whopping 6.8 kilos of thickness. Not fat, he was just humongous. Oh lordy. He'd be hefty. He'd be a hefty boy. Yeah. No, I know, yeah. That's always the thing. He's very affectionate. I think he'll be worried. He'll be like, where? But I just know that, like, I've had friends who have had, like, a cat for, like, say, 5-6 years and then decided to get a second cat. And it's like, it made a world of difference to the other cat. So it's like, but I've also seen the horror stories the other way. So it's always a back and forth in it. But we don't really have space for a second cat. So that kind of makes our decision for us. But yeah. He's just so much personality for us as well. We love him. We love him. So I don't think he would. Nah, it'd be fine. That's the very aggressive extreme end of it, and that's not his personality type. Yeah, for it. There is extreme versions of stuff like that happening, but yeah, I doubt that would be Milkshake. But anyway, right, diving on in, shall we jump into the Sunday Showcase, which is that part of the week where we look at what you've all been painting and what have you been getting on with it. So let's find out and have a look here. We are kicking off with Pom, who is showing off 3 kit bashes they've been doing based on the original Ooh, hello. So these are 3 kit bashes based on the Rogue Trader models for the Crimson Fists army. Ooh. So I managed to scrounge up some Centurion grav cannons from a buddy, and this is what I'm playing them as. These are using the 2003 Ronin Jewels base robots. Let's have a look and bring them up. Ta-da! That's very cool. That is like, reminds me of the Rogue Trader kind of like Titans that they did, the very like blocky walk-in throughs, which is very, very cool. Like, that's very, very cool. I like this kind of like a sketch style on the sword as well, which is really nice. Almost like gives me a mix between like watercolored or like sketchy vibes. It looks very, very cool. This is wicked. I'm a big fan of this. And you've done 3 of these, Pom. Yeah, you weren't kidding about finding some, scrounging up some parts from like friends and things. These are well cool. They remind me of the the old Warlord Titans, but also kind of like there's a little bit of it that makes me think they remind me of the original like Chaos Androids. Like that was very cool. Yeah, these are really, really nice. I like these a lot. You've got really good green glow effects going on here as well. These are really cool. Oh, these are so funky. It's amazing when you think about how far modeling's come, right? You think about how far we've come along now since the original sculpts back in Rogue Trader to now. It's insane. But I love this throwback to like, you know, the origins of where the mini paintings came in. Classic goblin green rim on the base. This is so cool. Man, I feel old from here. Oh no. It's all good. You're all good. It's all fine. Oh, you're fine. You're all good. Oh, I sat on my foot and it's gone to sleep. Oh, I'm loving this though, Pom, and also really, really cool on this. Such a throwback. The sword is fantastic. Like I'm loving all of it, and like updating them with like new grav cannons and weapons from the Centurions just adds in that kind of like modern twist. I like it. I remember the female Space Marine sculpts in the Road Trader days. Where is my rocking chair? It's the ones that I'm sad I don't have any of. I would love to have had some of those. I have a load of original Arbites and like scouts and stuff. I've got quite a lot of old stuff from Necromunda, but I didn't have any of the old female Space Marines. When you had to go in and you had to order, okay, I would like this. You had to go in with the sheet from the catalogue and you're like, can I have this, this, and this? And they turn around to the shelves behind them and go, yep. Oh, I'm out of those today, sorry. That was always good. But that is lovely, Pom. I am loving this, and what a great start. A proper historic throwback for us all. Everyone's like, I feel old. But they look fantastic. Yeah, I'm loving these. Or better yet, Necrons, before they were called Necrons, they were, yes, yeah. If I could pick any old sculpt, though, to get, like, an update, I would pick the Necron Pariahs. They were one of my favourite bits of lore, because it was what would happen when the Necrons, basically, they turned humans into Necrons. They had the technology to kind of do the biotransference again, and they basically started, like, capturing people and turning them into Pariahs, and then the Pariahs then were like anti-warp, almost like Sisters of Silence vibe. It was very cool. And then they kind of just sort of phased them out, which is a shame. They were very cool models. Speaking of very cool models, next up we have, hey, Super Weasel is here with, they have finally, the final piece to add to my Middle-earth strategy battle game army, the White Council, kicking off with Radagast the Brown on foot. Hell yes! I am loving this. This is so nice. You were saying you really wanted to nail out your Radagast and stuff, and you smashed it. Absolutely smashed this. It looks exactly like he does out of the film, and it's brilliant. I'm half expecting him any minute now to start like to whip out a pipe and or some mushrooms and be like, he's like, it's been a rough day. I'm loving this. Really, really cool. That white on the beard and the hair is so striking. You've nailed that. It's like a platinum white. That's really cool. And I love the jewel inside his staff, which I feel like that never gets highlighted as much as it kind of could do. How rad. Ooh. The music almost felt like I was on the Endar Spire. Yes. Oh, that was so good, wasn't it? The Endar Spire mission. It set the tone for that game phenomenally. It was so good. It was so good. I'm so excited for the fate of the Old Republic. I'm so excited. I cannot wait to see this on the tabletop. Yes, I'm looking forward to this. Both me and Super Weasel said the same thing when we were at Warhammer World yesterday. We were like, we need to come up here and play a game because whenever we meet up with the best of intentions, whenever we go around to one of our houses, we don't play. We just sit and chat, have a cup of tea, and chat for hours. And it's like, right, we need to go up to Warhammer World where there's a table and we can go, right, we're going to play. That's what we're going to do. So we need to pop up. We might have to, we'll pick you up on the way, Sith, and you can teach us how to play Middle-earth. Whoa. This is so nice. I'm loving all the different textures of brown that you've nailed out on here, Super Easy. You've got the really nice dark brown for like his robe, and then on here you can make out that he's got the little leather satchels, which is just adding to the different textures. And the fact that you can make out the strap differently to the furs, and then you've got the other layers of brown underneath. Smashed it. To be honest, I should have redone the gem. It's blue contrast over Stormhost Silver. No, it looks fantastic. That is it. He had that nice gem in his staff, didn't he? 10th of June, just saying. I need to learn how to play first. I can't go to a tournament not knowing how to play. I mean, I could. I'd be like, my goal will be to leave with the wooden spoon and not get kicked out. That would be the plan. And then, of course, we do get the glory of all of these together in one fell swoop. These are looking awesome. Yes. The Vanquishers, the Necromancer all together. They all look fantastic. Absolutely brilliant, Super Weasel. Okay, fine. We'll go to Warhammer World before then. Yes. Super Weasel's like, I have 3 models. That's all you need. Easy. Easy, right? It means it's only 3 models for you to learn. Oh, these are brilliant. I love the armor on Elrond on here. The armor on this is so nice. You hit that kind of Gladrahim shiny gold armor really well. And I love the variation you've done there on Galadriel. It's so cool. Because it's like she did look different when she went kind of like rage mode and power mode in the Hobbit versus when she was like, I will be your Dark Queen! It was so cool. And you've hit those colours fantastically. Gandalf looking fantastic. Saruman the white robe. I remember when you painted him up, it was just like, whoo, smashed it. And Radagast slots in here absolutely brilliantly. This is fantastic. I am both terrified and excited to see these on the tabletop. They look so good. Gandalf is the only metal mini. The rest all fine cast. Oh, not fine cast. Forge World resin. Not fine cast. Or some fine cast. I'm not sure which ones they would be. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, I didn't think there was any there's much fine cast stuff left. But that's so cool. These look fantastic. I was trying not to knock over stuff. I was like, wait a minute. Ooh, the rest are all resin. Nice. I did enjoy painting these again. It shows. You've spent an absolute wonderful amount of time on them, and they look phenomenal. Middle-earth is little with fine cast. Did you see the bit I was saying earlier, Sith, about the... I think I've spotted that Middle-earth as having a bit of a rebrand. I will slightly interrupt the showcase to show this in case you didn't see it. I think there's a plan that it's going to have a bit of a rebrand. When I was at Warhammer World, I saw this box on the shelf for the Footnights of Dol Amroth, where it looks a bit different to the other boxes around it. And it says this is for the armies of Middle-earth. And then on the back of it, it was labelled as Middle-earth Enterprises. And it has like the new branding for Games Workshop. It talks about like, the Forge World miniatures and things like that. So I reckon it's having a bit of a change. And it talks about how, what does it say there? The Middle-earth and the Hobbit Lord of the Rings names are names of characters, items, and events therein are all trademarks of Middle-earth Enterprises LLC, under license by Games Workshop. So I'm wondering if when there was that period of time where not much really happened, this was kind of the update. I really like this new box though. Like, it's really, really nice. But it was the only box on the shelf that had this branding. Everything else was the ones that you see behind it. All the classic ones. So I thought it was interesting. I just wasn't sure if you'd seen it. I was like, I feel like you might be interested to know this. I think that's the same picture as the Armies of Middle-earth book. I could. Oh, that's cool then. That would be really nice. Yeah, it feels like I just hadn't seen the Middle-earth Enterprises anywhere before. I was like, oh, like shiny new thing. Like shiny new. It's like, oh. But yeah, I was like, ooh. But yeah, Super Easel. These are fantastic, and I am scared to face them. I don't think my orcs will be able to do much, but they'll try. Next up, we have... Ooh, these look gorgeous. We have from Johan, who's been busy working on some Tyranids. Da 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 da. Ooh, this is the not the Psychophage. Oh, what's it called? The I have it. I can't remember its name. Psychomancer? No. What's this guy called? I have this. I have him literally here on the shelf behind me. I cannot for the life of me remember what his name was. Neurotyrant. Thank you. Is it Neurotyrant? Yeah, because it was one of the new ones from Leviathan. I couldn't for the life of me remember what it was called. This is stunning. I'm loving the choice of colours on this. Like, these are fantastic. Like, the choice of colours on this are gorgeous. Like, almost feels like it's a sort of thing where it's like it's trying to lure you in. It's like a candy shop. Like, look, come in. I have sweets. I have wares. This is gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Right. Welcome back, Mecca. Welcome back. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I'm loving all the detail work on this. Love the choice of colour on the base. These little glowing greens and the vibrant pink pop so well. This is phenomenal. You said you'd been enjoying painting up some Tyranids. And then we see the side shot here, the glowing brain part. Yeah. This is wild. Also, you don't see Nids that often with like a dark carapace. So it's a really nice like choice there to use that really, really sort of like... All the colour is coming from the organic part of it, not that the carapace isn't all organic. It's just kind of like... It's almost like thick skin, isn't it? It's kind of... It's very much like this is the armour element of it. You know, the chitin style. So the fact that that's just a very neutral kind of like, you know, that's a grounding colour. And then you've just gone boom with the white to blue, boom with the super vibrant pinks, a little hint of purple, and then bang, these lovely glowing orange bits, glowing green bits is fantastic. It's almost giving me kind of a like neo pop sort of synthwave-esque vibes, which is really, really cool. Which means you can tick it off the hobby bingo, which is like nailed it. And I love the fact that you've got these little glowy bits of OSL down here. Just like it's powering up. It's going to like it's ready. It's getting itself ready to like lash out. This is fantastic. Oh wow! I didn't realize how much detail you've done on the back of the armor. So from the front, it looks like it's just like an off black, like a charcoal black into a few little pockets of grey. And then it's actually got this lovely like pinky purple hue to it. That's a great colour choices. That's stunning. Really, really, really nice. As that build-up of the base is so nice. The choice of colour on the base is fantastic. Really, really lovely. The characters and monsters for the army have a darker carapace. The remainder are just incredibly pink. I love that. Is that all the Hormigans you've been working on? Oh. Loads of love for this. I love how understated the base is. Just a simple whoa from Subby. I love that. Very synthwave. That's kind of like neo-poppy synthwave vibe. It's so much fun to look at. I feel like every time I look at it, I spot something new. I love this. Mechas are lovely. Mwah. It's very vibrant and natural, like a poisonous creature on the planet. Yes, that's kind of it. It almost thinks this was a like a frog. It'd be a vibrantly coloured frog to warn away predators. Like, don't go near it. It's poisonous. It's that sort of level of vibe, which is really nice. Is the pink on the little guys the same as their headpiece? I think it is. Look at the little guys. They're a little bit. Oh, you mean the Hormigans? Sorry, I thought you meant those. That's that. If it's that, that's gonna be stunning. That's so much work though on all those Hormigans. No wonder it's taken you like 10 hours to get those Hormigans done. I'm always like blown away when people sit and do that, like kind of like feathering, sort of like detail across all of the carapaces across every Hormigan and Termigan. I'm like, you're all mad. Like, whoa, this is stunning. Absolutely fantastic. You nailing it out of your hand. You've been busy. You have been busy. And smashing it. Well, it looks fantastic. I'm excited to know what's next. I'm setting the whole army together. Have you got a big creature in mind for next? Is this just the stuff from kind of Leviathan, or are you eyeing up a Norn emissary or like an exocrine or something? I've done 10 in around 25 hours, and I have 20 more to go. You can do it! We believe in you! You can do it! Knock it out of the park! I've got an Archeon conversion to run as Norn. Whoa. That's a big old conversion. That's a big old conversion, that is. I've seen Archeon turned into a Hive Tyrant before, because that used to be the biggest thing next to a Hierophant. But yeah. Like, woo! Oh, that's the question. Hero's like, are you going to do a Bio-Titan? Hero's like, I've been there, I've done the Bio-Titan. Are you going to do one? Do it, do it, do it. It's beautiful. Very, very gorgeous. I'm excited to see what is next. Very excited to see what's next. Speaking of next, though, no Bio-Titan, my wallet has taken enough stress. That's fair. We know Bio-Tyrant so far. Speaking of next, we have the wonderful Sith Panda, who has been working on the wonderful birch seed, the Ent from Middle-earth, who I feel like these Ents don't get, outside of Treebeard, they never get a lot of love. And I'm so glad that they found their way into your hands, because this is a model that has been painted with love, which I'm always a big fan of it. I love, with this, the colour choice for this like real pale, almost like silver birch style is absolutely awesome. You have completely nailed that colour. Like, absolutely nailed it. We used to have these silver birch trees in our back garden, and they used to do my absolute head in because they were like really overgrown. And they were so that this color of the bark is absolutely dead on Sith for that exact thing. This is so nice. I love the fact that you got all those kind of like orange leaves at the bottom. So this is very much like, it's almost like he's come from a different part of the forest. And it's just like that bit when they had the meeting at the stone, isn't it? And they're there for hours going, introductions have now been complete. And they're like, it's so cool. So nice. And all the little details across all the leaves as well. We got some lovely zoomed in shots. Boom. Look at that. Look at all those little details on the leaves, all picked out and highlighted fantastically. This is so nice. I love the colour choice of the eyes. It's that kind of almost like acorn colour, which is so cool. It's so nice. By accident, it only as a counter to a friend who's going to play Black Rider. You're going to play Black Riders? Boom, I'm going to run Ents. All the Ents. Oh, this is so nice. It is that birch autumn feeling, isn't it? It's that kind of like nice and chilled, like, ooh yes. Oh yeah. And I love seeing that. We got to zoom in on the wood grain work that you've done on this as well. It's so good. It's so nice on this Sith. It is so good to see you back at the painting workstation. I've been missing seeing all your Middle Earth, and seeing you posting all the time on Instagram as well is fantastic, which has been so lovely. Follow the Sith Panda on Instagram. Do it. Oh, it's so nice. Tree! It is a tree! Tree! I am Groot. Oh, it is stunning, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. Many thanks, I feel I've definitely got my mojo back. Hells to the yes. I love it, I love it. Oh, Sith. You smash it. Is that, the leaves at the bottom? Is that, Rival Craft leaves? Oh, Rival Crafts. Is that the, or is that somebody else? It's a really, really vibrant. We've got Merry and Pippin on the desk at the moment. Nice. I still need to finish my Jalrog. That's something I've got to work on at some point. I need to get it done. Like, oh lordy. Oh. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You guys are smashing it. This is, you guys are nailing it. You're like, hey, you did a different showcase last week. I'm bringing the heat. That's what you've all done. The leaves are just off Amazon, but there is a Rival Crafts Autumn Litter on there. Oh, nice. Ooh. Is Merry supposed to be on them too, or are they going to be individual models? I think, is it Merry and Pippin? They go on Treebeard, don't they? Rather than Birchseed. Or do they fit onto multiple ones? I have no idea. I might be wrong. Which is going to be very cool. I bought a Leaf Punch off Amazon. It's amazing. I've seen those, yeah. I've seen those. You can get quite a lot of them. Just like... And just go like leaves. Where did we see? We saw somebody selling. I think it was in Element Games. It's not Element's fault. They're obviously selling something that somebody else was someone else's product, and it was like leaves for bases, but it was like they'd been hole punched out of leaves, and it was about like 20 little flecks of leaves for like £4 or £5. I was like, you just buy a hole punch and do it yourself, right? And make an infinite amount. Oh, but yes, it's very, very cool. Next up, we have... Oh, hell yes. Oh, I missed these guys. These were so cool. Next up, we have from Anubis, who has attempted their first ever attempt at doing any wet blending. And we have this wonderful Stormcast Eternal on a Dracoline. Is it Dracoline? This is the ones from the Sacrosanct Chamber, I believe, based on the fact that he's holding the soul flasks at the top. This is really nice. And you're saying this is your first attempt at trying to blend in, and you can see how wonderful that has come up down here. Look at that blend. Your first time blending that in, that's come together fantastically. That's the sort of blend you're after. That's really, really, really nice. Like, I am loving that. And you can see here, you've got the 3 different purple tones. You've got this more kind of dark Phoenician purple. There's a little bit here, which is a little slightly more of a like a what's more like Xerneas into Phoenician, into like a lighter purple here. It looks fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. It's exactly it, Heroes. Like Anubis is like first time, like lies. This is absolutely awesome. And it's not. It's hard. Wet blending is a tough thing to try and do. You know, especially like when you people always make it look so easy, and then when you actually have a go at it, you end up being like, I'm not happy, and you keep doing layers and layers, and by that point you've added too much paint onto the model. It's always like But yeah, this looks fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Also, I love the effects you've got here on these like soul flasks and the staff. These are so nice. I don't think these models... I have no idea if these models still... Are they still playable for Stormcast? I can never remember what they did with it. Because there was... I remember they used to have the... they used to ride like the Dracoline kind of like models. You had... what were they called? Not Retributors. There was a point where it was like they were out in like the first and second editions of Warhammer, and then they kind of got phased out with the new Thunderstrike armor. I can't remember if they're still available, which looks really, really cool. But I'm loving this. It's so cute. Can I pet? Pets. If danger, why friend-shaped? That is true. If danger, why but you're friend-shaped. Also, I love the fact on here that you've got a load of other effects going on. You've got like black rocks with like little mossy effects going on in the cracks. And then you've also got oxidized metal down at the bottom as well, which is really, 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 really nice. So you've got loads of different skills and techniques all going off at the same time on this one. These look fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Like, they look yeah, just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I am loving these. Ooh. I always do a lot of research before trying something new. But you can do all the research in the world. You still manage to execute it really well, and that's entirely on you. Like, research helps, but put it into practice. And that blend is just really stunning. That's a really lovely blend up there. Really, really nice. You want those like nice smooth blends, and you've nailed it. I'm excited to see what's next on your your journey of right. I'm going to try this technique now, because I love the fact that your way you approach the hobby is, I want to do this effect. I'm going to research it. I'm going to execute it, and then see how it comes out. Which is really nice. You know, add some pets as well. Are they pets for this, or pets for Shake'ems, or both? He's just in the middle of scratching his own chin. He's like, pets? I heard pets. I will pet myself. I'll give him some little petties here. Disarmed. Or both. There you go. Little belly rubs for Milkshake. He'll get spicy with me in a minute. Fastest way to Carnegie Hall. Practice, practice, practice. Oh yeah. But this looks fantastic. Yeah, the copper oxide is brilliant. Really, really lovely. Is that like a nickel oxide across copper, or is that the other technique where I've seen people do it where they paint the model like the copper color, the oxidized color, so they paint it like a teal or a vibrant color, and then they dry brush on the copper afterwards instead. So they get like different variations of the effect. It looks fantastic. Really, really lovely. And the red robe is really nice as well, that you've got the blends going up and down this. I know I've been focusing on the skin, but it does look brilliant. Dirty down moss, and then Citadel for the oxide. Nice. Nice. Hells to the S. Just hear him, Milkshake scratching his chin. He's like... Whoa. I thought he was going to damage himself then. He was scratching so hard. Oh. Next up, we have Netman, who has now done one of each of the poses that are available for their Skitarii Pilgrims. Leaving in suspense, that was there. So here we go. These are Natman Skitarii Pilgrims. So if you haven't been following Natman's project on this, effectively, what would happen if there was Mechanicum in the Heresy and they went a little bit too ghoulish, a little bit too vampire-y. They went a little bit just kind of like, you know what, like, you know, what if we stopped, you know, what if we were already like bad humans? Like, it doesn't matter what flesh works, right? It's very cool. And I'm very excited to see what more is going to come from this. But this is Natman's main troop choice. These are the Skitarii Pilgrims for Heresy. And there's been some really, really nice additions to this. I love the little addition of the crossbow kind of at the end of it. The little like short bow to kind of give it a little bit more of a medieval sort of vibe. The super blood-soaked skin, as if they've literally just like flayed it straight off of an enemy. Like, yeah, like, you know, I want a little bit more flesh. It's almost like they've gone like techno sickness mad. And they now I want more flesh. It's a bit like, whoo! Which is very, very, very cool. And then everything on this is just gorgeous. The color of the legs, I love this like kind of raw Mechanicus standard armor color you're doing, which is just absolutely peak. It's just fantastic. And then the really, really grim flesh tones, and they just look like what would happen if you know, cybernetic zombies attacked. You're like, oh, no, thank you. I think these are going to be ran as Dark Mechanicus. I'm not sure if it's Dark Mechanicus or Mechanicus that has like a darker, a ghoulish twist to it. So a lot of it's kind of based on like vampires, ghouls, werewolves, and zombies, kind of like the big classic horrors. So we've seen like the werewolf robot machines already, whose name escaped me. And this is the kind of fundamental for the Force. That's going to be ran. And Atma was saying the only thing that was with this kit is that there are only literally 4 poses in this kit. It doesn't matter how you do it. There's 16 models in the kit, but it's just the same 4 poses, kind of like a few times over, which is kind of interesting. But I'm loving the fact that you're still able to make these all look different. They're gonna look fantastic as a squad. But these are just stunning. Everything about it. I love the weapons. Love the armor metal, the metal on the legs, and the armor paneling is brilliant. And they're so tall as well. These guys are really tall. Some super grim skin. Like, look at that kind of, like, they almost look like flayed one flesh vibes. Like, yeah. These are really, really nice. I'm hyped to see your next thing from yours now, man. Excuse me. Whoa. Whoa. These look fantastic. These are so cool. Yeah, they kind of give you. They feel like, I always feel the Skitarii Pilgrims would look good as like Ash Waste Nomads. And from that, I always feel like they would fit in really well. It's very, very cool. I'm just like, woo. Whoa. Next up, we have Subby, who has done their take on Captain Raphael Acastus of the Crimson Fist's 9th Company. So, you are currently making the effort of converting all of your Ultramarines into Crimson Fists. Am I right on this one, Subby, at the moment? Which is a big old change-a-rooney. Like, well, hold on a minute. You're like, I'm going to keep swapping around. Which is very, very cool. Yeah, thank you, Zith, for posting that man's Instagrams. Ooh. But yeah, these look awesome. Absolutely great. I mean, Crimson Fist, I feel they're due, like, some new characters, right? Pedro Cantor must be, like, Primaris-sized at some point. You know, I feel like classic character, it's going to be... It's going to have some sort of change-up, surely. Like, I feel like it's going to be a thing. It does kind of surprise... It would surprise me if they don't do something with it. I'm just kind of... I don't know. I just feel like the Crimson Fists need a bit of love. Such iconic models, and such like an iconic piece of artwork from the early days of Warhammer. But yeah, I feel like they need something a little bit funky. Because then you could be like, aha, new Pedro Cantor, let's go. But I think you've nailed the armor color on this. They do have that much darker color versus Ultramarines. It is just that like tonal shift. The red is that nice deep red that they are associated with having, and I really, really like the pickouts of the detail on this. We've got a lovely shot as well. Of the symbol on the shoulder pad also, which is really nice. Now, is that painted over a transfer, or is that free-handed on this one? I'm very intrigued. But yeah, Cantor is still wearing his Mark 9. Is he in Mark 9 armor? No, Mark 9's Primaris armor, isn't it? So it'd be... He's not been Primaris-sized, has he? Or I missed this. He's still playable, but they're not selling his mini anymore. Yeah, that normally means that they're going to be put into like a made-to-order at some point, isn't it? So at some point it'll be a made-to-order. Like, normally. I just don't know when that's going to be. It's like, wait a second. Is it bad that I hope it's a transfer, as it's so good. It's so nice. It is, all chapter markings have been free-handed, except for that's complete freehand. So not like over a transfer, like where you painted over it or anything. That's complete fill of freehand. Or killed off screen in a random article. Could you imagine? Like, just like, dead. Like, no! Like, wait a second. Like, no! Hello there! Welcome, it's Bond. Like, yeah. Who else would be killed off screen? In a random article. Gulliman. No. But yeah, this is really, really nice though. Really, really like this. And I think it looks fantastic. And it's hard to convert and repaint an army, isn't it? Because you've got extra layers of paint onto there as well, so you've got to be really careful with any additional colours you add on. Unless you prime over it and strip it and things like that, it's very, very tricky. It's always a real tricky one to do. Was Yarrick killed off screen, or did they not confirm it in the end? I feel like I couldn't remember if there was confirmation. I remember there was speculation, but there wasn't. I couldn't remember if there was confirmation of what had happened. Maybe I'm misremembering, but that's what I thought it was anyway. Oh, this is fantastic work. That is phenomenal. That's really, really gorgeous. Like, so much detail on there as well. That's really, really nice. And you've got to do that across the whole forces. You're going to be busy. Oh no, I forgot to paint the skull on his collar. Wait, he has a skull on his collar? Does he? Ah, the one down there. Wait, no, what skull? On his collar? Have I missed one? Oh no, I was thinking. Oh, did you mean that? I did think that bit was a skull. Oh, that's an engine vent in it. So you're all good. You're all good. So yeah, this looks fantastic. Loving this subby. Absolutely brilliant. Ooh. Speculation equals death. That's true. That's true. Oh, hey, welcome back, Baleforge. How are we doing? So what are we doing? So we are doing our Sunday showcase. So every Sunday we do a community showcase where we go through what finished works people have had, and then we sit and we chat about their works for it, and then we do this every single Sunday. So there's an area in the Discord where you can post, which is !Sunday. So it's locked for today's one, but so you can post anything you post today will show on next week's showcase if you did want to post something. But we never force anyone to, and we're all about positivity here. And if anybody does ever request feedback on their model, they can react to their photo using the symbol of the week, normally a purple heart. And then we'll always give a form of feedback on an area you like. But yeah, that's what we're getting up to today. So we're getting through this showcase. We have got next up, we're just showing Subby's mini here. Next up speaking of purple, I knew purple wasn't coming up. Heed has been busy. There's a big old noise marine here. Heed. This is awesome. This is phenomenal. This is so, like, I've been saying it the last few times you've shown off a mini, Heed. You have such a distinct paint style. And I love the fact that if I scroll through Instagram and I see something, I'm like, that's Heed. I don't even have to look at the name of who's posted it, which is so good. You've got such like a style which is so totally you. And this is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I'm loving my eye, you think would be drawn to all of the pink. My eye is actually drawn to the cables that power into the sonic blaster there. Because I love the almost effective, like it looks like it has a flow going through it. Like into the green, into the blue, and then back into the green, and back into the blue. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Rock music intensifies. Let's go! Oh. This is just spectacular. I love like the little bits of like the blue into the pink from kind of underneath. Like it's the little bits of lights coming from the floor. This is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I know, man. These are just beautiful. I'm running out of things to say every week because I'm just like, they're just stunning. It's absolutely stunning. Look at the brain there on the back. Look at that. That's so cool. It's just fantastic. I think Sith, you've nailed it there. It is the bluey purple is just so crisp and clean. That's exactly it. It's a lovely paint job there as well. And he's just like, oh, it's lovely. I would love to see though a bit more of this. If you got a shot of this freehand on this shoulder pad that you're hiding away from us. What is this? This free-handed Slaneshi symbol. We don't get to see that in all its glory. Only got the 2 photos. Rude. I feel scammed. I want to see the rest of it. It's so nice. I feel like it would be a dubstep or something, or like an Atari Teenage Riot. I feel like it's. I like to think that they found an old disc and they play it, and it's just Crazy Frog. Like, that's what blasts people, that melts people's brains. Like, ah! Yeah, either that or like super intense dubstep. I think you're right for that one. Like super intense, like the level of the bass melts your brain. Or there's a close up in the finished hobby for us all to see. What's it doing in there? What's it doing in the finished in there? Oh, hey, Milkshake. You having a little sneeze? You okay? Yeah. Boop. Boop. Milkshake wanted boops. Oh. This is just fantastic. I have no words, Heed, except this is just gorgeous, and I love seeing your work. Like I said, you have this super unique style that is just fantastic, and every single time I think you've got to the point where you're like, oh yeah, you've nailed your style. I don't know what more you're gonna do next. You find a way to just blow me away. It's fantastic. Plus, it's Slanesh, so I have to leave you wanting more. You tease. Oh, I think it'd be awesome if it was that track that was just on the violin cover. Yeah, just like, you know, hey Milkshake, you okay? What's up? You be a little meow meow. Oh, it's yeah. There's something this color scheme reminds me of, and I'm trying to place it in my brain. And I'm trying to think what it is. It's from a cartoon, and I can see the scene in the cartoon, but I think I'm misremembering the colors. I feel like it's red and blue is what I'm thinking of, not pink and blue. I'll have to do some research for the next time we post something and be like, so I can figure it out. Which is very nice. Hey, buddy. Hey. Oh, I love it. Love it. This is gorgeous, and I'm excited to see what's next. What video are you, I'm genuinely I kind of excited for if you get around to it. Is I'm wondering if you're gonna tackle Fulgrim in this style, because it's gonna be like, whoa, it's gonna be so cool. Is the shoulder pad a 50-50 split, or is it a directional shadow? Ooh, I don't know. He's the one to ask. Oh. Next up, we have Corvus, who has done a test model for their Pegasus engine Kelpies, which is they've blended together wet blended green and blue. Let's have a look. Let me zoom out. These are Kelpies? Wait, I feel like the Kelpies I've got for 40k for Age of Sigmar are very different Kelpies. Yeah, buddy. Oh, this is really cool. This is a mermaid seahorse, or is it just a seahorse? I feel like I'm throwing what it is. I do like this. This is really cool. I love the dark kind of skin here. The blue. It's like when you get the what do you call it? When somebody has like a dog, which is like, is it black or blue? Is it it's like that kind of Great Dane. It's a blue Great Dane because it's not black. It looks very dark, and then as you get closer, you realize, oh no, this is actually blue fur for it. It's that sort of vibe. And they have that like really dark level of it. Oh, it's a really, really nice. Yeah, or Ravens. Yeah, that same vibe as well. Is it really, really, really nice? So yeah, I saw you've ticked the purple heart. Is there a particular area you would like any sort of feedback on for this Corvus? Is there a bit that you'd like a particular bit of feedback on? Whoa. This is looking great. It looks like it should just be underwater. That's like the vibe we're waiting for. It looks like it should be underwater. The blending specifically, please. Okay, I'm going to nail in. Let's have a look. So the blending between the green and the blue. Let's have a look here. Let's zooming in on the photo. Where have we got going on this one? I think the bases and the foundations of it are really, really strong for it. I think there's just a slight level there where you can almost see like a little cautious hesitation, where like it's almost like you've not quite pushed it. I kind of get the impression, I might be wrong, that you kind of got to this point here, this line, and then we're like, I'm not sure if I'm going to blend anymore. And then you went on you went up here and you went, oh no, I am going to blend down. So there's a slight more of a solid line here than probably what you're looking for. Like, and I think I've done that exact same thing myself when I've been wet blending. And I think for me, I find like I end up, don't be afraid to keep going back and forth on it, and sometimes leaving it to dry and then coming back to it, and you can still keep adding in layers, which is good. And I think that would have just made that slightly more not so solid. If that makes sense, it looks like it's such a straight across. Oh, hold on a second. Milkshake wants to go out of the room. Give me a sec. Hey, buddy. No, back. Oh. But yeah, I feel like that's the only bit I can think of there. I think it's like when you're looking at the whole the model as a whole, you've got this bit here where it almost feels like it feels like that you'd stopped here at one point with the green, and then like for me, whenever I wet blend, if you're using a glass or a wet palette, I literally I'll put the colors I'm going to blend about this far away from each other on the wet palette, and then I just start bringing basically like a little bit together, and then I mix kind of like a midpoint of this is the middle bit I want. So I don't think I'm explaining it very well, but I'll basically kind of go about 6 inches away from each other. I'll put them like down like that, and then I'll go, right, I'm going to take a 50-50 and a 50-50 split of these two colors, and that'll be the midpoint, right? And then just basically with a bit of water, I just kind of drag them up and down, and you create a whole like flow then, like of like, these other different gradients. And that's how I tend to do it, because then I can figure out. You almost see the whole transition then going across, and you can choose, do I want it heavier here, lighter here, and that sort of side of it. And I feel like this is a really good version of where you've got the 50-50 split. You've got the blue and then you've got the green, but it's just that slight bit here where you haven't got quite the green to the blue. Like just like push that a little bit further, then you wouldn't have this such harsh line. And I say harsh, and I'm being very, only because I'm zooming in on it. Like that's the only reason I'm spotting it, because like from here, it looks great. It looks absolutely brilliant. You know, it looks absolutely fantastic. You wouldn't notice it otherwise. It's only because you asked for the blending feedback. That's the only bit I can think of. That, and the only other bit was on this one, just on this side here, it's the same sort of thing. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. I hope that helps. I always feel like, I know everybody's like, oh, can you give me a bit of constructive feedback? And I'm always like, I feel so picky. I feel picky. But that's the thing. It's, you know, and it's just something I have no idea about. Then I'm like, I have no idea. Or, the Storm Age on the court doesn't bother me anyway. Hell yes. I did the solid colours for the green, and then the base of the fins and the blue to about 3 mil from the green. I let it dry and then worked in the blending. There we go. And it is just one of those, I always feel like with wet blending that it takes forever to make progress. And I'm like, oh. But I did find rather than using water, I tend to use a medium, because I think that it takes slightly longer to dry than the water, so I get a little bit more play with the blending. So that always helps as well. It is a very helpful thing. I'm glad it helped. That's a cool way to do it. Kind of tried that, but the model instead of the palette. Yeah, I always find like it's how I managed to get the blending on like Jar Jar's cloak and stuff like that. Was just kind of what's the two colors that I'm trying to blend, find the midpoint, and then like kind of work in like it's almost like I then find the midpoint of those where it's like what's the ratio. So I sort of go, 100% blue, 100% green, and the midpoint is blue-green, 50-50. The midpoints of those two is 25-75 of like the opposite colours, and then kind of blend those together. You end up just making this whole like this lovely like, you know, like the sliders, the hex sliders when you're on a computer. It's almost like one of them. But yeah, which is really, really cool. I think it's one of the bits. I think Sith made a good point here. One of the parts you've got for this as well is there's a lot of like, you got a lot of shadow and stuff into this. It's a very sculpted piece. It's not like a flat cloak or anything. It's that skin tone, isn't it? So like there'll almost be a point where you have to be very careful where you add the highlights in, because you don't want it to look like the blend didn't take. I think it makes a good point there. The actual sculpt of the model does give a little bit of trickiness there. Yeah, the medium I make, which is 50% airbrush flow improver and 50% deionized a condenser tumble dryer water, gives me a decent working time, but works out cheaper than buying different mediums. Yeah, that's fair. I have a big pot of where have I put it? It's somewhere over here. I have a big pot of Winsor and Newton paint retarder. It's obviously because it's like that's what the flow improver versus a thinner is, isn't it? A thinner is it causes the paint to dry quicker. A retarder causes it to take longer to dry. So I have like it's just pure like sort of like paint retarder, and then every now and again, if I'm working on something where I need to blend, I use the pipette and just put a drop in with the paints I'm working with, because then it stops the paints from drying as quickly. So it's same logic, isn't it? And it's you can pick those up for like from Hobbycraft for a couple of quid, and it's a bottle that'll last you like Microsol Micro Set. That'll last you forever and actually knock it over. But yeah, I heard the hub. Otherwise, the model is fantastic though, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's frustrating. The blended area was highlighted, but the camera didn't pick it up. Slightly more subtle, but I didn't want to go too far into the color. Unless maybe I push the greens into the blues and then the blues into the green. Could help the effect. Maybe, yeah. A litre of glycol is about a tenner. Easy. Easy. That'll do the job. That'll smash it. Yeah, you'll get loads of that. Loads of use out of that. You're like, and I'm done. It's always tricky with cameras, isn't it? Because it's always like what you see. Because when you're painting it, you're normally like myself, you're painting it under a really good, perfect light with perfect colouring and stuff. And then when you start taking a photo of it, you're like, the photo hasn't quite picked it up. It's always a tricky one. It's, yeah, for it. Very different from when you see it in person. Then you're like, oh no. I always got, as for the longest period of time, I didn't really post minis on Instagram because I was just getting more and more wound up with I wasn't happy with the photos I was taking because I didn't feel it represented the colours properly. It's always a tricky one. But I love this though. Looking to see what you do next. Are you gonna? I think are you gonna use this as like the demo one, or are you gonna go back and reblend that area to try and get it like smoother? What are you thinking of doing? I probably would say try it on a new model first, and then look at the side by side, and then decide which one you're happiest with. That's just me. It's the way my brain works. I like to look at the two and go, there we go. And then, because you can always blend again afterwards on the other one. Hell yes. Yeah. Next up we have, though, moving on, next up we have Mecha, who has done, this is a 28mm Sigma model from the Warseer 2 Kickstarter. And this is awesome. I do like Sigma minis. I do like that. They've got some really nice stuff. And it kind of makes you realise how small this model is, because that is a Redgrass Games Redgrass Games paint handle, and those are very small. They're very small. They're only what 30mm. So yeah, it's like this is a tiny little thing. This is like whoa. But this is lovely. This is lovely. I saw Mecha. I saw you take the purple heart. I don't know how I'm gonna give you any feedback. Like I have no idea, but I'll try. Is there an area in particular you'd like any feedback on? Like I'll try. But this is a lovely model, really really nice. No specific area. I have no idea. I've got no idea where to. I only ever tend to give feedback if it's something which I think like. It's like I'm not gonna pick on something for the sake of picking on something. It's more like what from a visual aesthetic or from a technical one. And you have far more technical skill than me, so I feel like I'm like but from an overall aesthetic, I kind of just like I want to really compliment you on the makeup. That makeup like is fantastic. That is just really really good. I love the fact that you've got this tiny little like highlight dab to show that it's like a glossy lipstick. That is fantastic. I love that little like it's just brilliant. Absolutely lovely. Like the color blending on this is fantastic as well. You've got this lovely like purple and blue like complementing each other so much. And you got the like I love the colors of everything across here. The fan. This is so nice. It's just fantastic. I want to look at the back shot of this one. The side shot of it. I want to check something. But this is so nice. There we go. I think that was what I couldn't see on this one here. I couldn't quite work out how much of this blue on the armor around the bust. I couldn't work out how blue that went, and I think from the side that's it. Because I was gonna say from the front view, I'd like it'd be good to have a slight differential in the armor, but you don't need it because as soon as you see the side view, yeah, you've got that blue, almost like corset part of it, which actually really I love it. I think that just works really well. It looks really nice. I would think the only thing I could maybe think of, and this is just again being very like picking this one. I think around where the bust and the corset meet would be a slight, really like thin pin line, like wash to add a slight bit more shadow. And I'm thinking more like how flesh works when it's pushing up against something which is stopping it. You end up with like a little indent, and it almost like it looks like it's bulging out over it, where you would have a natural shadow for it. And I think on the bust here, it looks like there's not quite that pin line of shadow there, and that's just me. I think it looks a slightly flat around that point, and that's me being hyper picky, like super hyper picky on this one, and that's just my more personal sort of preference. It looks like she's about to burst out of it, and just like a slight little bit of like depth to it would just work really well. I think the flesh tones are absolutely fantastic. The way you painted the skin is brilliant. But that's probably about it. And then the only other bit I spotted was up here on the headrest, where, and again, this is only because I'm zooming into this level, you wouldn't notice it otherwise, was just the purple here has slightly gone into the blue. That's again, I'm being like hyper picky to find anything here. That's the only bit, and that's only because that's the level I had to zoom in to see it. Like, you wouldn't notice it any other time. But I know that you're very technically minded, you love precision and that, and it shows in all of your work, so that's why I was like, it's the only thing I can think of. Instead if I was to be super, and I mean super picky, I think comparison to the blue to the purple, the blue cloth, which looks like it has so much depth, the texture of the fan seems a tad flat. Oh, I can kind of get that vibe. Like, yeah, because I think actually this side shot, you can see this lovely like light across the top part of it. You see this lovely bit of depth on the top of the side, the top of the fan. But when you look at it front on, I can kind of get that. Well, you've got this really nice like blue into little dark blue to light blue up here, and the same with the purple up here. The fan is a little bit, could do with that same little bit of love in terms of on the purple. But again, we're literally hyper, like you know, this is why I always feel bad when everyone's like, oh, can I have some feedback? And I'm like, I'll try, but like I'm only finding something for the, you know, really picky. And I know that like sometimes people are like, oh, it's not good. This is phenomenal. It's beautiful. It's super beautiful, and this could all be like just a bad photo. The big thing with this one, I always say, like it could just be like the photo's not capturing the detail you've already done. But yeah, I hope that helps in some way. On Tamiya panel liner is like impossible to find. Like I cannot seem to find it every time I go into like you know, in Element Games or I go online to anywhere to order it from the main places. They're always out of stock of it. And I'm like, I really want some, damn it. But yeah, but I'm loving this. This sculpt is so cool, by the way. I feel like yesterday I went into when up in Nottingham, I went into Warp Miniatures. I'd never been in there before. Obviously, they've only recently opened just before Christmas or just after Christmas. Can't remember when. So I was so excited to kind of go in and have a look at their sculpts. If you're ever in Nottingham, go down there, because I feel the type of painting you do, you're gonna love their models if you haven't already seen them before. Because like they're such animated, almost like some of the models are almost like caricatures of models, but yet they have so much detail on them. They've got this lovely vampire set, which is like absolutely blew my mind. Like I took a picture of it actually. When did I take I took the picture yesterday. Let me see if I can find it, because it was so nice, and I feel like it's the sort of thing that would be right up your alley to paint. Like pop it on here, like those. That's what was in the cabinet, and I feel like the paint style you have a real flair for like technical textures and fabrics. I'd love to see you work on like something like that, because it kind of gives me this sort of Signum-y style vibe. Like, these things were stunning. Like, the whole cabinet was full of absolutely beautiful minis. And I feel like if you're ever up there, go and check them out. They're really cool. A lot of them are metal or resin. They're really for it. I did pick some up that I'm going to be working on myself on stream in a couple of days, but they're so cool. I didn't pick up the vampires, and I really regret not picking up the vampires, so I'm going to have to go back. But I did pick up a cool set. I'll show you guys later. But I feel like, because you have such a flair for like texture. You do really, I look at like the part of her headdress there, that looks like I could walk up to it and go, because it's like a squishy, like sort of almost like pillow kind of. It looks like the sort of like thing you see on a headboard where it has like the indents on like a headboard or a sofa. That looks so like actual like fabric. It's fantastic. So I think like anything like that, you smash out the park. So, and there's so much of those sort of styles on those minis. It was great. I like the way your highlights move your eye around the central part, though. That works really well around. It's really, really cool. But imagine the fan tilts forward just a smidge. The shadow of itself is probably hiding the work. Yeah, that's probably the tricky bit of the lighting, isn't it? I used to, whenever I took photos of minis, I was always told, like, at the start, like, oh, all these tips online and stuff were like, hey, when you're taking photos, get a light box with a ring light at the top of the light box and take your photos so it's a full like encompassing of it. I feel honestly I've changed how I take my photos of my minis now, because I very much have the light in the position of like not most of the time in front of the model on like a black background, and then like all the angle. It's changed how I've like taken pictures, and it really, I think it has helped me have a bit more confidence in my photography for that one. Everybody's always like kind of different on how they give advice for it, and I think lighting is something for photos is so tricky to try and get down, isn't it? I use an LED panel from underneath now as well as the R9 Solo from above. Nice. I think I remember Natman had a really good tip for lighting. Natman used to take the best pictures on the top of his fridge. I'm not saying go buy a fridge on the top of the fridge, because it had this reflectiveness. It was pure white and it reflected all the light. So what Natman does now is he actually uses a whiteboard as the base, and I feel like it's been one of the best tips like for photos he's given me. Like, put the model on the whiteboard. If you're doing white background, so obviously it works better. Put it on the whiteboard, and then obviously position your light, because it's almost like a reflective surface. It goes poof. It's such a good way of doing it. Yeah, that's how I do mine. The light practically where the camera is. Yeah, I feel that's how I've shifted doing mine recently. It's yeah. This is so nice. This is such a cool sculpt, and also it's a 28mm mini. It's a small little thing. Like, this is really, really nice. The folds of the textures and the cloth is just fantastic. Like, Signum do some stunning sculpts. Really stunning sculpts. I was a big fan of their Apothecary range. I've got those STLs. I went that from their Frontiers on my Mini Factory. They're like Halloween Apothecary range. I think I've got one down here, actually. Where did I put it? Where are you? You're here somewhere. Oops, knocked a bunch of stuff over. I'll find it at some point. It's a really cool sculpt. It works like a photographer's white umbrella. Yes! That's the vibe, isn't it? Yeah. That's how it is. It's that kind of reflection. Clamshell lighting. You use different colours to tint the light. Silver for sharper, speculative highlights, and gold for a warmer feel. I feel like, yeah, most people these days, if we want to take good photos of our minis, we almost need like a full photography setup. I really liked it when Epic in the chat was talking about they went to ArdCon for like the tournament, for a Middle-earth tournament, and they set up like an actual like photo booth for people to be like, hey, do you want to leave your army here? We'll take pictures of your army. And I'm like, that is such a good thing. How awesome would it be like if you went and entered like a painting competition, or you went and entered like a tournament, and there was like a point where over like a 2-hour lunch break or something, there was like or like over the weekend or whoever was doing it, there was an option to basically say, pop your minis in here, we'll take photos of your army, and you could have some like really nice photos. I'd pay for that service. It would be great. I'd love to have like, you know, like a photographer to be like, you know, I'm going to be at UK Games Expo and I've got a booth here. Come on down and I bring your models, and we've got a full photography setup here with a really nice like high-end DSLR or something to take like pictures. It would be so cool, wouldn't it? It'd be such a good service. I think you know, these are little miniature works of art. I'd love to like, you know, have great photos of them. Mainly because I'd love to see a hilarious professional photo of Robute Gungunman. Oh, but yes. And then next up we have, moving on, this has been lovely, this is so nice. Next up we have the hero who has been busy for McCrag. Oh lordy, hero, you have been busy. This is your March for McCrag, the returning to the project. You have been, and I know you've been working on this for like a couple of weeks. You've absolutely flown by it. I was gonna sneeze. I was gonna mute. It wasn't a mute. It wasn't a cough. I was like, I thought it was a sneeze. It turned out it was a weird cough. But yeah, this is so nice. These are lovely. I can't get over the speed, hero, that you've worked through all of these. There's so many minis. Is that using is that Deadly Print Studios additions to the weapons? But all of these on the 5th of Feb. You have like you're like it's the 8th of March, and you're like, March from McCrag, completed it, mate. Oh, this is so nice. I'd love to see if you've got a shot of at some point in the Discord. I'd love to see a close up of this Terminator here and the Tigerius, because I feel like these effects are fantastic, and I'd love to see like the just how awesome they look. Like, I love this burn effect you've got on the autocannon. It's so cool. Deadly Print Studio, they do such cool stuff. They do so nice bits. I really like their Tau like shields they do, like the energy shields. They're so nice. Why am I so zoomed out? There we go. Alright, after saying I'd leave you wanting more, my internet died. No! You were teasing us, then it was like, nope. Those hazard stripes, and they're highlighting and everything, and this is so nice. I cannot fathom, like, as somebody who is I'm a pretty slow painter, right? I know it, and I'm a slow painter, and I'm a slow meticulous builder. Like, that's what I do. I accept my side of it. It's so seriously impressive at how quickly and at the quality level this is. You have blown through this. Like, hero, this is so cool. So nice. There's also Malum Cadio from Boltgun next to Tigerius. Wait, what? Is that who it was? Oh, hell yeah, I didn't even realise. That's so cool. That's so nice. I'm looking forward to Boltgun 2 is out soon? I think? Boltgun 2 out soon? I'm waiting on Warhammer Survivors. I'm so excited for that. I loved Vampire Survivors. And Warhammer Survivors I cannot wait to play. It's going to be so good. Oh. These are so nice. I feel like this is going to sound real. I feel my only critique of this whole thing is I'd love to see like photos in the showcase of like Squad 1, Squad 2, rather than like an all-encompassing shot of the army, because I feel like you've done such great job on all the detail. That's my only thing. That's my only thing for it. It's like, I would love to see them in there, like, you know, like, here is the 5-man Terminator squad. Here is Tigerius. That's my only thing for this, is like, they're so lovely. I'd love to see them just like, these are some of my favourite ones I've painted as like single images. Because it's so nice. I'm like, my eyes are like, I don't know where to look. There's so much cool stuff to look at. You've got a Gullum in there in the background. You've got the Titus in his squad. I mean, you've got the company hero over here. Like, there's so much nice stuff. Like, that's what's his name, isn't it? Is that he's holding the banner. What's his name? Gadriel. Like, 4. I painted the power lava weapons this morning. The speed at which you paint is fantastic. You nail this out. I'm loving these as well. I absolutely love these from Deadly Print Studio. I am so surprised that Games Workshop hasn't like entered a partnership or a purchased out like or like to buy like these sort of things from Deadly Print Studio, sort of saying, oh, we'd love to have these as accessory add-ons that you can purchase from us or something, or some sort of like it would be great, like being able to go like into Warhammer World and it's like pick a mix bits, like a pick a mix wall, and you just go, oh, I want a couple of things for Stormbolters, a few bits for the Gatling cannon or something like that. I would love to see that sort of side of it, like when you go into a Lego shop but it's just for bits. It'd be so good. I'm surprised they've never like tried to do something together, but it's so cool. Yeah, here he is, Titus there in the background. This is so nice, and again, just the speed at which you put this out is seriously impressive. Have you got an Ultramarine? Have you got an event coming up at some point soon to play through with Ultramarines, or are you just wanting, I want to paint up a load of Ultramarines? They're kind of going their way with upgrade trees. Yes, I think that is the case. I feel like now you can buy like the Space Marine heads box, the Horus Heresy. I love those weapon upgrades. I would love to see more of that in 40k. And the fact that I can go, oh, okay, I'm going to go buy a heavy weapons box because I want to upgrade some of my guys to have heavy weapons. I love the fact that the arms will fit, the weapons are a variety of it. I'd love to see that for 40k. But I feel like 40k is slightly different now, that it's very much like you don't really choose much between weapon options. Not like you used to that you now do in Heresy. Most of them in 1K are working on as individual squads. Yeah, I want to see them. They look fantastic, and I just want to be like, it's purely selfish. That's what it is. It was my local 500 Worlds campaign. It's 500 Worlds, not paint 500 miniatures. Damn it, hero! You flown through it. I still have most of my Ultramarines, but this image is making me miss them. I don't think I've ever painted an Ultramarine. No, not. I have painted one. I have painted one Ultramarine in my life. And I think I know where it is. Wait a second, I think I know where it is. It's under my desk. It is not a good paint. It was one of my first ever minis. Oh yeah, and Gulliman. I forgot about Gulliman. I forgot about Gulliman. My bad. I didn't even count him as an Ultramarine. Okay, yeah, you got me with that one. You got me with that. I've painted 2 Ultramarines. One of them was like one of my first ever minis. So it's terrible. But I love it. I've kept it for that reason. But yeah, no, I feel like I've got a Titus. I've got a Lieutenant Titus. Maybe I'll do a March from a Crag. See if I can do a March from a Crag in one stream. That'll be a fun event at some point this month. My goal is to paint my Space Marines as if they're individual characters like my Guard collection. Ooh, I love that. Just like the big Ultramarine man, but no Ultramarines. I'm surprised we still haven't got a KDO, even though how popular it is. I imagine when Bolt Gun 2 is released, I think we'll get a KDO, or he'll get a book, and I think we'll get a model. I reckon something's a brewing. The GW are pretty good at picking up on that stuff. It'd be good at some point. But yeah, God, these are all fantastic. Absolutely smashed it. You guys have been busy. You've been busy. And that was it. That wraps up the showcase. You guys absolutely smashed all that. Oh, what I didn't smash today though is it's time to resolve the prediction. How many models did I get ready to paint? Now we were doing it based on bases, right? We were doing it based on bases specifically. Would I get? There was 44 bases in the box I started working on. How much would I get through? Well, here are 4 command squads and 8 Saturnine dreadnoughts. So these are all ready to paint. That's what we're going with, which means that I only managed to do 12 models, which means that we have to resolve the prediction. And everyone had a lot of faith in me that I would get 21 to 30 bases done, and I'm so sorry, we did not. So to whoever voted that I would get between 6 and 20 done, congratulations. I said I would do I would tried. I mean, I did 8. I technically did 20 models. But that wasn't it. I did it based on bases. I know you believed in me. I'm so sorry, everybody. One person voted for me to do 6 to 20, and they've just got loads of channel points. It was Shrimp. Shrimp, enjoy your channel points. I'm so sorry. I tried. They were just way more fiddly than I thought. Look at these things. But they're on the sprue, ready to be painted. And then we did do 8 Saturnine Dreadnoughts. All accompanied with a bit of extra milkshake hair by the looks of it. Because I was fussing him while I was gluing him. Rookie mistake. Oh, they all fell over. That does still leave me, though, with... He's going to see this. That does still leave me, though, with all of this sprue still to go. So all of that was... So 2 Dreadnoughts and 1 combat squad comes off that sprue. There is still so much on that sprue to do. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Like, how much is they pack onto these tiny sprues. Yeah, so I've still got a lot to do. It still means I have left over out of the box. We have. So we built this Middlebrook. We built those and those. That's not bad. We did that much. It's just 12 bases. That's all it was. But it's still good. We've still got another 12 bases up here. And then down here, there's 8 tanks, 8 turrets, and 4 vehicles. So that's already 20. That bottom bit is 20. So those 2 is 20, and that's 4. So we're getting through. And I said I wanted to build these up by the end of Q1, so I've got some time. Which has been good. Which has been nice to do. But yeah. So, but I think at this point, though, we're at that kind of nice wrapped up stage where I think we're going to raid off and spread a little bit of love, I think is what we're going to get up to doing. Where are we at? Where are we going to head off to? Let's have a look. Where should we go raid and spread some love? Where are we going? Where shall we go? And tell you what, let us go. Food time. It is food time. I'm so hungry. No worries, Mecca. We will catch you later. We are going to go off to... Let's have a look. I've got 2 choices. I can return a raid. And I always normally favour returning the raid. I feel that's probably where we're going to go. I think. Maybe? My brain's like, not sure. Where are we going? You know when you're trying to see what somebody's working on, but their model is just off camera, and I'm like, I don't know what you're working on. I want to know what you're working on. Where are we going? Katie! Oh! Katie, thank you so much for the raid! Hello! Welcome on in! How are you doing? How are we? We were just about to... We were looking at who to raid off to ourselves. Now we've got to stay on for a bit longer, right? How are we, Katie? Welcome on in. How was your stream? What on earth are you getting? Well, I know what you were getting up to. You were doing a pyrovore. You were painting up a pyrovore. So how was it? How did you get up with it? Welcome on in. How are we all? I hope you are doing well. Did you have a good stream for it? And did you have a good time? Thank you so much for the raid. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. We nearly got the pyrovore finished. We just had his base to go. Ooh, that's awesome. That is awesome. That is very, 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 very cool. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Enjoy your beacon. Enjoy your beacon. But welcome into everyone. If you folks haven't been here before, hello and welcome. My name is Lewis, this is Hobbytime at Healys. We are a mini painting channel that focuses on staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. We love to paint a load of kooky and crazy things. I've literally got Jar Jar Binks models, and I have anything else, basically. I painted pretty much whatever, which is all good fun. We are a family-friendly adjacent stream, so the auto mod might be a little bit more sensitive here than other places, but don't worry. It's just repost it without whatever it flags. But I hope we are all doing good. We have today, I will switch back to my other camera. We have today been working on Legions Imperialis. I've been trying to build up the stuff from the Saturnine box for it. So we've been building up the command squads, these tiny little guys, and gluing them to the sprue because it's much easier to paint them on there. We also worked on the tiny little Saturnine dreadnoughts. So they're so small, and these are all going to be for our salamanders. So I've got a couple of painted salamanders here I can show you. So these are what we are doing for our Legions Imperialis salamanders for it. So we've got a couple of examples of them painted up here as well for you. I don't see enough Night Lords. No Night Lords, only salamanders. So yeah, we've had a load of fun painting up them. I don't make life easy for myself. I do love the fact that I wanted to add flames to everything if I was going to do it. But they are so much fun to paint. They may look tiny and fiddly, but honestly, they're so much fun. They're such a great set of minis to paint. And also, not all of them are tiny. Like the Mastodon. This thing's huge. The Mastodon's massive. You know, my Primaris Marine for scale. The thing's huge. Look at that thing. They're massive. So yeah, we were working on... We'd picked up the Saturnine battle group a little while ago, and I was basically working on getting through those. Funny looking Iron Warriors. You're doing Legions Imperialis too? Or what Legion are you doing? Let me know. But yeah, so we've been working on those. We have recently just finished... I'll show you guys. We just finished a model that we painted up for charity. It is wildly different to this, as a fair warning. We have recently... So in February, we did a big mental health fundraiser month. As a result, I wanted to paint up something for Mind, which is the charity we fundraised for. And we wanted to really put into the effect of the blue and the white of Mind's charity colours. So we painted this. This is what recently we've just finished off. We did the Mangala Squigs from Age of Sigmar in blue and white, and then we cell shaded them in that comic style. So that's recently our most finished model, so I thought it's a great opportunity to show this off. Which was so much fun. It was so much fun to do. And that pretty much took most of February. Which was really, really good fun. Something just totally different and like very wildly different to what we've been working on. And it's such a fun paint style. If you haven't given it a whirl, give this paint style a whirl. It's so much fun. It's a little bit stressful, especially when you realise that you fully paint a model and then you have to go around it with all black lines. But it is an absolute blast, and I'm glad we finished it off. It is going off to a new home. It was raffled off for charity, and we managed to raise over £840 for charity as a result, which was fantastic. So this is going off to a wonderful new home soon for it. But yes, there's that, and we literally paint a little bit of everything and anything here. So there's this guy in the top corner, if you might see him here. So we've gone from Mangala Squigs to Baked Bean Tin Cast Eternals. We literally cover everything here. Thank you very much for that follow, Moogle. That's very kind of you. So yes, Baked Beans from our Heinz Cast Eternals. We have our infamous... Where is he at? We have our infamous model, Robute Gunganman, which I just realised probably would count as a March for my Crag mini, right? That would be the case, yeah? So we got Robute Gunganman here. What else have we done? We've done we do a little bit of everything and anything. So always expect something slightly chaotic. We've got kind of really into doing a diorama in January. So I did a tiny Legions Imperialis diorama in a jar, which was really fun. So I wish I could say, if you tune in, I'm probably going to be normally painting something. No, I'm going to be painting whatever. But it's all good fun. But yes, so of course, if anybody who was here before the raid, if you haven't gone over and dropped Katie Plays 40k follow. Oh no! Hold on. I'm good. Gulliman fell off his base and took a tumble all the way to the ground. I think he survived. I was so nervous that I just lost. So much stress. I thought I was about to lose Gunganman then. I was like, no. But yeah, if you've not followed Katie Plays 40k, please go and do so. If you haven't already done so, they are absolutely fantastic. We rated them enough times. If you're part of my community, you should definitely go and see them. They are absolutely brilliant, and I am all about more wonderful, positive people on this platform. We have, I think, I stand by the fact that I think Twitch has the best miniature community out there. And more and more positive people joining and streaming. That is exactly what we need, and Katie fits that bill hugely. Also, they paint up really cool Tyranids. Actually, yeah, Tyranids. I feel I have to show you one of my Tyranids. I don't know if I've shown you one of mine. I feel like you always show off your Tyranids, and I want to show off one of mine now. This is my Psychophage. We for our Tyranids. I feel like if you come from Tyranids, here's more Tyranids, right? That's really what you want to see. I know that's what you're after. Oh, I wish that glass was slightly purposely pink to make it look like warp energy. Oh, that would be cool. Tint the glass. That would be very, very cool. But there we go, yeah. So I feel like you come to see Tyranids, here's more Tyranids. I was the music kind of gives it away, but I was basing these on the Hive from Destiny 2. So my entire Tyranid force is all based on if you've ever played Destiny 2, there's in the Witch Queen expansion, they become the Lucent Hive, so they get imbued with the energies of the Guardians, or the light. So I wanted to kind of vibe with that and make like Hive Ogres, some sort of Hive ranged unit firing solar blasts. We did loads of acolytes and things. It was really good fun. Stay on the shelf. Stay on the shelf. I'm nervous now. The stuff's going to fall off the shelf. But yes. But yeah. Zombie adjacent, but fast zombies. That's very much the vibe, isn't it? It's like, whoo. They're like, oh no, they're fast. We currently have 2 ongoing projects in the minute. The Legions Imperialis that you saw just here. And if you're a fan of Middle-earth strategy battle game, you're probably going to hate this mini. Because my latest Jar Jar model is underway. I paint a lot of models and put Jar Jar Binks' face on it. Yes, you heard that correctly. This is the one that is currently underway. It is a work in progress. This is the Jarlrog. There we go. This is currently what I'm working on. This is the Jarlrog right here. What would be more terrifying, right? Than hearing the drums, and all of a sudden the Jarlrog starts bursting into it. That's what we got right here for you. The wonderful Jarlrog. Yusa, Misa wanna pass. Yusa shall not pass. Yusa coming with me, wizard. So yeah, this is currently one of the ones we're working on at the minute. That's these are a hell of a lot of work, but I'm excited to get it all finished off. I still got to figure out loads to do with it. Yeah, but we love a Jar Jar mini. We have to make a list for you that uses this. I feel like I don't know what a list I'd use. Can I put the Balrog in the Mordor Orcs? I feel like it's Armies of Evil. I don't know if that works the same, but yeah. So there you go. There's lots of chaos. Lots of chaos we love painting up. I am a servant of the secret fire. I am the wielder of the flame of Anor. You cannot pass. Go back to the dark fire. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udin. Go back into the shadow. Of course, Moria Goblins. That's what force it would go in. Yeah, I've only got they're over here actually. I've only got the only Middle Earth stuff I've got. Oh god, I almost dropped all my minis. Are all in this random box I painted up. So I've got We did Mordor Orcs. I realised I put into this metal tin and then forgot to magnetize them. I need to get myself some war mag. That's what we did for ours, which was really good fun. So yeah, we did the Middle Earth stuff. This was really, really cool. And I'm excited to actually figure out how to play the game, because I've not played the game yet. So I've only painted the stuff and then I put them in a tin. So I need to get around to playing some Middle Earth at some point. I have this painted, and I also did a Gandalf. I also did a Galadriel. Wait, have I actually got almost all of my Middle Earth collection fully painted? What? Yeah. So we did a Gandalf, and the Galadriel being a Dark Queen. Like, I would be a green. Nice. I hope to get into Middle Earth strategy battle game in 2027. Yep. Man, imagine painting the Witch King in real colours. Right? I know, yeah? How rude of me. Wait, you want something in non-real colours? Oh, I got you covered. What do we got? How about white Necrons in wild colours here? What about Skaven obsessed with cheese dust from Doritos? Like, what do you fancy right there? I don't paint things in normal colours normally. Middle Earth apparently was the exception. Or the ultimate one. What about... Oh no, I gotta zoom out with this one. What about Magnus the Pink? But 2027, so far away. 2026 is a much better plan. I can offer you Magnus the Pink. I don't paint things in standard colours, Sith. You know that. Oh. There we go. Oh. Well, yes. But, what was I going to say? We've even got Be'lakor. Be'lakor in You Are Not Prepared. Illidan Be'lakor that we unintentionally did. This was not intentional, by the way. I was painting it and I wanted to do it in purple and green. Magnus the lightest red. Honestly, that Magnus the pink, the camera can't fathom the pink. It is quite literally the world's pinkest pink paint. The camera's like, nope, don't get it, doesn't compute. It's so funny. It's whenever you see it imperfect, everyone's like, oh, perfect. In person, they're like, oh, that's bright. The Iron Brew is huge. Yeah, I found like these giant, like 500ml cans of Iron Brew. I was like, this is great. I was like, let's go. But yeah, that was Be'lakor we did ages ago. You are not prepared. Very Illidan-esque, which I feel like is befitting for him, right? I feel that sounds about right. Sounds right for Be'lakor. Yeah, so I love painting stuff up, and I take a lot of inspiration from my other hobbies. So, a lot of like video game references. I've got like a Mass Effect force here, like Necromunda gang that's painted up as like Cerberus from Mass Effect. So if you know the Mass Effect games, Cerberus style of it. So like I love taking inspiration from video games, and I'm kind of at the end. I realised my other major hobby is Magic the Gathering, and I realised I've not painted anything up based on a Magic the Gathering character. So I need to work on something for that, I think. Very much work on something at some point. Oh, the Votan. You've not shown the Votan. Oh, hold on. I'll switch back. Hold on. I'll switch back. There we go. The Votan. Yeah, we did Borderlands cel-shaded Votan. So there we go. There you go, Sith. I feel I've shown off more than I ever show off. I'm just like, hey, look at all my stuff. I feel like I'm the guy from Carl Urban's character? Was it Scourge or whatever his name is from what do you call it? From Thor Ragnarok, where he's like, behold my stuff. Oh, something in the 5 colors would be kind of fun to do. Yeah, I feel like I have actually no. I have ordered a mini, which when it arrives, I will be painting up based on a particular faction from Magic the Gathering. So there is something on the way. I'm just waiting for it to arrive because it was on pre-order, so a couple of weeks back, which means it probably should be here by now. Actually, huh? My brain's like, wait a second. Like 1 second now. But yes. So, but yes. Where's my brain now? Where's my brain going? My brain's like blah 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 blah. But we will raid off, and it will be a double raid. So thank you so much, Katie, for raiding on in. We will raid off though, mainly because I am absolutely starving, and poor Milkshake needs food as well. So I need to go and feed him for it, and probably give him lots of fusses. But we will. Yeah, where are we gonna raid off to? Let us go and spread some love. Plenty of wonderful people to go spread some love to. So let's go and see. Where are we at? Oh, they're about to come off. Somebody was about to raid there. They've just said they're about to come off, so that's not raid over there. Where are we going? Where are we going? Shall we? I tell you what. Shall we raid over and say hello to the wonderful AC? I haven't raided over seen AC in a while, actually. I normally tend to raid over at least once a month and say hi to AC, but I haven't been over in a while. So let's go see the lovely AC minis. AC is an insanely talented painter. Aaron is absolutely phenomenal, and they are just complete and utter legends. And they are currently doing a kind of feedback showcase where basically if you want any feedback on your minis, you can go and show off, you can pop your minis in their Discord and they'll chat about them, and they always give phenomenal, fantastic advice, which is really good. And the way that they deliver that advice is always so kind, and it's always so really, really good. And it always comes from an absolute amazing place in their heart. But yes, so let's go right over and see them. Thank you so much, everyone who's been today. It's been an absolute delight bringing you hopefully a smile and a distraction on this Sunday. We're back next week as per normal, but otherwise, so we will see you then. We're going to be probably working more on some Legions Imperialis this week. Might divert, I end up changing my mind. But folks, from me, thank you so much, and remember, please, to stay safe, stay positive, and above all, be an ambassador for your hobby. We will catch you all next week, folks. Thank you so much for being in. Bye-bye! Thank you for all the raids, sessions, K240K. And welcome all new followers. And the resubscribers. You're all awesome. Good night, everybody.